Okay, look, I know, Super Mario Sunshine is one of the most covered games on the internet. You can't go 10 feet without tripping on a YouTuber who's thrown their novelty Mario hat into this particular ring. But it's not without good reason. After Mario 64 completely upset the gaming landscape and kicked off the 3D platformer boom that basically pervaded until Grand Theft Auto 3 upset the gaming landscape again, all eyes were on Nintendo to see how they'd follow it up. And then their next console had the most powerful hardware of the bunch, and games on it could handle this. And look like this? Let's just say when Mario Sunshine showed up and said,
I judge the defendant guilty as charged. I hereby order the defendant to clean this entire island.
it wasn't exactly what people expected. Fully voice-acted cutscenes, a hydro-powered jetpack also fully voice-acted, and perhaps weirdest of all by Mario standards, a dense, cohesive world where every level adheres to one central theme. And for 20 years after, it has split the fanbase in half, which of course makes it nothing less than my sacrosanct duty to prove that this game is a timeless classic that stands as a worthy successor to Mario 64, perhaps even its superior. And while it may be a bit avant-garde, there's not a blemish on it that can tarnish its legacy. Or not really. Look, it's got its flaws, but I just think Mario Sunshine is both a joyful and fascinating experience that these days functions as a time capsule to a very different Nintendo. A Nintendo that, when expected to turn right, shifted gears and turned straight down, making some of the coolest, weirdest, least financially advisable decisions of the era. Mario Sunshine makes me ask questions like, how does a Mario game that scales everything back, that doesn't propel Mario through deserts, icelands, icy deserts, and fiery icelands, manage to not only avoid feeling stale, but manage to hit even greater heights? How does something as dynamic and overpowered as the Flood make it into a game like this without completely belittling its level design? Why doesn't Peach rock this hairstyle more often? These are among the questions I want to try and answer today. So with no further ado, let's put this game under a magnifying glass, go obsessively in depth, pull apart every detail. In other words, let's break down Super Mario Sunshine. So before you even see the title screen, the game launches in with a full pre-rendered cutscene, something completely alien to Mario games before this. But we're not diving into some big action set piece. We're on a plane, surrounded by the familiar sounds of travel. The world of Mario's always been fantastic enough that I think even seeing a plane feels almost anachronistic, but it evokes a very deliberate set of emotions. Anticipation combined with relaxation. In short, the beginning of a vacation.
Ooh, look at that!
Funnily enough, voice acting really isn't something that sets this game that far apart. There's definitely more of it than in any Mario game prior. Well, almost any Mario game.
Oh boy, finally, I'ma get to move on the ground. Here we go. Moving on the ground, moving on the ground.
But this certainly isn't the first time we've heard Peach's voice.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
Alright, let's check out this archipelago real fast. See what kind of island destinations we're missing out on in this game. We've got a crab island, a jellyfish island. I'm gonna assume that's the island of Tortuga. That might be meant to be a little fish shape. This could be like some kind of seabird. And then over here we just have this island-shaped island, which I'm pretty sure is actually meant to be Hawaii, though I think this red line is meant to be the Earth's equator, and Hawaii is over 1,000 miles north of that. Yes, I'm nitpicking this game's fictional geography. What did you think you signed on for?
Welcome to the sun-drenched tropical paradise of Isle Delfino. We're so pleased to welcome you to our beautiful home.
Hey, can you guys in the back, like, blink or something? You're freaking me out.
Come enjoy a natural wonderland to which we've added the world's finest resort facilities, a spectacular amusement park, and succulent seafood. All this and more.
I see maybe 2 things in this picture that qualify as seafood, and literally everything else is some kind of plant. Calm down, Mario.
And more await you on Isle Delfino. Come relax and let us refresh your body and spirit.
Man, I wish my TV would do that, just pause itself anytime I noticed something I wanted a closer look at. Also, pretty obvious one, but I know it'd be pointed out to me if I didn't mention it. Peach notices this Mario silhouette jumping around up front here, but he was also hopping through the background a couple shots ago.
That shadow! Those were
Toadsworth's just like, oh, I can't wait to ride the rides and fall into an incurable food coma. Also, this is the very first appearance of Toadsworth in any Nintendo game. He became almost a mascot of the GameCube over its lifespan, but he basically fell off the face of the earth after the launch of the Wii. Enjoy your time here while you've got it, old bean. Oh, and it is criminal how little time they give you to look at this shot. Let me hold it right here. We'll come to know this island extremely well over the next several hours, so I'm not going to point out exactly what every detail is, but know that basically everything we see here is significant. And if you've already played the game yourself, I bet you can already name every landmark. Woohoo! That's just iconic. Now this title screen doesn't have a whole ton to it, though I do love how it handles its menu when you hit start. Fully in control of Mario as you jump around the save file blocks and options screen. Makes a way stronger impression than a standard drop-down menu. But now's gonna be the best time for me to share what version of the game you're gonna be seeing as we go forward. Primarily, we'll be using the Mario 3D All-Stars version of this game that released in 2020. A full HD widescreen remaster of the original game. Now it's worth noting that this version has a bit of a reputation for being something of a botched port, with a number of weird graphical issues being present as a result of how the Switch emulates it. But all those issues have been patched since its release, so I do feel it's the definitive version of this game at time of recording. However, there are a number of things I still want to show from the GameCube version, so whenever it's called for, we'll be switching over to that. You'll know which version you're seeing by whether or not you get these black bars on the side of the screen indicating the GameCube's 4:3 resolution. I bring this up now because our first difference is here on the title screen. The Switch version will idle until the sun burns out, but let the GameCube version idle long enough and it'll play this little demo reel. This footage actually uses a couple sound effects and visuals from a pre-release version of this game. But other than that, most of what we're seeing here isn't too noteworthy. What is cool is the song playing beneath it, which isn't heard at any other point in this game. It's just called Opening Demo, but it's this super boppin' islandy remix of the original Mario Bros. Underwater theme. Okay, I'd say it's finally time we pushed a button around here, huh? Of course, we're not gonna get very far. We got another cutscene to start us off. Okay, this overview is a texture, not a 3D model? What's up with that? There is so much wrong with this. How in the world were we cleared to land if the runway has a crater in it? And if we just had to land, there is an awful lot of open water around here that I think probably would have served for an emergency.
What happened?
Peach's earrings turned into her eyes during a couple of these shots? How does that happen? And then in this shot, they're weirdly small. Listen, earring continuity is extremely important to me.
I am most concerned with the well-being of the princess in this dreadful heat. Master Mario, if you would, cross over to that shore and find some assistance.
A weird regional difference right here. In every version of this game, all the voice acting is in English, you just get some different subtitles. But for some reason, in the Japanese version of this game, you get a couple extra voice lines from Mario and Toadsworth in this scene.
Looks like a giant I imagine you'll be spending a fair amount of time at the princess's side.
Okay, we are officially in control. Welcome to Delfino Airstrip, a fantastic tutorial of a level, giving us tons of freedom to explore Mario's moveset at our own pace. If you've played other Marios, Sunshine Mario has a couple odd quirks to him in comparison. Most notably, he can ground pound with the best of them, but pressing the ground pound button on the ground only centers the camera. This means he can't crouch, and by extension, can't long jump or backflip. It's a weird omission, but it's okay. Our go-to jump in this game for both height and distance is going to be the spin jump, done by rotating the control stick and jumping. Now let's explore around for a little bit. Literally every single NPC in this game has something to say if you talk to them, but I'm only gonna make a point to show dialogue I think is funny or interesting. Like this ukulele guy, who says he's given out tourist maps. You don't have to talk to this guy to get access to the map menu, but in-universe, I think this is how Mario's supposed to have one. Welcome to Isle Delfino, the glittering jewel of the southern seas. The sun is always shining here, so come and visit. Who made this map and wrote text over top this black boat? Okay, picturesque bays, rolling hills, quaint villages, and more await you. That's what it says, and I only know this because of data mining. Delfino Tours, you ought to fire your map guy. Now, there are a couple things we can click on this screen and learn a little bit about the locals and the locales, like the Airstrip, and nope, I'm not even gonna try and read that, you can't make me. And the Piantas. This game has a lot of Italian words in it, and I will be translating every time we come across one. Starting off simple, the word Pianta means plant, and the word Delfino means dolphin. It's relatively common knowledge these days, but when Nintendo was developing the GameCube, its internal codename was Project Dolphin, and a number of GameCube games include homages to that codename. While we're talking about it, I think it's worth noting that Isle Delfino may be based off of a real island off the coast of Italy, called Il Gallo Lungo. In terms of Delfino's culture as a vacation destination, it definitely draws more from the likes of Hawaii, but if it wasn't at least partially inspired by this island, that'd be a remarkable coincidence. If we head over to the third island of this airstrip and climb all the way up this pole, we can find what I can only assume is Isle Delfino's flag. These symbols on it don't seem to mean anything, they're just a random series of Roman numerals, and I don't think they work out to any real number since they're all out of order. Okay, I think it's finally time we try to do something about the goop, which I suppose I better acknowledge is in a pattern that looks an awful lot like our face. Help? Help you? Are you crazy? We're the ones who need help. Take that water pump and clean the airstrip, you... Alright, fine, man. I just thought the details were important. Okay, here we go. Introducing the most controversial core Mario mechanic since underwater levels.
Power up complete. Thank you for purchasing this item from Gadd Science Incorporated.
Gadd Science is of course a reference to Professor E. Gadd from the Luigi's Mansion series, which remarkably might have been specifically chosen to explain how this tiny tank holds so much water.
Preparing to register customer information. Scanning and classifying subject data. Subject identified as Mario, resident of the Mushroom Kingdom. Data storage complete.
Now, one thing I don't love about this remaster is that most of the textures appear to have been AI upscaled, which works great for, like, walls, not so much for text. So a lot of the text is actually easier to read in the original version. Let's take a look here and see what we have. Up here on top we have OS version 7.01 Service Pack 7.1, which sounds like a bunch of gobbledygook, but the OY operating system is probably a reference to EGAD's Japanese name, which is Oyama, and it's been speculated that the version 7 is a reference to the fact that Sunshine is the 7th Super Mario title, as long as you don't count both versions of Super Mario Bros. 2. Speaking of, you can also read this text down here. Though it is backwards, it lists several past Mario games. Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World, Super Mario Kart, okay, Super Mario 64, Mario Kart 64, and finally, Mario Sunshine. The rest of the text up here is a bunch of low-resolution Japanese, so neither I nor my computer can read it, so I'm just gonna have to take the word of the Super Mario Bros. Fan site that this translates to Mario of the Mushroom Kingdom. Nemesis, Bowser. Occupation, plumber. Favorite food, spaghetti. Loves which person? Secret. Yeah, sure it is. Dislikes, poison mushroom. Body weight, secret. Height, unknown. Chromosome number, unknown. Father's name, unknown. Mother's name, unknown. Unfortunately, it seems we're out of luck for this block of text here. Maybe someday. In addition, we've got a couple clips of Mario's old games in the lower corner here. The original Mario Bros, Mario World, and Mario 64. A ton of really nice touches for such a blink and you'll miss it scene.
I am Flood, a flash liquidizer ultra dowsing device. I hope to be of assistance. Proceeding with user instruction.
Now Flood's gonna explain how they work, which is all well and good, but something this game gets a lot of flack for is all these cutscenes being unskippable. Though, that's not actually true. If for any reason you end up rewatching a scene that's already played, like say you're insane and you say, yes, I would like to hear your explanation again, please, you are completely free to skip it. If we save and reset, we can skip every cutscene we've seen so far. It's honestly not that bad. But now we have Flood, the high-powered, all-purpose water gun jetpack sprinkler that's going to be our constant companion. And we can freely begin washing our face off this airstrip, but hold on, because there's a lot of fun to be had with this icky paint-like goop. If we have enough patience, and believe me, I have enough patience, we can use Mario's dive move to spread it far and wide across any flat surface, letting us see that this stuff was never intended to interact with shadows. Mario also gets adorably coated in this stuff, which he can clean up with a spin jump or a dip in the ocean. Be careful not to get too carried away in the goo though. It will do damage to Mario if he spends too much time standing in it, and it's never really explained why. But it obviously can't be that deadly. I mean, we saw a little earlier one of the Piantas got completely swallowed up in the stuff, and hey, that just looks like good honest fun. I say we get everyone in on it. With enough persistence and well-placed dives, we can completely coat the ground around anyone's feet, causing them to get swallowed up as well. There you go, nice and cozy. They even have different dialogue for when you clean them up. At least they do until they go back to having a bad attitude. You know, I'm gathering that perhaps being covered in goo isn't such a pleasant experience after all, but I'm also gathering that perhaps maybe it serves you right. Now cool off. Unfortunately, we can't just submerge anyone we want. Several NPCs in this game seem to have a flag in their code that makes them immune to being gooped. And that seems to be the case for the wanted poster guy, the ukulele guy, this pink lady, and tragically, Toadsworth and this other pink lady. All these other toads are absolutely fair game though, thank goodness. Let's see what they have to say when they're rescued. I mean, rudely withdrawn from their goo cocoon naps. Thanks, Mario! Thanks, Mario! Thanks, Mario. Thanks, Mario. Wow, bet you can't guess the last one. It's the thanks, Mario. Peach, remind me why we packed 5 identical generic toads. What about you? What have you got to say? Phew, I thought I was a goner. Hang on, this whole mess is your fault. My fault? Now you just hang on just a minute, Mr. Plant Man. You're being extremely disingenuous. Most of this, well, a lot of, I mean, at least a little of this was here before my plane landed. You can check the flight records. And how dare you besmirch my good name? Why, I oughta paint me as some kind of ne'er-do-well, will you? Now, just because Mario is such a nice altruistic guy, I'm gonna tackle this goo problem. And only because he's a nice guy, and certainly not because this mess has anything to do with him. Spray this throbbing mound of goop in the crater, and out will pop this guy. These things go by a couple official names, mainly proto-piranhas or polluted piranhas, and we're going to be fighting several versions as we go through the game. This first one is a really clever way to get us used to Flood's primary nozzle, which, I'm so sorry, is officially called the squirt nozzle, so that's what I'm gonna call it. Sorry, I don't make the rules, I just selectively choose which ones to follow based on how funny they are. Now this pink guy is sunken into the ground, which makes it easy to shoot into his mouth without having to aim much. Just jump and squirt, and he'll go down in a Mario game's classic 3 hits. He doesn't even have an attack, he's really just target practice. Once he's down, everything else gets automatically righted, and everyone around here has new dialogue, except Ukulele Guy. You keep on vibing, Ukulele Guy. Most of them comment on the shiny, sparkly, twinkly thing that just showed up, so I guess we better check it out, and officially collect our very first shine.
Nice work, Mario.
Quite an unusual device. Is it some sort of pump?
I am Flood, glad to meet you. Hey, someone's coming!
Best part, now the cop is walking to the beat.
Court is now in session.
As you are no doubt aware, someone has been senselessly defacing Fair Isle Delfino using some paint-like substance. The accused is charged with polluting our beautiful home, and yes, endangering our very way of life.
God, you guys are so lucky I can't goop you right now. I won't stand for this flagrant defamation.
Indeed, how can one not be aware of what is going on? Though it is daytime in Delfino Plaza, our poor residents tremble beneath a veil of darkness. Expert shine scholars have determined that this darkness has arisen because all of our guardians, the shine sprites, have vanished from their gathering spot at the shine gate. The reason? It's quite obvious. This horrible graffiti is to blame. Behold this sketch of the perpetrator based on eyewitness descriptions. The truth is obvious. The guilty party sits among us. It is none other than Mario.
Objection!
Overruled. I judge the defendant guilty as charged. I hereby order the defendant to clean this entire island. Until Isle Delfino is completely free of his vile handiwork, Mario shall not be allowed to leave. Court adjourned.
Ayo, what the heck was that kangaroo court nonsense? The prosecution was the only one allowed to speak? What kind of court has a judge that can just unilaterally proclaim guilt? Just check the flight records. I was on the plane that just got here. They mentioned witnesses, but I sure didn't see any. It was literally just us.
That's why we call it justice, because it's just us.
In all honesty, this is actually a really cool way to deliver exposition to the player. It builds up intrigue, seeing as we know it is all someone else is doing, while conveying the key facts, the role of the shine sprites, the reason the goop is such an issue, and I genuinely do appreciate that they don't dwell on any kind of defense statement. It's not like anyone boots up Mario and actually wants to see a proper court proceeding. Go play Chrono Trigger, you frickin' nerds.
This appears to be quite a predicament, Mario. Data analysis verifies that the island's inhabitants are indeed troubled by pollution, but the pollution itself is not the main problem.
Unfortunately, I can't say as much good for this scene. Flood basically just repipes everything we learned so elegantly in the courtroom, with just a few embellishments. I'd say this is the one cutscene in this game that does overstay its welcome just a bit, if not for one thing. The piano piece playing underneath it genuinely goes pretty hard.
Has polluted the island and most of the shine sprites have fled. There is no longer any power to support the peaceful lifestyle of the islanders. It is most pitiable. The only way to ensure the return of the shine sprites is to keep the island from becoming any dirtier. The perpetrator is likely at work even as we speak. And you, Mario, are being treated as a criminal. Tomorrow we must do our best to resolve this situation.
I'll be honest, I'd look past some real gaming atrocities if they had good piano accompaniment.
Go straight that way. You can't miss the mesh now. You can't miss the mesh now. Your first job's to get rid of all that ugliness. And remember, we'll be watching you, pal. We'll know if you start slacking off.
Slack off? Waste time? Me? Never. Welcome to Delfino Plaza, to my mind nothing less than the most iconic hub world of them all. The music, the bustling islanders, the central ring of sunlight tracking your progress, the fruit! Delfino Plaza is going to get its own breakdown episode once we've unlocked everything, so I'm not going to go too deep into it right now, but everything around us is something. Spray these wanted posters for coins, spray these open windows for coins, these weather vanes, even the birds. Find well-hidden one-ups by checking nooks and crevices. Clean this graffiti, we'll get a secret blue coin. We'll get into these things later. We can explore the plaza's expansive store system. Jumping up from them launches us sky high, and there are even a number of secret shines we can get right now. Mario Sunshine honestly gets a lot of flack for being too linear. And yes, there are absolutely elements of the game that can railroad you, but there are also plenty of non-linear elements. Right now, before we even open the first major area, we can find and collect 10 different shines if you're willing to look. And even that's without any speedrunning out of bounds shenanigans, as the sky is literally the limit with those. It's such a sandbox, so many little joys to uncover. Want to wreak havoc on the fruit market? Sure, why not? Not a fan of the Ukulele Guys song? Make him jam out. The game fully invites you to head off the main path here. Flood will even give you a number of context-sensitive tooltips on how to perform some of Mario's moves when you approach certain areas. But the Delfino Emergency Broadcast System, we'll call it DEBS, will always point you towards whatever's next. It's honestly a really unique vibe that basically half the people you can talk to absolutely revile you. Putting Mario on that kind of back foot and having so many locals just treat him as criminal scum, it just makes me want to roll up my sleeves and prove him wrong. Or, right. Either way, we're gonna prove the heck out of them. So I suppose we better deal with another batch of goo. What's this one shaped like anyway? I've always thought pineapple, but I know a bunch of people say blooper. Either way, this brown goop is very different from the pink goop, especially as it's surrounded by an invisible goo-free barrier. We can only spread it far enough to goop a couple of people. This is unforgivable. At this rate, we're gonna make progress. Can you imagine? Oh, it also spawns these little jelly guys. Just like the big piranhas, these guys also have a few official names, including Swoop and Stews, but I'm really fond of the name Goobles, since these guys are basically Mario Sunshine's Goombas. And yep, Mario Sunshine doesn't have actual Goombas, remarkably. Goobles will die to basically anything. Water, jumping, you can even slide through them and it does the trick. But as long as there's goo on the ground, they'll just keep coming. So we've got another proto-piranha to deal with. This one isn't sunk into the ground and intermittently closes his mouth, so the game is basically making sure we know how to use Flood's aim and squirt function. But apart from the Goobles, still no direct attacks, so he's just another bout of target practice.
Princess, look! On the statue's head!
Mario?
Peach, I am right here. Man, this game loves the Mario Bros. Underground theme. This is already the third remix we've heard of it so far. So Gooey Mario over here is making off with Peach, but honestly, come on, I'm on your side here, bro. Can't you tell? I even gooped the police, see? We can hang. It was weird being stuck in that goop. It was gross, but I gotta admit, it was kind of sweet, kind of like candy. See, what did I say? It can't be that bad. Gooey Mario here is designed to be a test of FLUDD's run and squirt function, and also has no means of directly attacking. He'll just run you in circles until you man up and splash him. No big deal. One of the funniest things about this game though, if you manipulate the game's code to throw off Gooey Mario's route through the plaza, you can actually get him to drop Peach, and then you can pick her up and run around with her. See man, I told you, same side. Princess Peach has been kidnapped by Master Mario! I mean, by someone. Wah! So anyway, we splash some water on him, he runs off again, now Peachless, and honestly, I just love Peach's animation here. Can we appreciate this for a second? I also want to draw attention to Gooey Mario's animation while he waits for you. I've got nothing to say about it just now, but I will later, so I'm pointing it out. And with that, the mysterious Goo Man escapes into his artwork, so it's time to do the Mario and dive in after him. But just real fast before we dive into Bianco Hills, I want to talk about the game's cover art, because I genuinely don't think I'm going to find a better time to do it, so it may as well be now. There's this line of text on the outer ring here that I think gets completely filtered out by that part of your brain that processes white noise. Some of it's completely blocked out. It was probably designed by the same guy who did that Delfino map, but best people can figure, it says, Mario has more moves than ever, and you'll need to master them all to sprinkle water in the sunshine. I don't know. I feel like doing the sprinkler only requires mastery of maybe 2 moves. So kicking off Bianco Hills, we have the road to the windmill, and we can see by the establishing shot that this area is on a much larger scale than Delfino Airstrip. We also see that our painty counterpart is causing problems, and plainly possesses a partial partnership with the proto-piranhas popping up place after place. Perplexingly, sorry, I'll stop now. Curiously, he actually doesn't play any role in this mission. We can search everywhere, but he's nowhere to be found, so I presume his participation is primarily presented to put that pollution parallel in the player's perception. I did it again! So welcome officially to Bianco Hills. The word Bianco in Italian means white, which reflects that white brick small Italian village architecture that this area takes inspiration from. I'm no expert, but at a guess, I'd say this area's architecture and focus on windmills is based specifically on Tuscany. So we spawn in the level right down here, on this observation deck overlooking the ocean, and this right here is one of the coolest things about Sunshine. Looking out from here, we can see just the rest of the world we have to explore. Delfino Plaza in the distance, someplace called Pinna Park in the other direction, and a big shipyard directly beneath us. What Mario Sunshine loses in diverse biomes, it gains back in spades this feeling of adventure, of properly exploring a real place, somewhere you can genuinely imagine visiting and traveling around yourself. To that end, we have another brochure page. Okay, hang on, this one seems slightly more readable than the Airstrip one. I think this says windmills and water wheels, and this Pianta down here, based on a lot of guesswork and context clues, is saying something that begins with the letter Y. I'm pretty sure. Now let's dive on into the level. Bianco Hills starts this game off right. The atmosphere here is so inviting, and this little walkway they start you on is practically begging to be slid down every time you start a mission. Now we're going to be talking to a lot more people in this episode than we did last time, starting off with this lady. Not because what she says is particularly interesting, but the voice line accompanying it certainly is. Usually when you talk to a female Pianta, she sounds like, but this one sounds like this. Like, dang, do you need a hug? These enemies dawdling around here are called Strollin' Stews. They don't show up in too many levels, and it's honestly pretty easy to forget that they're even here. They can be dispatched pretty much as easily as their swooping counterparts. You can stomp them, squirt them, or my personal favorite, stun them with FLUDD, then kick them a million feet away. And this little pile of goop is, as far as I know, completely unique to this level. It's a Strollin' Stew generator that will keep spitting out the little guys until we clean it away. So I guess we'd better. If we head around the back of the village, we'll find the main characters of this town, starting with this guy. Can you believe my wife can toss people further than I can? Yar! We can find his wife and 2 kids right over here, so let's see if that's really true. You're that guy who's been riding all over the village. You might have fooled the others, but I see right through you. Get out there and clean that mess up, you mustachioed punk. I call this family the Hergyars. Mr. and Mrs. Hergyar have their 2 lovely kids, Her and Gyar. Obviously, physical assault is a family pastime, so we should probably just do whatever they tell us and clean off this graffiti, for which we're rewarded with blue coins are Mario Sunshine's notorious secondary collectible that makes 100%ing the game memorable. 10 can be exchanged for a shine sprite, and there are 240 of them in the game, 30 in each major area. Here's the good news. Many of them are pretty easy to spot, and you can tell how many you've gotten in a given world by checking the map right here. What this doesn't tell you is that most blue coins can only be found in certain missions, and what it absolutely doesn't tell you is that a lot of blue coins relocate depending on the episode. I swear, these things were designed to Mandela affect you. Because if you say, spot this blue coin in episode 1, but decide to pick it up later, then you grab this blue coin in episode 8, you'll have no idea when you go back to collect that first one that the reason you can't find it is because you just picked it up. On top of that, a ton of these are just absurdly well hidden. Like, no way anyone just looking around on their own found all 240 of these. Oh yeah, it's only a little evil. So here's my conundrum. I've been going around in circles on how I want to tackle these things. On the one hand, getting all 30 in one quick montage after we've unlocked every mission is the easiest way to keep track of which ones you have and haven't gotten. However, if there are several coins exclusive to various different episodes, it could be obnoxious sending Mario in and out of the area over and over again. So maybe I should just grab every coin as soon as it's available. So what we're gonna do is basically both. Game Breakdown is built on the principle of me having my cake and eating it too, after all. I'm going to designate whichever mission has the most blue coins for a dedicated blue coin montage each episode. And for any blue coin not available in that episode, we'll be getting it as soon as possible, but also reiterating its location in the montage. I think this method lands in the best of both worlds, and we're in luck with Bianco Hills, as it's a rare case of all 30 coins being available in one single episode. So that means we can just merrily ignore them all until further notice. Now, if we head out of town towards the Windmill Lake and our actual objective, we'll find a lot more goop out here. Running and squirting is all well and good, but I think this would be a good time to show our most powerful means of combating the pollution, especially as this particular proto-piranha has these giant piranha plant heads that it can use to spread the group far more effectively. Step 1, hold down the R button to stop and squirt. Step 2, jump. I don't actually know what this technique is called, probably something like the Flood Burst. Now, by itself, it isn't that effective, as the backflip attached to it removes Mario's control for a spell, but this can also be done in midair. Jump, then press R and A together, and this can be done over and over again. It uses a ton of water, but nothing clears out the gunk faster. Also, it's worth noting that while you can use this as sort of a poor man's backflip, the game actually won't let you switch to the hover nozzle until you've touched ground again, making it relatively useless as a jump. Now, as we clean up the gunk here, a few more points of note. For one, we can start finding these little piranha plants spawning from the goop, and for two, the goo is capable of submerging trees. The obvious next question that a reasonable person like myself asks is, does that mean I can manipulate the goo and submerge trees the same way I can with people? And the unfortunate answer is no. So let's take on our third proto-piranha. Yes, we kind of fight this same guy a lot throughout this game, but it really wants to make sure that you've got the hang of aiming and squirting, especially in the original version where, for some bizarre reason, the controls for it were normal for left and right, but inverted for up and down. Honestly, the option to fix this alone makes the switch port worthwhile to me. Take him down, and he reveals a whole hill sunken beneath him. Question: with enough sludge, could one conceivably submerge the entire island? Asking for a friend, but that nets us our second shine. Episode 2, Down with Petey Piranha, is going to send us in about the same direction, though thankfully some kind soul seems to have broken the gate that blocked our way out of town. So real quick before we head out for the thread on the windmill, let's check in on the Hergyars. So you're still lollygagging around here, are you? Have you cleaned up all that graffiti? No? Then get to it, mister! Ma'am, we need to find you a better outlet for your frustrations. What would your husband think? I hate to do this, but I need to use you for a little practice. Hergyar! See? He's already changing the family name. You gotta sort things out here, lady. Now, as we head up the hill we uncovered last time, we'll get into this mission proper. This one is designed as a tutorial for our hover nozzle, which can be used to cross great distances. It's not so well suited for gaining height, though. And as we get higher up, there'll be a jump that does a good job displaying its limits as far as actually maneuvering in midair. It's best suited to moving straight back or straight forward. Trying to turn Mario around will essentially eat through all his hover time. The whole time we're doing that, the big baddie atop the windmill is going to keep bombarding us with these balls of slime and piranha plant heads. Or, well, they're officially called piranha bonds, as in bonbons. Yeah. Hey, did you know you could kill piranha bonds by stomping on them? About halfway up the ascent, there's this little fountain. These are important to look out for. Stepping in front of them will fully replenish your water tank. Starving Mario for water is one of the main methods this game uses to increase its difficulty in later missions, so it's important to be aware of some alternative sources. At the top, all that's left to do is ride the big windmill up to its roof. It's a bit slow, but it gives us a perfect opportunity to admire this fantastic view of the whole area. But it'd probably be even nicer if this guy weren't literally mucking it up. God, that scream is such a cool sound. It's hard to see since the screen gets all blurred up, but Mario actually covers his ears when he does it. And then we get this great comedic moment with Mario and Petey mirroring each other. It's honestly no wonder Petey Piranha became such a fan-favorite boss despite playing a really tiny role in this game. But here we are. Within the windmill, we have our first real boss fight against a foe that actually, like, attacks. He has this big head roll to fling us away, and this goop upchuck attack. Neither do damage directly, but since the goop constantly spawns stews and even piranha plants, it's more of a threat. Exacerbated by the fact that there's no water down here. Don't worry, you don't actually have to do the whole fight on one tank. As you get low on water, enemies will start giving you water bottles. Goobles can give you these small ones, worth half a water tank when you beat them by stomping them. Really clever design there, as the game can assume that when you're resorting to not squirting them, you probably need water. And piranha plants and even Petey's vomit attack can provide you with these big water bottles that provide a full water tank. You could honestly get through the whole game without ever seeing one of these. Not because their spawn rate is especially low or anything, but they tend to only show up in specific situations. We can take a really close look at them and see that it's labeled Monty water. Monty being an Italian word for mountain, and the name for piantas in the Japanese version. Now, to actually beat Petey Piranha, all you have to do is flood his mouth with water whenever he starts inhaling for a vomit attack. Once his belly is swollen and he topples over, a games journalist arrow will pop up over his exposed belly button. Ground pound on Petey's stomach and bam! You know the drill. Rinse and repeat 3 times and our boy goes down, melting away into paint. By the way, this is important. Tuck this away in your brain box, okay? Painty Petey Piranha. But hey, you know what sounds much more fun than actually doing the boss fight? Coins! In this game, whenever you get 100 coins, you'll be rewarded with a secret 100 coin shine, specific to the area you're in. Delfino Plaza has one, Bianco Hills has one, they all have one. But here's what's interesting. Not only does it not matter which of the level's episodes you obtain those 100 coins in, it doesn't matter if you're in a sub-area either, like, for instance, this Windmill Boss Arena. If we come in here with a ton of coins, and wrangle the last few out of the Piranha Plants PD summons, we can reach that 100 coin total down here. And there's something so funny about Mario mid-fight just going, yep, see ya boss, I got what I came for. We're gonna go over a more practical way to get the 100 coin shine in just a bit, so don't worry about following along here. But something I'm committed to with this game breakdown is this. I want to show off every possible location where the 100 coin shines can conceivably be collected, just because I know that there's a ton that people probably never even considered. In terms of something a little more broadly known, let's rewind to the beginning of the first mission, Road to the Big Windmill. At the start of this mission, you can see Petey Piranha and his shine still chilling at the top of the windmill. And if you do completely ignore the Proto-Piranha at the base of the hill and make your way up to the same path episode 2 takes you on, there's nothing stopping you from reaching him. This purple guy over here even has unique dialogue, calling out the player on the small sequence break. If we finish out Petey's fight here in episode 1, it still counts as the episode 2 shine. This is something exceedingly rare for Mario Sunshine. As I've mentioned before, this game gets a lot of criticism for elements of it being too linear. And one of those elements is that you always have to go through all the core shines of a level in a set order. Even if we try to go after some other future shines early by abusing Mario's really shaky collision, we'll find that certain loading zones aren't even functional until later. This is for good reason. As we'll see later on, the order of the shines tells a small story that wouldn't work as well out of sequence. But this one oddball shine is the exception. Without glitches, this is the only one we can get out of order. And see in the menu select an uncollected shine followed by a collected one. But assuming you did collect both of those, that will bring our total up to 3 shines. And upon returning to Delfino Plaza, we'll be presented with an exciting renovation happening over on the docks. Or rather, what used to be the docks, but is now a miasma of black goo. As you might expect, if we head over there now, we'll find another polluted piranha to fight, and I think we fought our fair share of those for the time being. Maybe the police can take a break from their intensive jobs of calling me a slacker and grab a frickin' fire hose. So let's dive back into Bianco Hills, the hillside cave's secret. So far, we've dealt with a hill submerged in sludge and a fiend terrorizing the windmill. Now, the poor denizens of Bianco Hills are terrorized by a hole in the side of their hill, the humanity. No, really, there doesn't actually seem to be anything amiss, unless you count this lady's woman's intuition. The only reason we're properly given to investigate the cave, apart from, like, the name of the mission, is this guy, who will only tell you that a weird-looking guy ran inside the cave after you've cleaned him up and talked to him twice. Even the Hergyars seem to be having a pretty normal day. Mrs. Hergyar doesn't even insult us before throwing us over her shoulder. Hey, mustache man, you're funny looking, but kinda cool. Oh yeah, you're alright in my book too, little buddy. As we head out of town, we're gonna start seeing a bunch of different enemies now that there's not goop everywhere, including Pokies, Pokey heads, these little blue guys called CD Pods, and these flappy crappy chicken dudes called Plurps. All of them can be beaten just by stomping on them, Mario style, but the CD Pods have to be stunned from afar with water first. And honestly, it makes me feel like such a piece of crap to kill these guys. Look how much fun they're having just loving life before Mario comes along. Speaking of pieces of crap, the little droppings of goo that the plurp spread functions just like the rest of the brown sludge we've seen, summoning goobles and submerging Piantas if it gets out of hand. Hey, check it out, Bianco Hills has their own flag. I suppose that one in the last episode was specifically Delfino Plaza's flag then. If we head a little off the beaten path and up the road to the windmill again, we'll find a new player in our little drama. We're just gonna call this guy Pink Tourist, and from this level on, he's gonna start appearing in a bunch of really random places around Bianco Hills as he tries and fails to tour them without getting gooped. He'll offer a blue coin for cleaning him up, but as I said, I'm gonna leave that to one side until later. Now let's go investigate that dastardly cave. The intended route over is meant to familiarize us with these tightrope power lines, which are pretty slick. They've got this really satisfying trampoline physics to them, and negotiating Mario's momentum against these power surge thingies is pretty satisfying. But we can also just skip all of that with a well-placed wall jump at the base of the cliff over here. This last jump teaches us that while Flood doesn't really help gain Mario that much height in open air, against a slope, that's a completely different story. Hey, I was using that. Hey! This is the introduction of secret levels, and I hate that that's what they called them, because this game also has secret shines, and those are emphatically not the shines you get from clearing secret levels. So for the sake of clarity, I'm gonna call these not-so-secret levels, though the colloquial term people use is floodless levels. These are fantastic, generally some of the best regarded aspects of this game, and for good reason. One of the coolest things any game can do after getting you reliant on some awesome ability or item is take it away, to hold it hostage and say you can have it back once you've proved you don't need it.
If you're nothing without this, then you shouldn't have it.
That being said, these levels are rather steep difficulty spikes. You are going to hear this noise a lot. To suddenly pull the rug out from under this sandbox open level collectathon to remind us that Mario platformers have teeth with these linear obstacle courses surrounded by insta-kill bottomless pits, it's a dramatic shift to be certain. I wouldn't blame you if it felt unfair, especially since Mario Sunshine has the most demoralizing game over sound I've ever heard. As you may have come to expect, getting a game over boots you out of the level entirely. For this level, that amounts to maybe an extra minute of inconvenience as we make our way back. That's already a minute you probably don't want to spend on not trying again, and the routes to these not-so-secret levels are only going to get tougher, so it's a good idea to get into the habit now of fending off game overs by collecting as many 1-ups in these levels as you can find. This level's gotten easy to grab one right here beneath this ground-poundable nail, though I can't imagine that's easy on Mario. As for the level itself, the second obstacle with all the shifting blocks looks pretty threatening, and if you try to just brute force it, it'll probably take a few tries to get lucky. But if you head across on this column here, you can make it across without even needing to jump. These rotating cubes are basically not a threat, so our last opponents are these spinning stars, which thankfully don't actually affect Mario's trajectory. And so as long as you don't let them psych you out or bait you with this 1-up, you should be fine. Should be. It can be tough, but there are few shines in the game more satisfying than these ones. Episode 4, Red Coins of the Village. My god, a red coin infection, as threatening as any goopocalypse. This is our intro to red coins, a staple of Mario games. Collect all of them in a set, in this game's case, all 8, and we'll get a prize. This first set is pretty laid back, and it'll send us on a pretty satisfying route across the roofs of the town to collect them all. But before we do that, there's an oddity here at the entrance. Get close and Flood will inform you that it's a spare hover nozzle, which we can collect. However, apart from refilling our tank, it doesn't appear to do anything. So let's check around the area and see what's what. Well, Mrs. Hergyar seems to have developed an unhealthy dependence on giving us a good hurl every day. You know something, Mrs. Hergyar? I wanted to be friends, but I think it's time you realized your actions have consequences. Now, upon rescuing her from the goop, she does tell us thanks, but then promptly throws us anyway. So I can only assume that that's just how she shows affection. Her and Gyar are also the first Pianta kids we can see submerged, and they also have a different thank you message from the adults. Back outside of town, we can see a new set of platforms up by the cave, which we can reach with a good spin, jump, and hover. On it, we'll find a red Flood nozzle box, and inside, the rocket nozzle, our first alternative nozzle for Flood, which can be considered Sunshine's substitute for more traditional power-ups. Collecting a new nozzle replaces the hover nozzle, and in some cases will unlock other locations within the level where that nozzle can be collected. It's worth noting that if we head up here, we'll find find a holographic nozzle box for a different kind of nozzle we've yet to collect. In order to make this one collectible, we'll have to find a solid box somewhere else. If we exit the level, Flood will default back to the hover nozzle, meaning we'll always have to find the rocket nozzle again if we want to use it. This is also what the hover nozzle boxes are for, reverting back without having to leave the level. That's all the nitty-gritty about it. Now, woo! Check this thing out! The rocket nozzle sacrifices the hover nozzle's control for sheer height, which can also be used to cross great distances. It can be tough to use with any kind of precision, but it's undeniably fun. While we're up here, we can find Pink Tourist again, who says he wanted to investigate the cave from last time. Don't do it, man. I don't think Piantas can even jump. However, we can head back into the cave, and even though we're not in the same episode, we'll be brought right back to the same not-so-secret level, though with two major differences. One, we get to keep Flood, which means we can absolutely stunt on anything that was giving us trouble before, and two, there's a great big threatening button just sitting here at the entrance. If we ground pound it, collect the 8 red coins before time runs out. Oh god, okay, here we go. I love this. The game anticipates you coming back here to flex on something you've already done, so it gives you this extra time trial and the extra element of the coins to sink your teeth into. Now, it may have been a mistake coming in here with the rocket nozzle instead of the hover, but I'm determined to see it through. Let's see if I can do this. I can! Okay, that was actually awesome. I definitely recommend that as a challenge if you've played this game already. Our reward for that is a secret shine, marked here on the level select. However, if you've been paying attention, you may realize that that's not the only secret shine available in this obstacle course. Once again, if we come in here with 99 coins and bring our total up to 100 by butt hammering another nail, we can spawn Bianco Hills' 100 coin shine right here. This honestly disappointed me a bit. For some reason I always assumed this would appear on top of one of these random trees, but I guess not. But there I go, getting shines in completely different missions than intended again. Let's go snag all those village coins now, shall we? This is also something that can be pretty fun to do with the rocket nozzle, if you feel like spicing things up a little. As we start wrapping this shine up, you might start getting pestered by these windy guys, which I don't believe have any official English name. In Japanese, they're called cyclos, but I hereby dub the blusters. And god, they're annoying, invincible, noisy, but at least not much of a presence for now. With that shine down, we're through the first half of Bianco Hills, and something we'll see happen fairly consistently across Mario Sunshine is that the episodes in the second half of the level really kick the difficulty up a notch, and we'll definitely see that here in episode 5. Petey Piranha strikes back. Though not an especially deadly level, this threatens to be one of the most tedious missions in the game if you don't have a good game plan. But we'll get to that. Obviously, slime is everywhere now, but why would I even try to deal with that before I found my boy Pink Tourist? Bianco Hills is a rather interesting place, huh? We have falling goop and all sorts of other oddities. I like your attitude, Pink Tourist. I also want to point out this guy chilling in the cave behind the windmill, who just gets steadily angrier with every episode you pay him a visit. If we check around town, we'll find most of the Hergyar seem to be sheltering inside. The only one braving the goo is Mr. Hergyar, who's kind enough to give us a boost up to Petey Piranha's napping spot. The game's gonna introduce us to these dubious little not-quite enemies called poinks, which will latch onto your squirt nozzle when you get close, enabling us to fill them up like water balloons and then launch them away. If you don't want one stuck to you, just switch nozzles and they'll get bored and stop existing. So what the game wants us to do now is launch a poink at the sleeping Petey over there. But why would I do that when I could just head over there myself? He actually won't respond to anything you can do. No amount of water or ground pounding is enough to disturb his slumber. So you know what they say. If you can't beat him, join him. Yep, Mario will fall asleep almost anywhere if you let him idle long enough. What's hysterical is that Petey Piranha's sleeping animation looks to be the exact same as Mario's, just mirrored and slowed down a bit. Between this and them doing the exact same animations when the roof cracked out from under them, it's clear to me these two aren't meant to be enemies. But the laws of the universe dictate they must fight, so let's poink them and get things started. Petey Piranha has changed quite a bit since last time. For starters, he can now fly, giving him free range of the whole town as his arena. In order to fight him, we'll first have to knock him out of the sky, which is apparently impossible while he's moving. Every so often though, he'll stall in midair and begin launching gobs of goo down at you. What the game wants you to do here is run around with a poink until he does this, and then launch it up at him. The way most people do this though is by keeping close to him using the rooftops we got familiar with in the red coin mission, and simply squirting him when he comes to a stop. Now, these are both wrong. If you want to work smarter not harder, just suit up with the rocket nozzle and follow his shadow along the ground. When he stops, just launch up to him and switch nozzles in midair to bring him down. From there, it's a similar fight to last time with just a few twisters. Twists. He now has this really annoying tornado attack, which just like his head doesn't do damage, but he likes to do it a lot when he could be reeling up for his vomit attack, which could end up prolonging the fight quite a bit. Your best bet is to stay really far away from him on the ground, which should make him default to his big inhale. But you gotta be ready to close the distance fast, because if he manages to paint the ground uninterrupted, he'll take flight again. He will also take flight after every successful hit, but with our strategy, it's not much hassle to get him grounded again. Once more, rinse and repeat 3 times, and if you're feeling stylish, you can use the rocket nozzle to ground pound his belly. Yeah! And that's the last we'll see him in this game. I decided to see if any of the townspeople reacted to the fight being over, and they absolutely do not. Yeah, I think he's sleeping over there too. We do have one other Pianta in town this episode. Up on this tower, we'll find a yellow guy, who we've actually already seen and rescued from goo, but only now that he's secluded will he give us a blue coin and thanks. Whatever, let's just take our shine. It's well earned. Episode 6, The Secret of the Dirty Lake. Yeah, it really is just one thing after another around here. Clean the town, now the lake is a mess. And worst of all, now the sun's been stolen. Yep, it's just gone. Usually right here. Gone. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be intended. It's the only level in the whole game that does this. It seems to have just been a developer oversight. They really did just forget the sun in Super Mario Sunshine. You're late for your throwing appointment. No, I'm not. We can find Gadd running around town playing a game of hide and seek with his sister. She's actually pretty tough to find. She's tucked in this walled off area over here. He'll never find me here, right? Yeah, Gadd, you've got your work cut out for you, bro. Good luck. Mr. Hergar over here seems to be getting a little bit tired of throwing us. I think I can tell you why your wife throws further than you do. This is something you have to do for yourself, my guy. And lastly, before we try and sort out the lake, Pink Tourist is parked up here where Petey Piranha was last episode. He does seem to be more or less following the focus of whatever the previous episode was, which is kinda cool. So whatever's polluting the lake seems to be far more potent than the goop we're used to. A single touch instantly does damage to us, but don't worry everyone, I found the solution. Just put these wooden logs around the source. They clearly have magic goo preventing properties. So the intended method of reaching the spring cave is by riding these lily pads, which we can propel with our squirt nozzle. However, as soon as we step on them, they begin to decay, and when they fully wilt, we'll be dead in the water. So we're meant to hop from lily pad to lily pad to cross the lake, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually do that. Everyone just goes up behind the windmill and jumps for it. The joys of a sandbox. Before heading into the cave, we found the gray nozzle box, which contains the turbo nozzle, my personal favorite of the interchangeable nozzles. The turbo nozzle uses a ton of water to propel Mario at top speed across land and water. With it, we can make it from the end of the river all the way to the cave in one breath of air. As a bit of advanced tech, pull off a spin jump while boosting, and Mario will jump even higher and further than a regular spin jump. This thing is so much fun, but as long as the lake is mucked up, we're pretty limited on how free we can run with it. So let's jump on into the cave and see if we can sort things out. That's right, it's another not-so-secret floodless level, and this one is mean. This super easy one-up right here at the start is here for a reason. The main obstacle are these flipping platforms, which alternate flipping between the red and blue ones. Then this second jump here is to force you to learn that your basic standing jump ain't gonna cut it. But check it out, this is so clever. If you try to make it to the cube with a regular jump, you'll see Mario start sliding on the side of it. If you're anything like me, you'll probably be mashing the jump button on your first go, because as everyone knows, that definitely totally makes Mario jump higher. And you'll see Mario perform a wall jump, probably the first one a casual player will pull off. Now the game is nice enough to give you this little safety net down here with a trampoline to try again. So now you're back up here with this newfound knowledge that Mario can jump off walls, and hey, there's a wall right there. Maybe you can, That felt pretty cool. Now ride this tumble cube across, and the game gives you an opportunity to flex your newfound skills with this yellow wall. Though, don't fret if you don't want to. The cube does get close enough that a normal jump here will serve just fine. Now we've got to ride another cube straight up, with another pretty simple one-up to get along the way. Now that we're way up here, there's something I want to point out. Mario doesn't take fall damage when he's not wearing Flood. He absolutely does when he is wearing Flood, which I question, but it's one small mercy they give you in these obstacle courses. Unlike this last set of platforms, these flipping panels can so easily make you panic, but as long as you're not fixated on moving straight towards the shine, it's pretty simple to just keep switching colors until things line up in your favor. Alternatively, you can get pretty fancy with these, especially if you've got Mario's spin jump down. So the personal challenge I gave myself was to try and beat this without touching a red platform, which I didn't technically pull off, but what I did pull off was way cooler, so I'm counting it. Now just like the last not-so-secret level, there is a proper secret shine to be obtained here if we head back in with Flood, and I cannot stress enough how important it is not to pick up the turbo nozzle on your way in. You absolutely, no exceptions, I don't care how much time you've got on your hands, want the hover nozzle for this one. Being able to hover essentially allows you to disregard the flipping of the platforms, and half the red coins we're after are going to be over top those flipping platforms if you're lucky, and if you're not lucky, they're going to be floating over open space. So believe me, we want the freaking hover nozzle. Wait, hang on, I gotta concentrate for this part. yeah, okay. That kinda kicked ass, but now who wants to guess how many tries that took me? Now about the 100 coin shine, it is programmed to appear in this area if you collect your 100th coin here. However, there are no coins to be found in this area. Unlike Mario 64, red coins don't count towards your coin total, and for that matter, neither do blue. So without a gold coin, it's completely impossible to actually see the 100 coin shine spawn here. But I'm not so easily deterred. With the dark arts at my disposal, I can reach into the ether and withdraw from it a forbidden relic. Seriously, I don't want to tell you what it took to get this coin to show up here. Super Mario Sunshine level editing is a trip, but here we are. A shine even the most dedicated Mario Sunshine players may never have seen before. Now for episode 7, Shadow Mario on the Loose, and finally we learn his official name, and I can finally stop calling him Gooey Mario. Are you gonna? No, of course not. He'll always be Gooey Mario to me. The basis of this level is nearly identical to when he tried to make off with Peach. You just gotta chase after him and spray him down. This can genuinely be the fastest shine we've gotten yet if you want, but if you do, you'll miss out on some distressing news. The Hergyar kids have gone missing, and the whole town is up and about looking for them. Mrs. Hergyar is understandably distraught. Mr. Hergyar doesn't seem terribly bothered, actually. And Pig Tourist made his way all the way to the top of the windmill. He says he's just sightseeing, but I'm betting he's secretly more dedicated to finding the kids than he lets on. We can find Gyar pretty easily. He's wandering around the outskirts of town, still looking for his sister in their game of hide and seek, which tips us off that she's still in her brilliant hiding spot from last time. Though if we talk to her, we find out it's not by choice. She just can't get out by herself. Oh my god. Sorry, kid, I'm pulling for you, but unless you're a piece of fruit, Mario can't carry you out of here. Best we can do for now is deal with the shady character running around town. Now, these Gooey Mario chases are pretty cool. His movement abilities are exactly the same as Mario's, minus Flood, which gives the developers an opportunity to show you some abilities you might not have come to grips with yet, like Mario's side flip and his spin jump. The way his shine works is also unique. Unlike every other shine in the game, Shadow Mario shines have no set spawn location. They'll simply appear wherever he was when he was downed, and then settle to ground level. This gives us the opportunity to mess with the camera a little. By going into Mario's over-the-shoulder view and spinning underneath the shine, when he does his shine get pose, he'll be facing the wrong direction, which I find eternally amusing. With that, our 10th shine, I want to take a quick look at Delfino Plaza again, particularly the Ring of Sunlight. Look how far we've spread it already, almost to the statue here. It's beautiful. Now that we've beaten Gooey Mario, we have gotten every required shine from Bianco Hills. Getting the 7th shine in each episode is the only barrier to unlocking the final boss of this game. However, we are absolutely going for 100% here, so let's jump on into episode 8, another red coin mission. Alright. With Gooey Mario cleared out, the 8th and final episode of each level is going to be a comparatively peaceful outing. All the townspeople here are just struggling to adjust back to their regular stress-free lives, and we've got a breezy coin scavenger hunt to cap things off. But before we start scavenging, it looks like the Hergyar kids have been found. They're getting an earful from Mom, of course, but it looks like all's well and good. Some things never change. Look, I still think we need to find you a healthier way to express your anger, but even I admit it wouldn't be the same if you stopped. Now, what's really funny is that if we check Her's old hiding spot, we can find our bro Pink Tourist, and now he's the one stuck down here. Here's my headcanon. The way the kids talk, it sounds like Mrs. Hergyar doesn't know where her daughter was. Pink Tourist, in his way, happened upon her, and was probably able to boost her out of this little walled area, resulting in her being found. He may seem trapped, but I imagine he has his methods. Meanwhile, I'm not convinced Mr. Hergyar ever realized his kids were even missing. Now, this lady over here is going to teach us the ins and outs of the Super Whirl Jump. Press the dive button while on a tightrope to drop down and grab it. Then use Flood's squirt nozzle to get yourself spinning. Press jump and... yeah, that's pretty sweet. And it's actually going to be helpful for this mission. Let's suit up with the rocket nozzle and hunt down the rest of these coins. This is going to start out pretty simple, but as we get higher, blusters are going to start showing up, ready to undo all our vertical progress. Now, contrary to popular belief, these guys are, in fact, fully intended to go at an angle, so in order to juke them out, you'll have to wait to jump until the moment they charge. The thing with this mission is that you're going to have to accept that you are going to fall. What's important is that we have plenty of means to get back up. While the timing is a bit precise, if we jump out of the water the moment our rocket nozzle fires, we can still launch the full height of it. We also have these little skeeter guys skeeting around. If we spray them and then jump on them, we get frankly amazing height. Combine that with the rocket nozzle, and we can basically get anywhere we want from the water. Red coins 5, 6, and 7 are all simple enough once you're up here, but number 8 is on a tightrope, unconnected from them all. We're either gonna have to make a pretty precise jump from the windmill, or a super whirl jump, which is surprisingly not difficult to pull off. Let's do one more as a victory lap and collect our shine. That's all the levels, but of course that still leaves us with the 30 blue coins and the 100 coin shine, all of which are best collected in episode 8, so let's get to it. It's worth noting that the 100 coin shine will be slightly easier to get with a certain upgrade we'll get later, but it's not necessary. Within town, we'll get our first coin and our first blue coin on this balcony by squirting these openings. Which of these will have the blue coin actually changes depending on the mission, for some reason. Now there are a lot of little things we can do for gold coins in town, like spraying these little windmills till they spin fast enough, or this water wheel until it rings the bells and drops 3 coins, but most of our money is going to come from flowers. These standalone ones can be watered for 1. Some of these will turn out to be pokey heads, but you don't want to stomp these ones. Instead, spray them into a wall, and when they splat, they'll pay out 3 coins instead. Lastly, these rings of flowers need to be bloomed all within a short window of each other, which you can do by rotating the control stick and spraying, a similar input to the spin jump. Blue coin number 2 is down at the very bottom of the river. Then we'll jump into this building steeple for number 3. And this next batch you may want to grab a rocket nozzle to collect. One here above the Hergyar family, one up here on the ledge overlooking town, and one floating in midair by one of the vertical windmills. Now for a hard one. Head up to where the shine was in the village red coin mission and you'll find a blue bird hanging out. Spray him 4 or 5 times and he'll turn into a blue coin. Now let's clean up some of this graffiti, starting behind the steepled building. Cleaning M-shaped graffiti always results in an instant blue coin. Cleaning any other shape will trigger a quick time trial, testing both your speed and knowledge of the area, as a blue coin will pop out of the corresponding shape and disappear in a few moments. Your fastest means of movement without the turbo nozzle is going to be the slip and slide, which you can do without the need for water to be on the ground by simply providing your own. But these early coins are pretty generous, so even that shouldn't be too necessary. With those circles cleaned, we have another M on this wall. Now let's rocket up to the top of these cliffs and we'll find a blue coin atop these platforms, and another by heading over to Petey's perch and spraying the ground. Yeah, that's easier to do by using the hover nozzle to platform on the clouds. Now let's get onto the top of the town's wall and clean this M. Then we can hop down to the hiding spot and finally collect the blue coin Pink Tourist has been offering us for like an hour. Right next to him we have another pair of graffiti symbols, which you can pretty easily cheat by spraying them from atop the wall. Then we're gonna head down to the other end of the wall and spray this windmill in particular, which grants a blue coin. And hop up to the yellow guy on the tower for his blue coin. If there was a club for people who get hit with goop a lot, I think I'd have a good shot at being club president. I don't know, I'm pretty sure Pink Tourists got you beat. Outside of town we'll start with the treetops. Some have coins, some have a CD pod that can be stomped for a coin, and some have nothing, but can be sprayed for a coin. Except for this one, which can be sprayed for a blue coin. There are also a ton more flowers and pokey heads out here, including these ones over across the river. We'll also find a couple classic pokies. If you stomp on these guys while they're on the ground or while they're stunned from being sprayed, they'll give 1 coin. If you do it while they're standing and not stunned, you'll get 3. The last pokey on these ledges also yields a blue coin. At this point, you should have plenty of gold coins, so we're gonna reach 100 with the plethora on the ropes. While we're up here, let's make our way all the way to the top and grab this one on the tallest tower, and then hop over to the windmill and clean off that last M. At the very top of the windmill is a pokey, take him out and you'll get another blue coin, and now let's hop to this extremely tall island behind the windmill. Spray the ground here and that coin is yours. I want to hop over to the Wellspring Cave guy too. Not for a coin, but check it out. Enter by all means, he says. This guy's had a freaking arc. Right underwater by us, you'll find another blue coin, and I want to mention again, this one moves. It's here in episode 1, and every episode drifts further north, so don't get it mixed up. If we head over to the west side of the windmill, we'll find another underwater one, and finally let's hop up onto the grating of this bridge, and we can monkey bar our way over to our last one. Actually, that was only 28. Yeah, I know, I lied. Even though all 30 blue coins are available in this mission, we don't have everything we need to obtain those last 2. So for anyone who does have everything they need, these last 2 coins involve defeating this blue butterfly in the village and all of these bees outside the village. Don't worry, we'll come back for these as soon as we can. But for now, let's hop up to our 100 coin shine and finish off Bianco Hills. I've always found it deeply satisfying that upon getting all the possible shines from that level, the sun circle exactly encompasses the entrance. I have to wonder if that was a coincidence or not. But let's take a look at our totals here, and apart from those 2 pesky blue coins, that's everything in World 1, and what a brilliant World 1 it is. I don't think it gets enough credit for how well it tutorializes the player without expressly pulling them aside. It's also such a welcoming environment. The rolling fields, the pristine lake, it definitely motivates you to want to see it cleaned up, and the writing of the Piantas is surprisingly charming. It's all stuff you don't notice as you beeline from shine to shine, but hey, that's why I'm here after all. I should probably point out before it's too late how anomalous it is to have Peach in a Mario game as neither a kidnapped plot device nor as a playable character. Sometimes she's both, but either way, it's so rare we get a chance to get any optional dialogue from her whatsoever. It's a touch generic, but I'll take what I can get. And hey, it's at least nice to see she cares for Mario's safety. Now to business. Now that we've broken down Bianco Hills, there are a few problems around town. This black sludge on the docks is a little trickier than the brown stuff. It constantly spreads outwards from the source, creeping back towards its original shape, which I think is meant to be a bomb, if anything. I don't know, I guess we kinda stopped doing shapes after the first two, but the spreading goop actually makes the polluted piranha a little trickier, almost like it's a boss or something. We'll have to constantly maintain enough dry ground to squirt from, and we can't shut down the supply of goobles that will continue to accost us. And then we actually have to hit him 6 times, not 3, yeah, alright, it's not that different, but I assure you, we've almost seen the last of these guys. With him down, we have unlocked the entrance to Ricco Harbor, which we're going to ignore completely. If we've gotten at least 5 shines by this point, we'll be alerted to another black goo pile on the other side of the plaza. Something you might not have known is that, though the camera always alerts you to the Ricco Harbor entrance until you've sorted that out, both of these goo piles can be present in the plaza at once. Now, this 5th and final proto-piranha is all but identical to the last one, with one single distinction that you'll see when we've gotten him halfway down. Are you ready? Here it is. Oh, it's beautiful. Let's do it again. He'll reveal the island lighthouse, but wait just a moment. I've got to point out that this odd hockey puck sort of thing that normally sits on top of the lighthouse doesn't get submerged with it. Instead, it just kind of hovers up there. This is the sort of thing I have to wonder. Did they not notice? Did they think no one else would notice? Or did they just not care? Best not dwell on that for now. We've unlocked another entrance, this one leading to Gelato Beach, which we're also gonna ignore completely. Now, if we've opened all 3 of those areas and collected at least 10 shines, something devious will be afoot in Delfino Plaza. The toads are panicking, even Toadsworth has lost his composure. A mysterious turtle has appeared near the town's harbor. Police are investigating thoroughly. No, the hell they're not. And oh, wouldn't you know it, the princess has been kidnapped. God, I was just saying. This little Debs thing down here was clearly just added into the game to give players hints on where to go next, but sometimes it's got a sense of humor too. I love this. Princess Peach has been kidnapped? Again? Well, suppose I better do something about that. Let's check out that turtle. I want to know if any player ever has actually approached this thing from the way Mario walks up in this cutscene. Why wouldn't you just rock up from the water?
That is Pinna Island. The villain's secret hideout must be there.
I am far from the first person to point this out, but I like how Gooey Mario gives us a taste of our own medicine here with Giga Flood. That opens up this cannon that can launch us to Pinna Island, or, excuse me, exhaust port? Exhaust from what? Why does an exhaust port do this? But now, with access to Pinna Park, we can do the level we're actually breaking down today. Yes, Pinna Park is technically level 4, but I have a good reason for doing it second. Let me cook here. Pinna Park is a little different from most of the levels. It's separated into 2 areas, the beach and the park itself. This beach is honestly hilarious. 6 out of Pinna Park's 8 missions are going to practically railroad us over to the park itself, and so the developers basically used this area as something of a dumping ground for a handful of otherwise unused enemies. I'm serious, these smoldering stews all but only show up right here, right now. Why are they here? Why are they on fire? You mustn't ask such impudent questions. Here we can also meet the other species of Delfino Islander, Nokis, or like if toads were hermit crabs. Now, I've often heard it said that the word Noki is Italian for shell, but listen here, you uncultured swine. The word gnocchi is, if anything, a phoneticism of gnocchi, a sort of potato dumpling dish popular in Italian cuisine, and I can definitely see the resemblance. As foods go, it's not strongly associated with seafood or shellfish or anything, but it's worth noting that in Japanese they're called mare, which is the Italian word for sea. So the Noki people represent the ocean in contrast to the Piantas representing the land. Their cohabitance on the island then represents a union between the land and the potatoes. It's beautiful. And finally, while we're on the subject, the word Pinna means fin. Now, into the park. Shadow Mario is sprinting towards the pool, and as much as I'd love to join him, there's a lot to see and do here. Most pressingly, these new enemies, Electro Koopas. They're certainly the most threatening thing we've faced. Just check out this electrocution animation, it's brutal. With their shell on, they're invulnerable to water and jumping, but once they're exposed, we can give them a good bounce. Or, in keeping with tradition, we're rewarded with more coins for killing them in the more brutal fashion. Water making them vulnerable to their own electricity. We've got a new set of people to introduce here too, like the Buckies. Lucky Plucky and Ducky Bucky are all part of some sort of musical group. Heck, I'm sold. We can also talk to the park director. He never properly introduces himself, so let's just call him Director Potato Head. Why not? Well, my gooey counterpart, I've kept you waiting long enough. You steal my face, you steal my shtick with water, you steal my my walking security risk. What's your game? Oh, your game is cool.
What happened? Did the perpetrator get away?
Yeah, okay, so my little hose pipe isn't gonna cut it here, but Director Potato Head's got our back. He's a bit oblivious to the ramifications of this situation, but bless him, he's gonna hook us up with a free ride on the roller coaster and an arsenal of bottle rockets. So we have a boss fight against Mecha Bowser, a challenge guaranteed to test even the most hardened players' ability to combat motion sickness. Ugh, these loops are brutal. Okay, the fight, if you even want to call it that, is remarkably simple. Mecha Bowser will fire bullet bills up and down the coaster's track at us, and will spew fire at whichever part of the track is at his eye level. We can spray the fire and the bullet bills, but the only way to damage the mech is with these rockets, which are really weird to aim. I don't think I can properly give any tips there. You just kinda need to get a feel for it. A detail I quite like is that you don't need to worry about water, because once per loop, the turtle will ride underneath this fountain, which fills us up. What a neat combination of context and mechanics. Mecha Bowser's design is also pretty cool, despite some of the oddities, like these cannons just being a texture. I like that his tail is a drill for absolutely no reason, and every time we land a hit, a different chunk of him falls off. First his belly, then his right arm, then his left, and finally the rest of his torso, leaving him as just a head with legs, which feels fitting. This also changes which section of the track is being blasted by fire as his head gets closer to the ground. Another nice flourish. But with those 4 hits, we've effectively scrapped him. What is this delivery? Being inside that thing, explosions going off every few seconds, the head spinning like that. That must have been harrowing. And then she greets Mario like she just spotted him at the golf course. I can't help but love it. And introducing Bowser Jr., who in this game is only ever directly referred to as Junior. So, sorry Junior, that's what we're gonna call you.
Leave my mama alone, you bad man. I won't let you take Mama Peach away.
Mama Peach? I'm your mama?
Yeah, Papa told me all about it.
Yeah, let's all have a good laugh about how Peach doesn't sound remotely like she's denying this reveal. If you were told you had a child you couldn't possibly have had, you'd just be like, no? But she's over here all like, what? I am? It's all very amusing to speculate on just what kind of Stockholm Syndrome shenanigans might have occurred while Mario was busy hoovering up the stars, but here's the thing. If not Peach, who? Bowser has a child. Those things don't just happen. Well, in fact, canonically, we learned who Bowser Jr.'s mother was from Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto himself. Was Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto himself. Listen, I don't make the rules. He does.
She told me my mama got kidnapped by a bad man named Mario.
So you're Bowser's son?
So I came here to rescue her.
This is actually kind of genius. Flipping the script this way so the villain thinks Mario's the kidnapper and Peach is his plot device? This doesn't get enough credit, man.
So the graffiti, that was you?
This is my magic brush. When I draw with this, all my wishes come true. A strange old man in a white coat gave it to me.
A strange old man in a white coat?
Now this is a weird reveal, and I have no idea what to do with it. The magic brush Junior has been using to sync structures and draw monsters to life is another product of Gadd Science Incorporated. Junior's probably not the most reliable narrator, but it does sound like Gadd gave him this paintbrush, and if so, why? For that matter, why'd he just leave Flood on a random airstrip somewhere? Did Gadd mastermind the entire plot of this game? Is this whole thing just his idea of a vacation?
But why would you pretend to be Mario?
Papa told me everything. He said,
Mario's a bully, he never fights fair.
he said,
Junior, you gotta try to outsmart Mario.
so I tried to get Mario sent to prison. But they didn't lock him up, and now he came to steal Mama Peach again.
Junior's plan is pretty smart, too. Mario being sentenced to community service instead of jail time was just lucky on our part, so this sets up Junior as a much more devious villain than his rampaging dad.
You pest! Stop following us!
No, not again. It appears to be heading toward Corona Mountain.
Blood, they are heading to the entire ass island, and not 5 minutes ago you couldn't tell Mechagodzilla was standing directly in front of us. How can you tell they're heading exactly towards Corona Mountain? Wait, is that still gonna get me demonetized? Well, feels like a bit of a hollow victory, but hey, at least Director Potato Head is happy. Good for you, dude. Let's just take our shine and lick our wounds. Back in the plaza, things are feeling a touch less relaxed. All the toads are understandably distraught, and if we take Flood at their word and try and reach the mountain, we'll find it gated off. So I guess we've got no recourse but just to head back to the park. For the shines. Not the rides. The shines. Episode 2, The Beach Cannon Secret. I'm sorry, the beach what? That looks an awful lot like an exhaust port to me. This is one of those episodes that locks us out of the park itself and keeps the action on the beach. A Monty Mole has taken over the whatever you want to call it and will bombard us with bullet bills the whole time. Until we get close to him and he'll bombard us with bombs instead. Alright, we gotta talk about how Mario Sunshine redesigned nearly every classic enemy. Their designs made the jump from 2D to 3D really faithfully in Mario 64, so what happened here? Unfortunately, there are a few developer interviews floating around out there and none of them seem to address this specifically, but I have a theory. I think it's meant to drive home the exotic setting of the area. We're far from the Mushroom Kingdom, there aren't even Goombas, unless you want to make the assumption that stews are tropical Goombas, which, hey, maybe. However, these bombs specifically always jumped out at me. The digital countdown, the mechanical feet, they're certainly not as cute. I couldn't imagine teaming up with a pink one to save the world, but in this role as basic weapons, I think it suits them really well. The bullet bills aren't too threatening, since only the purple ones actually home in on you, but they do 3 damage, Jesus. We've been in the kiddie pool so far. Everything's only hit us for 1 of our 8 health, but this is one way the game can increase the challenge. By the way, really cute, really easy to miss detail. These sunflowers over here think the bullet bills are fireworks. Now that's all the little things. Importantly, this mission contains 6 blue coins that can only be obtained here, all underneath these overturned baskets, which we have to lure bullet bills into destroying. Something kinda cool that this game does is that these blue coins are present in every mission, so it's a bit of a puzzle to figure out which episode gives you the resources to attain them. I like it. The Monty Mole himself is a pretty simple boss. Just spray his bombs, pick him up, and throw him back at it. 3 times and he's done. Curiously, these bombs don't seem to have any effect on the baskets, though they only do 1 damage instead of 3, so this is oddly consistent. Another oddity is that this cannon Pianta over here is a rare instance of an NPC changing their dialogue in response to a boss being beaten. But that was only the first half of this mission. Let's hop into the exhaust port and see what's what. Well, of course, a not-so-secret level is what's what, though this one has a distinctly different aesthetic than what we're used to. The background's got that Yoshi's Island look to it, not to mention these Yoshi egg-looking blocks. And hey, come to think of it, the Pinna Park brochure has some Yoshis on it too. And I can almost even read what this one's saying. Please, my best wishes for your... Thanks. Best guess, it says, accept my best wishes for your migration, but... my eyes hurt. Anyway, it's time we talked about not-so-secret levels. These floating hodgepodges of platforms amid abstract voids don't make a lot of sense, do they? Where are we right now? A pocket dimension inside the canon? These Super Mario Maker 3D kind of levels are pretty at odds with the design philosophy of the rest of the game. I was just complimenting the last mission for elegantly weaving the design of the world into the design of the gameplay, and that's something the overworlds of Mario Sunshine consistently do exceptionally well. So why do these areas look like they were designed in a fan-made custom level editor? Well, again, we've got no official word on this, but I think we've been given all the hints we need. These levels look like they're constructed out of children's building blocks. The backgrounds are the sort of things you'd see on a rug in a daycare. And we just found out our gooey adversary is practically a baby. We can't know for sure how old Bowser Jr. really is, but his design is extremely similar to that of Baby Bowser from the Yoshi's Island series, and it's in the name. Therefore, the reason these levels look like they were made by a child instead of a team of professionals is because they were rushed. I mean, because they were designed by Bowser Jr. In universe, we are playing Jr.'s Super Mario Maker levels right now. I'd say that one was probably the easiest of the bunch, but you know the drill. There are more shines to see in that level, so jump right back in. Now say you don't really want to fight the Monty Mole again. I mean, he wasn't hard, but hey, mercy is usually a good thing, or something. When you get close to him, he closes this hatch over his hole, but if you're quick enough, you can sneak into the hole before the hatch closes, skipping the fight entirely. Now once again, I've come in here with 99 coins to show that if you get 100 coins in this area, the 100 coin shine shows up right over here. There's also an oddity with these Strollin' Stews over in this dead end. They're being infinitely spawned by these pictures of them on the wall, which, similarly to the other Strollin' Stew generator, never show up again. And they can be cleaned off by flood. It's extremely rare for these floodless missions to have anything in them that can only be affected by flood, for obvious reasons. Now let's get those red coins. Like the level itself, the red coins are probably the easiest to get in the game, and I can't even make it hard on myself by bringing in an unconventional nozzle, so let's just wrap this on up. Honestly, the time limits in these barely ever come into play. Just don't deliberately waste time and you'll probably never have to worry about it. On to episode 3. Once again, with no objectives on the beach, it's populated by another extremely rare enemy. This time, winged Strollin' Stews. Is that really the name? What, were you guys on a coffee break? I can do better than that. These are now called Zorin Stews. Now into the park. Everything about this mission directs us to the pirate ship ride. Our goal is another set of 8 coins strewn about the boats and the surrounding structures, and yep, these bad boys swing so hard they go all the way upside down. I don't see anything in the way of restraints either. It's a wonder this park isn't shut down. But before we risk our lives on that, there's something really cool I want to show you over here. The entrance to this ride has some swirly symbols on it that look like they might be some kind of made-up language. We also see this text over top of the entrance of the park, and on wooden signs across the island. Now the general assumption I see, even from more dedicated mystery hunters than I, is that these swirls are just that, a bunch of random swirls, untranslatable. One reason people have this assumption is that these wooden signs actually have English text in the Japanese version. It's a bit of gobbledygook though. It says, "This isn't gonna, just a little stick, ready? 1, 2, 3. There you all do." This, as it turns out, is taken directly from a Japanese dictionary website, specifically an example sentence from their definition of the word ready. So that's already pretty random, but it's because these swirls on the sign couldn't possibly translate to this whole passage that most people assume they're meaningless. But nah, let's check it out. If we look exceedingly close at Pinna Park's brochure page, we can make out the names of some of the attractions, including Ferris wheel, merry-go-round, spinning shell, and most importantly, Viking, pointing directly to the pirate ships. If we compare the word Viking to the pirate ship sign, we'll see some similarities. If we assume that this sign does in fact say Viking, then this swirly language isn't gibberish at all, but a simple A to Z cipher. And we now have the letters for V, I, K, N, and G. Now I actually don't know off the top of my head where else in the game this text appears, but you can bet I'm going to be keeping a close eye out to see what else we can translate. For the time being, we have no way of confidently guessing what the sign over the entrance or the wooden sign might say. We can guess maybe this 5-letter word is enter, since this symbol looks pretty close to this one, but if that is the case, it means that there are different symbols for uppercase and lowercase, which would make this all significantly harder. As for the wooden sign, it doesn't appear to have any of the letters we can be sure of, unless this is a V that's been cut off. In either case, I can't make heads or tails of what the whole sign could possibly say. But I've checked, and it seems no one online has made this Viking connection before, so we are at least one step closer to solving this 20-year-old mystery than we were yesterday. Now let's hop aboard the ships and track down me pirate booty. Arrgh! And I phased through the boat. Yeah, turns out these are a bit more like ghost ships. If you hit certain parts at the wrong angle, then it's man overboard. But honestly, I find this more amusing than frustrating. There's only a couple coins around the decks anyway, and the rest are all on this scaffolding up here. Now by this point in the game, we're meant to have been tutorialized on these things from an earlier level, but I kinda skipped that, so here's your crash course. Mario can cling to vertical gratings and hang from horizontal ones. While wall climbing, he can activate flip gates by pressing the dive button, and while monkey barring, he can press the jump button to get on top of a flip gate. To get back underneath them, you do a ground pound. These methods can also deal with enemies on the opposite sides of these grates, like these red Electro Koopas. Got all that? Good. Speaking of Electro Koopas, these blue ones are kinda funny with their shells. If you get one to throw its shell off a ledge, it'll eventually regrow it, but the coating around this seems pretty, loose, you can glitch them out pretty hard. Now just kick a few more Koopas to the stratosphere and our path to the final coin is clear. This grading is freaking mesmerizing. When Mario runs up and down it, something about the game's frame rate combined with the spacing of these hexagons make it look like the metal is moving along with Mario. I could do this for hours. But I'll do that off screen. Let's just get our shine. Episode 4, The Wilted Sunflowers, and oh my gosh, real Yoshi eggs! I knew they were setting him up, all those hints. Wake up, Yoshi, I hope your role in this game is a lot cooler than when you were just hiding on the roof in Mario 64. What's that? They're eating your roots? Well, I guess that makes sense. Yoshis eat everything. Oh, they're fake? What? What's going on here? Get out of there. These are Snooza Koopas, apparently some sort of natural predator of Yoshi's, which have adopted their coloring possibly as some sort of camouflage. They're not particularly tough. They'll try and slam into you with their shell, and all you have to do is lure them to slam into the sand, so they'll get stuck belly up. Then you can finish them off with a ground pound. Ever since I very first did this mission, I always heard this voice line in a certain way, and I have never been able to unhear it. It's kinda random, but I was like, man, I didn't know flowers had esophaguses, but I'm glad yours is feeling better. Now, the more of these guys you take down, the less time they'll spend stuck in the sand, but it's honestly not much of a complication. Let's finish them off. While we're out here, let's check on the old exhaust port. The Pianta in here asks us to cool things off for him, and when we spray him, he turns out to be just about the only Pianta in the game that seems to enjoy it, instead of getting all mad at you. And just for fun, it's also a simple matter to lodge yourself inside the cannon with him by ground pounding. And then, wait, uh-oh. No, wait, hang on. Mario, don't. No, Mario, no! Yeah, maybe the Yoshis will come back. It'll be great. Let's just get out of here. Upon returning to the plaza, we'll find a certain gooey individual there causing trouble, holding something that once again looks like a Yoshi egg, but fool me twice, shame on me. Let's just chase him down and keep our wits about us. But it turns out that it's the double reverse fake out. When we squirt him down, he complains. He says he wanted to ride that Yoshi. Could this be the genuine article? Hey, wait a second, why are you still pretending to be me now that the cat's out of the bag? Hey, double wait a second, is Mario still on the hook for all of Junior's shenanigans now that a whole theme park has heard the real story? Oh, what? Yoshi? Oh, yeah. Yoshi makes his 3D debut here. Yeah, that doesn't give him the requested fruit, and you can ride him, jump him, force him to regurgitate excessive amounts of fruit juice, and even disintegrate him by leading him to a body of water. Yeah, this perplexed people for a while after the game came out. Yoshi's never been some sort of solvent before. But it turns out there's a surprisingly good reason for this, though it takes a bit of extrapolation to find it. Our first hint is that Yoshis used to live on this island, a fact mentioned by a couple characters in the game. And frankly, any animal that adapts for life on an island is gonna be able to swim. Besides that, how else could they have fled the island to begin with? Our next hint comes from an amount of enemies in this game that are made of paint. There's the obvious ones, like the polluted piranhas and the goobles. There are also those that seem to be more sophisticated artifices, like the Strollin Stews and PD Piranha, which don't look particularly gooey, but show their true colors when you take them down. All of these creatures have a few things in common, but primarily, they are the creations of Bowser Jr. and his magic paintbrush. Knowing that Yoshis no longer populate the island, and this one shares a weakness with all these gooey creations, we can reasonably assume that this isn't a real Yoshi, but rather another living painting, courtesy of Gadd Science Incorporated. That doesn't make him any less cool, though. Well, it kinda does if water kills him and we're on a frickin' island. But this isn't the best place to show him off. After finishing that sunflower mission, Yoshi eggs will start to pop up in other levels as well, including Bianco Hills Episode 8. We might have to scour the level a bit to find the fruit he wants, but now we've got him, we can see he has multiple means of simply deleting enemies, either by eating them or spraying them with fruit juice, which instantly turns them into a platform straight out of Yoshi's Island, which actually has different properties depending on which flavor of juice you use. He's also got his classic flutter jump and a dramatically improved spin jump from Mario, enabling him to reach near rocket nozzle levels of height. But most importantly, Yoshi can eat things Mario otherwise can't affect, like these blue butterflies and the bees, giving us some blue coins. And now the pieces have fallen into place, I hope. I really hated having to sort of hand-wave those last few blue coins in the last episode, just because we didn't have Yoshi. And both Ricco Harbor and Gelato Beach have Yoshi-exclusive content, so that's why we're doing Pinna Park second. I suppose that Yoshi's Egg bait and switch was just that important important to the developers that you absolutely cannot unlock Yoshi any earlier than after completing the Wilted Sunflowers. Jumping back into Pinna Park, we have another rare instance of a skippable shine, but not in the same way Bianco 1 was skippable. I mean in the sense that you can hatch Yoshi on the beach, find both a durian and a papaya, eat the durian, push the papaya towards the wall while luring a stew along with you, clip through the wall around the gate, turn the stew into a purple platform, eat the papaya, and ride the platform across the floor that isn't actually there to access the not-so-secret level we'll be doing next episode. You know, skippable. Now I can't do that, so we're just gonna take the long way around. Keeping with the pattern, there's another new enemy exclusive to this area on the beach. This time, Swipin' Stews, which will steal Mario's hat if they hit him, and put on a matching mustache. When not wearing his hat, Mario actually starts to, like, drown on land. This has a number of curious interactions, like Mario can't normally die while riding Yoshi, since all other forms of damage will instead knock Mario off his back. So we get a rare instance of Mario dying while riding Yoshi. Perhaps the most famous interaction is that this enables you to lose life while talking to someone, and Mario can just die, and they'll just keep talking to his dead body about whatever cheery goings-on they have in mind. The juxtaposition is beautiful. Now, I've never seen anyone talk about why this happens. In Mario 64, Mario could also lose his hat, and if he did, he'd take double damage from all sources. So we all assumed that this was just that in another form. Somehow, Mario's hat is a magical source of his power, right? Well, no. There's something Mario can do apart from retrieving his hat that will prevent him from taking damage, and that is go for a swim. As long as Mario is at least partially submerged in water, he stops losing health. This means that the actual reason he was taking damage in the first place is because he's hot. His hat was keeping the sun off him and keeping him cool. That's brilliant. Now let's head into the park again and see this level's namesake. The runaway Ferris wheel is going nuts. A giant Electro Koopa King is set up shop and is causing it to go haywire. So our goal this episode is to make it to the top. Sidebar, I really like how each mission in the park so far has put our focus on a different attraction. That's just a fun way to structure a theme park level. Director Potato Head, how do you suggest I get up there? Hey there, Mr. Hero. Have you tried the Ferris wheel yet? It's a delightful romp. What's that you say now? Yes, it does seem to be spinning rather excessively. Thanks, Director, you're a big help. Now, what we're meant to do here is climb up this area at the back of the Ferris wheel. This is a sort of puzzle platform challenge where we have to grapple with flip gates, grates that reorient when sprayed, and Electro Koopas that need to be carefully defeated before we can proceed. The problem is, the camera refuses to behave itself around all these walls back here, and will continually obscure our view of the action. The grates themselves are a little finicky too, and what happened here? Mario just slipped on nothing, and slid through the grating. Yeah, ain't nobody got time for all that noise. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make our way up to where we got the shine in the pirate ship level, and then we're just gonna jump. The outside of the Ferris wheel isn't actually tangible, so despite looking pretty threatening, there's nothing stopping us from just hovering over here. Now just latch onto the grate beneath the Electro Koopa King. Don't worry, Mario's probably got rubber gloves or something, and kick him off. Competition is steep, but I'd say he was the least deserving of the title King out of anyone Mario's ever faced. Now for the hard part, we gotta ride the wheel to the top for our shine. How in the world does anyone get into these things, even when it's stopped? But this will take us up to the highest point on Pinna Island, from which we get a truly spectacular view of Isle Delfino. We can see everything from here. Look, there's the platform where we first spotted Pinna Park. This right here is genuinely why people remember Sunshine so fondly. These look how far we've come moments just aren't there in a disjointed world. Now, what do you say we take the camera for a bit of a spin, hey? This threatens to destroy a bit of the magic, as obviously, no, the entirety of Isle Delfino and all of its individual areas are not loaded in at all times, but rather, we're looking at a shrunken down version of the island covered in several suggestions of locations in all their low poly majesty, with things like forced perspective and Mario Sunshine's heatwave filter doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But I'm taking you on this journey because I want you to see just how freaking extra this game's developers are. Let's take a look at Low Poly Plaza over here and see that despite how easily they could have gotten away with putting in so much less effort, they took the time to put things like this stupid window here, the island on the opposite side of the plaza, and so much more. These are the lengths they went to so the player wouldn't feel like the world was as broken up into chunks as it is. It's frankly baffling. Oh, and as long as we're playing with the camera, come have a look down here. This is Cug. Who is Cug? What's he doing here? No one knows for sure. Some kind of test enemy that was put in here as an Easter egg, I suppose. Pinna Park is honestly the poster child for unused Mario Sunshine stuff. We haven't even gotten to the half of it yet. Episode 6, the Yoshi Go-Round secret. And for the first time, I've got nothing to say about the beach out here. It's basically identical to how it was last episode. Though, just because I haven't drawn attention to it yet, look at this baby Noki. Oh my god. Inside the park, everyone's making a fuss about the Yoshi Go-Round, and a Yoshi egg being spotted around here. Now, this is honestly a bit obtuse. Despite how many hints hints and nudges the game gives you, as a kid, it took me like 20 minutes to figure out that what we're supposed to do here is replace the missing Yoshi on the go-round with a real one. Or maybe I'm just Yoshily challenged. But it is an odd puzzle that doesn't really mesh with any of the rules the game has established so far. It's a cool way of teaching us the distinction between the fruits though. Yoshi's color and juice flavor is determined by the last fruit he ate. Pink for sweet, bananas and coconuts, orange for sour with pineapple and papaya, and purple for whatever durian tastes like. I assume spicy, since Yoshi also turns purple from eating hot peppers, but from what I understand, you couldn't pay me enough to find out. Now, since the merry-go-round is missing an orange Yoshi, we can only progress by matching that color, but if you bring over a pink or purple Yoshi, you get a unique sound effect. This buzz is the sound that plays if you try to pause in midair, or more likely while falling to your death in a floodless level. That's combined with an obscure Yoshi voice line. I guess that gets the point across, though we gotta orange it up. Easiest way to do that is with the papaya hanging from this Pianta tree's nose. This tree is actually a remnant of some cut content, and the graffiti on its trunk is a reference to the fact that this was planned to be a warp to another level. Pinna Park itself was intended to be an extension of the hub area, the Peach's Castle basement of Delfino Plaza. A warp to another level was originally going to be in the swimming pool, and it's still all modeled out in the game's files. This also explains why there's a cannon seemingly aimed back at the plaza, giving Mario a way to move freely between the two areas. But enough of what might have been. We've got a floodless level to tackle, a pretty lengthy one too. So as long as I've got a minute to kill, let's talk music. Mario Sunshine's soundtrack is just back-to-back highlights, matched perfectly to the atmosphere of each area. But since we've gotten Yoshi, you may have noticed a cool bit of embellishment. Whatever song is currently playing gets a boppy little bongo beat added to the mix. The Delfino Plaza version of this is a personal favorite of mine. But I bring this up now because although we were riding Yoshi as we entered this area, you can see he didn't join us. Yoshi will never take part in any of these not-so-secret levels, but despite that, there is a bongoed up version of this song in the game's code. Have a listen. And yeah, this acapella version of Mario's main theme is absolutely my jam. How can you not just love it? Another shine in our pocket, and of course another red coin secret to uncover, along with an obscure 100 coin shine location. This red coin challenge is funny. They give you a massive 2-minute timer for this, and you'll use most of it. These first 2 coins are pretty clear in your path. They have you double back here, which you wouldn't do otherwise, but then by the time you get to this point, it's like, I sure hope I haven't missed any. But you haven't. All 6 of them are here on this last set of blocks, which you have practically free reign of with the flood. This random group of 3 blocks over here all have unique properties. The ice cube is another rare instance of something in a floodless level that can only be affected by flood. The brick can only be destroyed by jumping into it from beneath. You get an obscure 1-up for that. And the watermelon cube, which... what? Wait, that's a real thing? Can only be destroyed with a ground pound. Episode 7 is another Shadow Mario chase, and honestly, that's all I got. The beach isn't different, the characters don't have much interesting to say, Gooey Jr. hasn't got any tricks up his sleeve apart from running you past some electric Koopas. Sorry, that's all I got. Let's just grab our crooked shine and move on to Episode 8. Roller Coaster Balloons is one of those levels. Every once in a while, Mario Sunshine pulls out a challenge that tests you on a very different skill set. These levels tend to live on in infamy, but I get ahead of myself. Balloons now festoon the park. It seems we can't interact with any of them in any way, and everyone is directing us up to the newly opened roller coaster. But hold up, I'm not so easily deterred. If we lure over a Stroll and Stew, yeah, no, really, If we lure one over just right and kick him into a balloon, we can actually pop it. Why would you? Why does this work? I don't have these answers. It's just cool obscure knowledge and I don't have any other use for it but to tell you about it. So let's talk to this Noki and accept their challenge. Pop 20 balloons in only 3 laps of the coaster. Now again, aiming these rockets is a pain in the ass. Where exactly they'll go when you hit fire is a purely academic matter. I can't really show you how janky this is because I've done this mission so many times in my life that a section of my brain has rewired itself for these rocket trajectories to somehow make sense to me. As far as strategy goes and which balloons you should prioritize, it's really just a matter of always aiming for whichever is closest, and not letting any of these rockets go to waste by holding onto them for too long. And no, popping balloons beforehand with stews isn't gonna help. While we're on the coaster, we're technically on a different map entirely. You can even see the balloon layout is slightly different between the two. And of course, I have to point out what happens if you fail the challenge. They just kill you. This is the highest stakes Garni game you've ever played. Step right up and bet your life. I'll also point out that this is possible to do in just 1 lap, thanks to some advanced tech. If you spray a bottle rocket, you'll collect it, enabling you to fire some rockets multiple times in a single lap. But I'm perfectly happy with just getting the shine and heading home, thanks. That leaves us with just the blue coins and 100 coin shine. So let's head back into episode 6 and get after them. Once again, this beach has 6 basket coins that can only be obtained in episode 2 by luring bullet bills to expose them. Apart from them, all but 1 coin can be obtained in any of the missions where the park is open. That 1 coin can only be found in episode 6 because it's the only one with Yoshi accessible within the park. Before we head in, there are 4 more coins out here, 2 for spraying around the beach until you reveal these graffiti blue shines. I'll give these a pass as far as obscurity goes, since spraying the beach is the only way you'll find fruit for Yoshi, and you're likely to figure out that you're rewarded for spraying the sand by accident as you squirt the swipe and stews. 2 more blue coins for eating some blue butterflies around the sunflowers, and I'll also point out that eating yellow butterflies grants coins, and green butterflies grant 1-ups. If you want to go for the 100 coin shine here, this level is extremely generous with coins. There are dozens hidden in the sand and each stew grants 5 on defeat. It's actually faster than the more popular method, but we'll also get to that method later. I'm grabbing coins now because of course the 100 coin shine will spawn in different locations depending on if you get that last coin on the beach or in the park. And obviously I want to show both. But that's everything outside, let's head on in. For my 100th coin, I'll get this practically secret one you get by spraying the park gate. I love how they thought of that, you know? Now let's start hoovering up blue coins. There's 1 inside the green clam on the clamshell ride, 1 inside this support beneath the pirate ship stairs. You may have to ground pound for a tiny smidge of extra height. A graffiti M on this clay-colored wall, and then a pair of X graffitis from the Pianta tree across the pirate pool and back. Don't try to swim it. Mario's much faster on foot, or on belly, as the case may be. Let's go ahead and suit up with Yoshi. There's a blue bird atop this gazebo with the pineapple. We could spray it half a dozen times to transform it into a blue coin, or we could just have Yoshi eat it. Save yourself a headache. We'll find 1 over behind the roller coaster platform, and now let's hop down to fight what you might consider a mini-boss, though I think it's still just called a large strollin' stew. I can't believe they didn't call it a stackin' stew. It's a rare enemy that Yoshi can neither eat nor turn into a platform, but yields a blue coin once we get to the bottom of it. Now let's get this pair of graffiti triangles, which will send us up to the Ferris wheel loading platform. Better to leave Yoshi for the run up there, as Mario can actually run faster up hills if he dives into the slope. Not sure why, but it comes in handy surprisingly often. With gravity on our side, the return trip is no problem. Heading around to the back of the Ferris wheel, we can find another couple graffiti M's. This high up one might take a bit of finagling, but this one down on the miniature beach is no problem. And I know we don't need any more gold coins, but this golden button in the pool is unique, so I'd feel bad for leaving it unacknowledged. It's like a P-switch from some 2D games, summoning a group of coins that will disappear when the vague time limit ends. No applause for when I get them all, though. On this other beach is the soul coin exclusive to episode 6, another blue butterfly. And we can eat another blue bird over between the Yoshi go-round and the shell game. All 6 remaining coins are high up, and I'd rather have Flood than Yoshi for those. There's an easy one you'll almost certainly have seen during the red coin mission right here on the scaffolding, but there are 3 more up here requiring some tricky platforming. These 2 both involve platforming on the bottoms of the boats as they spin upside down, so time your jump carefully. I didn't quite make it across to the second one, but you can catch the second boat on its upswing to ferry you up to that high platform there. Our last 2 coins are a pair of graffiti O's on the Ferris wheel, and trust me, even though this one's on the ground, do not try and clean it with the hover nozzle. Just don't get too fancy up here, and that'll bring us to an even 60. A thing of beauty. Now, about that 100 coin shine. Head back to episode 2, the one with all the bullet bills, and bullet the hell out of those bills. This is an exceedingly rare case of an infinite source of coins. Every black and purple bullet bill drops 2 coins when defeated, and the rare golden bills drop 8. As long as you don't get too close, he'll never stop firing, and you can just wait until all 100 coins come to you. But I say, why stop there? I'd be willing to bet not many of you have ever seen Mario Sunshine's coin limit before, so wait right here. I'll be back. Oh, hey, wait, check it out. I found a funny glitch. If Mario gets blown up off of Yoshi but lands immediately back on him, he won't open his eyes. He's like, nope, after everything I've seen, that's it. You can't make me. Okay, we're coming up on it, and this is interesting. After 999, the coin counter stops incrementing. However, did you hear that? The 1-up sound when we reached 1,000, and again 50 coins later, and again 50 coins after that. The game is still keeping track of our coin total, it's just not programmed to display it any higher. This means I have no idea what the game's actual internal coin count limit is. Given the GameCube's 32-bit processor, it could be a number as high as 4 billion. And even if I were averaging 1 coin per second, that would take me, 130 years to reach, so I'm gonna take a pass on that and grab the shine I already went way overkill on. Now check out our totals. That's another level down. I've never heard anyone call Pinna Park their favorite before, but honestly, I don't think there's a weak mission in it. The theme park is such a natural environment for Mario to jump around in. It's no wonder they revisited this idea later in the series. I find it kind of funny that the emphasis of this level was on the enemies, especially the Electro Koopas, and there wasn't a drop of pollution to be found. The Loyogar marked out Pinna Island as a victim of paint-like substance, but I think we've long since established that we're not to trust that guy. If you had a GameCube childhood like I did, you'll probably also remember the most popular TV shows that ran around its lifespan. Personally, I watched a lot of the Disney Channel at that age, and one show that definitely still lives rent-free in my brain is Hannah Montana. Hey, don't judge me too hard, just sit back and wonder where in the Hello Kitty I'm going with this. Well, our subject today, Ricco Harbor, shares its name with one of the main characters of Hannah Montana, this entitled little son of a rich tycoon.
I know. Ricco, dude, I got half the beach here. Could you do something?
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, other half of the beach! 2 for 1 hot dog sale!
And this has bothered me for years, so now I'm making it your problem. Don't worry though, today I finally solved this mystery when I went to find out what Ricco means in Italian. It means rich. It's so stupid it loops back around to being genius. Episode 1, Gooper Blooper breaks loose. Before we even move, we are greeted with the best song in this freaking game. A remix of the Delfino Plaza theme with heavy berry saxophones to give that foghorn feeling. This is just brilliant instrumentation. It sets the tone of the hustly-bustly harbor, sure, but it also sets a precedent for one of the most inventive and clever levels in Mario's entire library. This first episode is the perfect showcase of what I mean. We've got to get to this upper road, but the direct approach blocks us with a sheer wall. We'll have to make our way up through the shipyard, which is actually a platforming obstacle course constructed of scaffolding to climb on, moving platforms in the shape of cranes, a submarine you need to raise out of the water with a turbine, and these funny little blooper variants that can be transformed into platforms when you squirt them. Honestly, it's a downright shame that this is all effortlessly skippable by just jumping from this first ship's funnel up to the beams above the harbor. But as usual, I can also appreciate the freedom granted to players willing to ignore the arrow signs. But either way, now that we've gotten to this upper area, we can clear away the boxes covering the sewer entrances and navigate the level freely. So now we can get into the nitty-gritty. Our first point of interest is this black goop, which despite appearances is quite different from this black goop. Yeah, I know, I thought I had this stuff figured out too. But this stuff actually doesn't spawn goobles. What it does do is cover surfaces that traditionally can't be gooped, like water and even walls. Peculiarly, it's not possible to clean off the walls. And obviously, if you could clean it off the water, we'd all have some questions. Now here's where things get odd. If we spread the goop to about this point by the manhole cover, the goop past that point will spawn goobles. We also get an interesting mechanical interaction with the manhole itself. Since the oil interrupts Mario's ground pound, it makes it impossible for us to enter without cleaning it off, but we can still pop up from it if we enter from elsewhere. While we've got a rare sewer to play with, there's a really funny glitch we can pull off here. Now this might get a little technical, but hang tight and we'll get through it. Step 1, while in the sewer and not positioned beneath the manhole cover, jump. And that's it! Mario's state has now been altered. For the purposes of many entities within the game, Mario is now permanently jumping, enabling us to walk straight into certain enemies, or let them walk straight into us. I should probably talk about the bloopers before we kill them all, so bloopers. Not normally portrayed with mouths, but this sets them up as the culprits of the black slime, which is pretty neat. I guess that makes it a sort of squid ink, though it also has this oil spill imagery, huh? A cool bit of subtle world building, we can see that the fishing boats over here are filled with both bloopers and jumping bloopers, indicating that the presence of these enemies has completely supplanted the local fish population. Though this is also a little weird since bloopers in this game actually die in water. You can even kill them by pushing them into the fountain. That would lead me to believe they're actually paint constructs, but maybe it's more of a situation of both real ones and painty ones being present. Finally, episode 1 here has 3 blue coins exclusive to it. An emblem beneath this black goo, another on the deck of this first ship, and a third for spinning this turbine as tight as it will go. And while we're over here, we're gonna keep an eye on this pair of brothers, which we'll just call Big Bro and Little Bro. Big Bro's practicing his people throwing skills. Evidently, it's a local pastime. And Little Bro is just endearingly supportive. Yeah, I'll say he's got a ways to go. With all that squared away, let's finally take a look at the crates that seem to be the source of the oil. I don't know. Nothing looks unusual here. All my shipping crates have mysterious tentacles dangling out of them. Isn't that right, crates? Oh dear God! Right, so upon further investigation, I've determined this crate is probably the issue. Let's see what we can do about it. Blink and you'll miss it, our betentacled friend here only occupied one of these many crates, and when he bursts out, he just kicks all the others away. Why the heck does Mario turn around here? As far as I can tell, the big guy flew straight up and straight back down, so why would Mario look behind him? Introducing Gooper Blooper, a bit of a strange boss fight built on the rarely used mechanic of pulling on things. It'd probably be a pretty forgettable fight if they hadn't completely nailed the sound design. The tug, the snap. That's that good stuff. Well, he looks pretty helpless now. Let's take another look around. Even though things look pretty familiar, we're technically on a completely separate map from the one we were on before disturbing Gooper, which is why many of the things we did, like breaking these crates, has been undone. There are a couple small differences though. This boss area has some added coins in case we need them. This Pianta's dialogue has been changed to react to Blooper Gooper. This Pianta is now on the opposite side of the street, and oddly, Little Bro over here no longer has the correct voice line, instead sounding like an adult Pianta. And they thought I wouldn't notice. Back with our no longer betentacled friend, our goal is to pull the cork out of his mouth, but hold up, it does appear the cork has some writing on it. Take a super close look, maybe hack the camera, do some texture dumping, whatever it takes, and we can see that it spells out BSGESO. Unfortunately, the smaller text got compressed too hard to read. Poor little guy. Don't worry, it's not just nonsense. Gooper Blooper's Japanese name is Bosugesso, or Boss Squid Tentacles. This raises the question, is this Gooper Blooper's cork? Did someone make this cork specifically to claw Gooper Blooper? Alas, we'll never know. On to Phase 2. Big Bosugesso will regrow all his tentacles, spread some more ink, and gain a ranged ink attack now that his mouth isn't corked. Honestly, he's just not that threatening. Whether you pull his tentacles off or just smush him down, pulling his nose a second time is no problem. And away he goes. Episode 2, Blooper Surfing Safari, and oh boy is there a lot to this one. Our focus this episode is on Mr. Big Daddy of Blooper Surfing Esquire, evidently a famous tamer and rider of bloopers. All we have to do here is ride one of these bad boys into the tunnel past the goop. Actually, we don't even really have to do that. Despite the best efforts of the strong water current pushing us away from the entrance, you can achieve many impossible things with the hover nozzle. But that would leave a couple things out here completely ignored. Like these two heroes out here actually cleaning up the goop themselves? Unheard of. Meanwhile, if we check in on Big Bro, he's made a ton of improvement already. He's even inspired Little Bro to throw people someday. Now back to the bloopers. You'll notice we have 3 to pick from: green, yellow, and pink. Ask almost anyone who's played this game, and they'll tell you that the differences are that the green one is slower, but with a tighter turning radius. Pink is faster, but has a turning radius approximating the curvature of the Earth, and yellow is the middle of the road choice. But the thing is, that's only half right at best. While all 3 bloopers have varying minimum speeds, their top speed achieved simply by holding forward on the control stick is completely identical. This means that the green blooper basically has every advantage, being able to maneuver tight spaces, but still topping out at the same speeds as the purple one. So rather than a scale of slowest to fastest, I like to think of these 3 as choices of easy, medium, and hard difficulty. Pick pink if you feel like a challenge, but yellow or green if you just want the shine. For this little stretch, I'd actually recommend yellow, as it'll make getting this blue coin a little easier than green will. And yeah, this blue coin is present for this mission only. Inside the tunnel, who the heck are you? The even bigger daddy of blooper surfing, perhaps? Well, he's got a nice little obstacle course for us to navigate on our blooper of choice, and here's where your decision will actually be significant. Green and yellow's superior maneuverability will hold you in good stead past pretty much all these obstacles, and don't worry about the timer. Our goal is to complete the course in under 45 seconds, and even if you're not holding forward, as long as you don't, like, double backwards, you have plenty of time. If you do come back over the time though, he tells you to come back after you've conquered the kiddie pool, and boots you out of the level entirely. Hey, at least he doesn't kill you, like someone I could mention. Using the pink blooper here is actually a bit tricky, these tight turns near the end being nearly impossible with it. So in order to win, you'll most likely want to hop one of these short walls instead of taking those turns, but honestly, that's not even the half of it. Literally, there's a second shine to be gotten here, perhaps as a deliberate reference to the slide in Mario 64. We can earn a secret shine here by beating a time of 40 seconds. Odds are pretty good your first successful run already had a time under 40, so I say we push things further and see just how fast we can do it. That means shortcuts, and I've got a real doozy of one right here at the end of this stretch with the cones. Just jump here and voila, we skip straight to the end of the course. Why didn't I win? Yeah, it turns out the developers thought of that. Crossing the finish line won't count unless we've also crossed these two invisible checkpoint zones on the course. That second one's no problem, but this first one will require a bit of finagling if we still want to jump this wall. It's still doable, but at this point I think we've crossed the threshold of the cheating being more difficult than just playing it straight. So you know what? I think I figured out the problem. It's the blooper. It's hard to control, it dies if it bumps a cone. We ought to just do the course on foot. God, it's so clear to me now. Quit your dilly-dallying and get on a blooper. Yeah, alright, I hear you and all that. Or... You are the man! Yeah, I know. It's actually kind of cool. He has unique dialogue for both the shines he can give you. Oh, but wait, we're still not done, because you may have noticed this is a sub-area, which means I want to see 100 coin shines show up here, yeah? Well, as it turns out, I'm gonna be waiting a long time if I do, because we have our first instance of an area with no coin shine coded into it. Even if I hack in a coin to show up here, grabbing it as coin 100 when no 100 coin shine exists simply crashes the game. I say this is the first instance of that. Technically, Delfino Airstrip was the first time that happened, but shut up. Talking about it then didn't really flow with my script. Speaking of things that don't flow with my script, after we got 25 shines, Shadow Mario showed up in town again. But I wanted to finish up with the safari before I acknowledged him. Somewhat fittingly, he's packing the turbo nozzle. And if we take him down... Oh, hold on. What? You were about to turbo? With what? Does your brush have a turbo mode? We've now permanently unlocked the turbo box in Delfino Plaza, which you may have already noticed controls fairly similarly to the bloopers. Unlike unlocking Yoshi, this has no effect on the boxes within the levels, and we'll still have to unlock those ourselves. But now we can head into episode 3, the Caged Shine Sprite. This level is a platforming challenge plain and simple. A gigantic yellow, something has plonked itself down into the middle of the scaffolding, and our goal is to drop down from the top and grab the shine within. Or not. Actually, this time we have a very good reason to do things the Nintended method, and it's not just to steal this Captain Guy's glory, so I'm gonna start making the climb. And as I do, there are two things I want to draw attention to. One, these flipgate thingies are actually a reference to this very similar obstacle in Super Mario World. And two, I'm gonna be making this ascent without using Flood's hover nozzle, which you may have actually noticed this game is entirely designed to account for. Not even just the floodless levels, but outside some very specific cases designed to tutorialize us on the hover nozzle's function, we could comfortably make it through this whole game without hovering once. This is because the hover nozzle wasn't integrated as part of Mario's core moveset until really late in the game's development. In fact, apart from the basic squirt nozzle, it would seem a ton of things about the Flood weren't nailed down until the game was practically in post-production, with several alternate nozzles being left out of the final game. This honestly surprised me to learn, since the hover feels like such an integral part of Mario's movement in this game. So starting now, just for fun, let's keep track of how many levels in this game seem explicitly designed around the hover nozzle. So far, I'd give that title to Down with Petey Piranha, and I think a good argument could be made for both the red coins of the Hillside Secret and the red coins of the pirate ships. Though I should probably mention that all of these are still technically doable without the hover nozzle. Speaking of without the hover nozzle, on our way up to the top of the yellow cage, we found Ricco Harbor's rocket nozzle box, which gives us basically free reign of this whole space. We could finish out the level, or we could see what the Pianta's gotta say this time around. Take a guess which one I'm doing. Let's start with our absolute boys, Little Bro and Big Bro. Big Bro's got his distance way up, he might just throw us onto the upper street yet. Just above Big Bro, we have this sailor. What he says isn't actually very interesting, he just draws our attention over to this guy on the roof, who is the hardest guy to talk to without the camera blocking him off. Dude, Okay, he makes a reference to some mystery movie? I don't know, I'm not nearly as much of a movies guy as I am a games guy, but hey, maybe one of you can tell me which movie out there has a blocked manhole cover scene. The important thing is this guy draws our attention to the ability to unblock this sewer entrance, which gives us a shortcut back up to this point if we were to fall down on our way up to the cage. I love organic checkpoints like this. It's a great way to reward exploration in a small yet meaningful way. This Pianta down by the sewer entrance bears watching. This episode he just complains his throat hurts and he doesn't want to work, but we'll keep an eye on him. Last one I want to talk to is this guy over by the Gooper Blooper arena. Again, what he's saying isn't too noteworthy. In this case, it's more about what he's not saying. Did you catch it? Yeah, this guy doesn't have a vocal sound effect. It's kind of unsettling, actually. Now, since we've unlocked the rocket nozzle, we've gotten basically infinite shortcuts up to where we were. But those last few jumps might be hard, so let's just do this one instead, shall we? Cage Shine Sprite in the bag. Sorry, Captain Pianta guy, guess you shoulda had a rocket nozzle. Episode 4, The Secret of Ricco Tower, and wah! Almost made it. Man, you're getting close. All these boats keep changing positions every level. Really makes this stage feel dynamic. And this time around, I noticed this dolphin insignia on the hull of this boat, except it's got, like, a moon? That feels a little backwards, don't you think? Well, the boys haven't got much to say this level, especially this guy. You're bugging me, now scoot! Okay, jeez, I get the picture. Let's just hop on into the tower. Easiest way to get up there is with the rocket nozzle. Okay. The secret of Ricco Harbor is one everyone remembers, and probably not for the right reasons. These tumbling platforms are ambitious. See, in a 3D platformer like this, you're gonna have something called slope detection. This is the code that tells Mario's feet whether he's gonna be able to stand on a diagonal surface or slip down it. On a rotating surface like this, the slope detection is constantly changing. Sometimes that means that we can survive when it really looks like we shouldn't, but sometimes that means, well, yeah. These cog-looking platforms are the worst offenders. My advice, don't even try and play their game. Just hang tight and wait till they align, then hop across. Cause otherwise, oh my god! These jumps at the end are actually a lot easier than they look. The sense of scale and distance is a little screwy with these different sized, shafts, so it can feel a bit like a leap of faith. But I've seen a lot more people make this jump than miss it, so finish strong. I have faith in your pattern recognition skills. You already know we're heading back in for the red coin challenge. And of course I'm doing it with 99 coins, because how many people have ever spawned the 100 coin shine within Ricco Tower, really? Full disclosure, I had every intention of coming in here with the hover nozzle, but it slipped my mind, and I really don't want to collect all those coins again. So we're rocking the rocket. Heads up, if you ever get into this situation, just don't ground pound to halt your momentum. As with the way ground pounds interact with moving surfaces, you may find yourself picking up some fun new momentum instead. Other than that, it's not a big deal. Apart from these 2 coins on this wall jump section, this red coin challenge doesn't mix things up too much. Although, this did end up happening, and you can bet I'm glad I was recording that. Finally, before we leave, I just want to draw attention to something silly. The left halves of these green pegs don't have collision. For some reason. Yep, just the green ones and only their left halves. Look, you guys have figured out by now, I don't need a good reason to show this kind of thing. Episode 5, Goomber Bloomber Burns. That dang blooper is back for more? Well then, I guess it's time to stop working. Yep. You know, honestly, I vibe with this energy. So yeah, we've got a rematch against Blooper Glooper, and since he starts the level just bloobing out on the helipad, it gives us a good opportunity to see that he's just deadlocked onto us no matter where we go in the level. Hang tight, Mr. Goobloo, I'll be right with you. Little bro's decided to start tossing people on his own, and good for him. But big bro, ho, big bro, gimme up there. You can do it. You can do it, I believe. He did it! Yes! Yes, my boy! Alright, Goobloo number 2. He isn't too different from our first bout. He's a little more aggressive, has a little less patience for us tugging on his snoot, but apart from that, and the different spot on the map, there's only really one difference. That being this new spinny attack that is really buggy. Actually, a lot of things about this fight feel buggy, like, is there a reason why this tentacle attack can't hit me while I stand here, but this one can? I don't know. Perhaps fittingly, this was one of the first boss fights revealed to the public in a trailer, except he was blue. A popular challenge with this fight is trying to see if you can finish him off without pulling any tentacles. Since your window of opportunity to do so is so much tighter than it was before, it takes a bit of precision. But pull it off and the launch is quite spectacular, I must say. Speaking of launches, after beating him and collecting shine number 30, Gooey Mario's back in the plaza, flaunting a rocket nozzle. My guy, he is on your roof, you slack-ass. Shadow Mario's got a funny route this time around. I suppose I haven't really talked about how he works yet. He always has a specific set of checkpoints he runs to. From every given point, he can go to at least 2 others, and which one he chooses is based on which one takes him further from Mario. So he's gonna try and run you around these islands out here, but if you decide to set up shop on the one that would lead him back to shore, this turns into a little shooting minigame. And then, if you take him out from too far away, he won't fall down, and then, okay. Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna talk about all this at some point. I don't know exactly when yet, but it's gonna happen. Now that we've gotten the rocket nozzle in the plaza, let me show you my favorite thing to do with it. Smoke screen, baby! Episode 6, red coins on the water. Okay, now this one's cool. We've got a lot of environmental storytelling again. Now that Gooper Blooper's been properly dealt with, the fishing boats are filled with much more appetizing hauls. No more black oil ink goo means the water's clean enough that this guy out here's just rubber ducking it. Remember him, by the way, this rubber duck will be crucial. If we head up top, we can find a bustling little fish market. It's even attracted some tourists. And over here, the captain is telling one of his sailors how much of a pushover the Gooper Blooper was. And he's calling him a hero, where, hey, he's taking the credit for himself! Well, it's put him in a good enough mood that he's finally let his boys stop swabbing the decks, so maybe it's for the best. This is such a delightful sense of progress, probably the most we've felt yet in this game. These characters are genuinely affected by the work we're doing, and it feels good. And hey, speaking of putting in work, let me see them gains, big bro. Boom, all the way over to the market, atta boy. How about you, little bro? Alright, not bad. There's now a helicopter on the helipad instead of a giant squid. I assume we're meant to infer this is what brought the tourists here, though interestingly enough, it's got a mushroom on the tail fin. There's not actually a lot of mushroom imagery in this game, apart from the one-ups and the toads themselves. I suppose this copter could have come all the way from the Mushroom Kingdom. It certainly wouldn't be the furthest we've seen a helicopter fly overseas on this channel. Big Daddy Blooper Surfer, Blooper Surfin' Big Daddy, or Bloopy for short. Oh, heck yeah. Good to see you again, Big Bloopy. He's got a new challenge for us, a familiar red button just waiting to be pressed, and we've got coins all around the harbor. Once again, for an easy time, pick green. For a challenging time, pick pink. And for a bad time, pick any of them after you forgot to hit the button. Son of a... I actually recommend green even more than I did before, for one reason we didn't touch on in the Safari, and that is it can actually survive collisions with objects as long as you're not pushing top speeds. And you'll be pretty glad of that when you see where some of these coins are placed. The sequence is fairly straightforward. The gold coins will lead you straight to every red coin, but these last two are hazardous. Place between these red beams and another between these boats. If you're riding pink, like I am, of course I am, I highly recommend hanging a left at the start and taking this whole course backwards, as if you collect this last coin as intended, that's just it. You're just dead. If you do take things backwards, you might struggle with this coin, as you'll probably pick it up and be on a collision course with the level boundary. But it turns out this isn't actually the level boundary. There's an invisible wall under the yellow rope, but not over it. You'll be stopped from swimming a little ways past that, but this isn't an invisible wall either. It's just a strong current pushing us back. And it's not unless we hover as far as we can over the current that we can encounter the actual level barrier. This means that on the back of a blooper, we have pretty much free reign out here, which is especially helpful for the pink one. Finally, once we get every coin, collecting the shine is its own problem, and if you miss it and land on these logs back here, it's a death sentence, even for the green blooper. So we could try and nail the angle to get our prize, or alternatively, you can just get off the blooper. I don't blame you if you didn't know that was possible. The key is the gentleman on the rubber duck. Just ram him full speed, et voila! Back in full, non-lethal control of Mario. Now we can just mosey on over here, nothing to it, and grab our Incidentally, this trick is also possible with Bloopy's umbrella, but that's much trickier. Of course, once again, if the issue is the blooper, why not just never mount a blooper? You may have noticed we weren't exactly bumping our head against that generous 2-minute timer, so feel free to just swim it if you feel like it. The time's a little tighter without the turbo nozzle speeds, but still absolutely doable. Sorry Bloopy, I hate to break it to you, but it looks like your bloopers are a 100% optional part of this game. Episode 7, Shadow Mario Revisited, has a lot more going on than the last Shadow Mario mission we did. For starters, we can unlock Ricco Harbor's turbo nozzle. Oh yes! Hang tight, Shadow Mario, I'll be right back. Ricco Harbor probably has some of the coolest applications for this bad boy out of any level, but they withhold it until you've passed them all. You can take it on a joyride through that red coin mission, all the speed and none of the deadly impacts. Unfortunately, there's no turbo nozzle in level 2, so there's no stunting on the blooper safari even harder than we already have, but what we can do is take it into Ricco Tower, and turn this secret level into the most high-octane obstacle course in the game. Hitting the red coin button and then trying to beat this level as fast as possible with the turbo nozzle is a delicious challenge. You can even take advantage of a mechanic in this game that would pretty much never come into play otherwise, that being the ability to refill your water tank with a 1-up. 31 seconds. No world record, but hey, not too shabby. Back to episode 7. Hey, now wait your turn, Gooey Mario. The plant people have funny dialogue.
Weren't you just on top of that steel girder over there? And now you're here, which means that wasn't really you. You're you. But wait, who are you?
Yellow guy over here makes a cheeky reference to Mario's long career as a platformer, and Big Bro and Little Bro both actually serve a cool role in this mission, both practicing their vertical throws, which results in them both being easy shortcuts back up to the girder should we lose our footing up above. On that subject, the thin platforms up here might make you nervous while chasing down our doppelganger, but he does not have a lot of stamina this go-round. One good spray on a straightaway is just about all it takes. I also think it's really cool that he basically shows you the shortcut you can take as early as the first episode. Again, the developer's taking the opportunity to use his and Mario's identical movement abilities to tutorialize them. Only this time the tutorial is on sequence breaking. That genuinely kicks ass. I can't say enough good about it. If you are having trouble with him up here though, you might consider resetting the level and starting from the beginning, as thanks to the angle of this ramp, it's entirely possible to take him down before he even gets aboard this first ship. One last mission, and the biggest reason I decided to do Pinna Park second, Yoshi's Fruit Adventure. But of course, we'll get to that. First off, it looks like our little rubber ducking friend is quite the trendsetter. He's influenced a whole posse to tube around the shipyard with him. By the way, really don't do this. But this little delegation of dabblers actually hides one of the best hidden secrets in the game. If you're really curious, you might try and talk to one of them, but once you find that each one can only be spoken to at specific spots, and they can genuinely take multiple minutes to come around to those spots, you'll probably be discouraged from trying to flag down the other two. But if you stick it out, they'll be like, whoa, you actually talked to all of us? And bam! I can't tell you how much I love this. Yeah, it's just a 1-up, which are by no means hard to come by, but I definitely prefer that to this being a blue coin or something. And I just adore that they thought to reward this kind of curiosity. When you do something off the beaten path, something even a 100% run wouldn't make you think to do, and get a dumb little prize like this, it just hits me right in the dopamine receptors. Things like this are why I make these videos. Surpassing my big bro is just a matter of time, I know it! Whoa! 3 points, what a shot!
I feel powerful enough to throw you into another world!
Good, sweet, mamma mia, the bros are packing some extra heat today. Honestly, it'd be amazing if there were like a loading zone into Delfino Plaza he could launch us into. As long as we're over here, I want to point out this island that's part of the plaza. For some reason, when viewed from Ricco Harbor, this island has a pipe on it. This isn't some huge mystery or anything. In all likelihood, it's just a remnant of an earlier version of this game, where perhaps the pipe on the other island was on this one instead. But it's an interesting detail all the same. Regardless, as silly as it is, I just love watching this big guy improve. Another one of those adorable little stories written into this game. Oh, wait, this is the captain's private helicopter. Okay, now I'm really confused about the mushroom then. We got a ton going on this market street this time around. For starters, a pair of local celebrities called the Doot Doot Sisters. They're a bit snobby, but personally I'm a big fan of their work, so they get a pass. What work, you may ask? I can't hear them singing, you might say. Well, have I got a revelation for you. Strictly speaking, this isn't confirmed anywhere in the game, but come on. The acapella dudes, primarily female vocals, I need everyone to be on board with this fan theory. Now let's get into our main focus, the titular fruit adventure of our incubating friend over here. It hurts to say, but I think this is genuinely poor game design. As with all instances of him, Yoshi will not appear here until after you've beaten the 4th level of Pinna Park, the 4th area unlocked in the sequence. For any casual player tackling the levels available to them in sequential order, reaching this level gives them no hints on what they've done wrong. Yoshi will be nowhere to be found in the level except for its title. Though we can definitely get close to the shine without Yoshi, this orange scribble can only be dispelled by Yoshi's fruit juice, leaving this level unwinnable. Without the use of glitches, of course, but I feel like I shouldn't have to say that. They're a lot of fun, but let's not play the emergent gameplay card on something I know you didn't learn without Googling. But all that's moot anyway. I got Yoshi here first, so we have all the pieces we need to actually take on this challenge. Except the fruit. It's weirdly well hidden in Ricco Harbor. At least it is if you're a kid who doesn't like to read, which, I mean, I was. For those of us who can read though, hit the button of these fruit tanks and out will pop a random fruit. This Yoshi egg is unique. Not only is it the only one that will ask for a durian, it will exclusively ask for a durian, making the other 4 fruits here little more than a nuisance, and these instances of it dropping no fruit even more of a nuisance. By the way, maybe clear out this space beneath the pipe anytime a banana pops out. They seem to have been positioned deliberately to bounce your durian off this ledge here. Woo. Ayo, what the heck? Why is this valve bouncy? Once you've actually gotten a durian successfully into the Yoshi, congratulations, you've done the easy part. This mission is built around the platforms enemies turn into when sprayed, and more specifically, the applications the different colored platforms have. So don't be picky about which color you're rocking. The game starts you with purple for a reason. Orange platforms, the only kind we won't be using today, do nothing. They're static, and therefore not too useful for getting across this gap. Purple platforms are much more practical. They, what? Why did that happen? Okay, once more with feeling, this time spawning 1 platform at a time, the purple ones move horizontally, the perfect vehicle to ferry us in relative safety across the water. Alright, once we're on this side, we're somewhat invited to change up our color with these coconuts on the tree, as pink platforms move straight up. Once you're on this platform though, if you don't particularly want to keep dealing with Yoshi's generally slipperier jumps, you can clear away the orange stuff from way down here, and then round out the level with the rocket nozzle or something. I mean, you may as well. Yoshi has no way of getting into the cage to collect the shine with you. Man, 2 Yoshi levels in a row and he hasn't been able to actually reach the shine for one reason or another. And just for funsies, this level is entirely possible to do without any enemy platforms at all. Just gotta nail some spin jumps and there you go. Orange is valid after all. I have to imagine these little platforms were placed here specifically so that would be possible, right? So those are our missions, let's move on to the 100 coins. Ricco Harbor is considered one of the toughest 100 coin shines in the game. Without many high concentrations of them in the level, you end up just kind of scavenging around the rafters here getting 1 coin at a time. And it's a rare instance where the best episode for blue coins isn't a good episode for gold ones. At first, I actually thought episode 1 was going to be our best bet. Since beginning the Gooper Blooper boss fight resets the state of many things across the map, it'd have the most coins out of any mission. And while this is technically still the case, activating Gooby Blooby doesn't respawn any of the easy coins just sitting out and about, only the enemies in the boxes, so it ended up being a bit of a tedious blooper hunt. So instead, let's head into episode 6. There are over 40 coins to grab on the water, which we can make quick work of with the blooper. I actually don't recommend the turbo nozzle here since the coins are a little too high. Once we've got all those, slam into our rubber ducky dude, and the rest is smooth sailing. Between the sewers, all these on Ricco Tower, and the crane, we can hit that 100 coin total in no time. Now it's time for our blue coins. Episode 8 is going to be our level of choice. A reminder that blue coins 1 and 2 were M graffitis, exclusive to episode 1, and blue coin 3 in the same episode was gotten by spinning the submarine's turbine crane thing. Blue coin 4 was over the water on the way into the blooper surfing safari in episode 2, and the other 26 are all attainable here in episode 8. Let's start on that far cliff edge Big Bro was nice enough to launch us to, where we'll find another emblem. Not far from there, on one of these high platforms, we can find another, and then make the jump from clear up here to snag this coin floating above the water. Or just use the rocket nozzle, that's cool too. We'll need it anyway for this next one. Launch up from the base of this support beam to snag one clear up here, and then we'll grab one down beneath Little Bro's platform. Let's make use of his services to launch us into the yellow cage, and the lone blooper within will drop another blue coin. Right next to that one on top of the crane, and then another almost directly above that. One more level up, we'll find one guarded by a bunch of blusters, and the last ones over the water are all on this boat near Ricco Tower. One emblem on its hull, and 2 more held by these spider enemies that I'm only just now mentioning despite them being here for every level. They're called clambers. Okay, that's pretty good. Now let's start back at the entrance of the level and sweep up the rest. There's another emblem on the side of this building, and yet another on top of it. There's one in this crate at the base of Ricco Tower, one on this beam on the way up, and one clear above it you definitely need the rocket nozzle to reach. Let's switch over to the turbo nozzle. These next 2, a pair of X graffitis, are absolutely doable by belly sledding, but I'll take any excuse to use my favorite nozzle. Now let's mount up on Yoshi again. We're meant to use him to eat this clamber that's not on a grating. However, if we enable the sewer glitch we were playing around with earlier, we can actually deal with him ourselves by just bumping into him. Oh, and a warning, don't enable the sewer glitch before grabbing Yoshi. Since the game is always registering Mario as jumping, he hits the durians way further than he would normally, which makes actually opening Yoshi's egg a lot harder. The only other one we need for Yoshi is this batch of blue butterflies by the fish market. Next, let's do something entirely logical. Spray this basket of fish. Shut up. There's a blue coin above the fountain, another emblem right next to that, another emblem on the nearby rooftop. Man, there's a ton of those this time around. And our last one is especially well hidden. You'll probably only have a shot at knowing where this one is if you talk to Yellow Guy specifically in episode 4, and even then he's pretty vague about it. But spray this wall and reveal a blue shine pattern for coin number 30. And with 90 blue coins in the bag, I think it's time we had a proper chat about these bad boys. I've alluded to it before. Blue coins are not generally well-liked, even by people who otherwise go to bat for this game. Here's what they're for. Head inside the boathouse in Delfino Plaza, and this Tanuki dude will give you 1 shine for every 10 blue coins you bring him. Nothing wrong with that on paper. It essentially means that when you find one in a level, your curiosity and exploration are rewarded with 1/10 of a shine. Actually, this is great on paper. 2D Mario games have always had a few specific ways of rewarding the player for exploring off the beaten path. Secret exits, either for a shortcut or a cool secret level, power-ups, points, and 1-ups. This is honestly a winning formula for the classic games. Beeline to each flagpole and you'll muddle through to the end of the game, but explore hidden offshoots and bash unassuming blocks and you're likely to find something that will make your journey easier. Enter Mario 64. In Mario's new collectathon structure, that system doesn't work as well. 1-ups aren't that important since the game overs are barely an inconvenience. By extension, the coin's primary function of giving you points and 1-ups has been supplanted. On top of that, the main function of power-ups has been overhauled, now being billed more as keys to the locks of certain stars. Mario 64's solution? More stars! Stars for collecting enough coins, stars hidden in secret crevices, stars for talking to toads. Look, stars are great. The more you have, the more levels you unlock, and the more you can get, the more routes you can theoretically take to the end of the game. Sweet. The issue is, this approach makes a lot of the stars feel less like stars. Like, I just walked in here, I get the same reward for that as I do for beating a boss? Sunshine can be an offender of this too, don't get me wrong, but its solution to this conundrum was blue coins. A collectible more meaningful than gold coins and 1-ups, while not devaluing shines as a whole. Now levels can be filled with tricky secrets and fun minigames without saturating the game with shines. Now here's where we get away from this being great on paper. Remember like 15 minutes ago when we unlocked the rocket nozzle? That was the last unlock we needed to access every shine in this game. The sole exception is the final boss, for which we need to beat the 7th shine in every level. This means after reaching 30 shines, there is a very clear divide between optional and required challenges. Every episode 8, every 100 coin shine, every secret shine, and perhaps most pressingly, all 24 blue coin shines fall squarely in that optional category. The only functional reason you'd want to collect any of these is because you want to collect all of them and reach 100%. Or so would argue this game's detractors. Yes, we reached that 30 shine threshold without needing to cash in any of our blue coins. Yes, if a casual player's goal is just to beat the game, all their time hunting these optional shines is technically wasted. But here's where that critique falls apart, at least for me. This game is fun. From top to bottom, end to end, every minute I spend jumping, spraying, hovering, stomping, climbing, swimming, even dying. I've got a big stupid smile on my face. Mario controls incredibly, the animation is so slick. Look, watch what happens when you go a second without spraying FLUDD. It's like butter. Nailing those spin jumps, the sound and visual design of cleaning graffiti, taking on challenges with self-imposed stipulations, just plain zooming with the turbo nozzle. Even your failures are fun because this game's sense of physical comedy is on point. This game is my freaking jam. And no matter how inconsequential the reward for 100%ing it is, and I'll let you know now, the reward is pretty darn inconsequential. I go for that full completion every time I play, simply because I do not want this game to end. I love when a game gives a player something meaningful for going that extra distance to 100%, but I would always prefer for that journey to be a great time on its own merits. Mario Sunshine is a great time, no matter if you're going for the shines, the blue coins, or just goofing off in Delfino Plaza. This is your vacation. If you spend the whole time pushing yourself to do everything just so you can say you did it, you might just forget to enjoy yourself. I have a personal story to tell about this blue toad right here. The very first Let's Play I ever watched was a Super Mario Sunshine LP. After watching it, I immediately turned around and pretended to Let's Play the game myself. So, there's me, sitting there, playing the game, and talking to myself a lot more than usual. My dad's on the couch behind me and watching as I save this blue toad from the goo. Toad gets up, says, "Thanks, Mario!" And I go, "Oh, that's all?" And move on. Suddenly, my dad pulls me aside and goes, "Hey, your attitude stinks." Being like, "Oh, that's all you have to say to me?" And I was like, "I'm sorry, Dad, I was just trying to commentate my Let's Play, but you know what? Maybe I am a bit too facetious about this sort of thing. So this one's for you, Dad." "Thanks, Mario!" "Oh my god, you're so welcome, Blue Toad. Really, it was my pleasure. In fact, I'm so sorry I didn't save you sooner. I hope you can find it in your little toad heart to forgive me." I don't think any level leans as far into Sunshine's tropical level themes as the literal beach level. Customarily, there's a ton of creativity on display here as well. The beach is festooned with these hilarious and charming cataquacks. The blue ones are basically harmless. They just want to throw you in the air. That's all they want. And you can even use them to help you reach coins, like a poor man's rocket nozzle. The red ones are the wasps to the blue ones' bumblebees. Somehow, the way they throw you is violent. This one's packing a blue coin we're gonna grab right now, as it's only available in episodes 1, 2, and 4. We also have this mission, Dune Buds, which are hysterical. What are even these? Are they sentient? Is this a defense mechanism to being watered? What kind of chaos rules this beach when it rains? This made me laugh way harder than it should have. The Noki around here react to being launched by the Dune Buds, curling up in their shells, but the Piantas utterly unfazed. And then, of course, one of these sand sculptures is a giant poo. And we know it's not a turban conch or anything of the sort because of data mining. By reading this area's file names, we can see each of these shapes as labeled by the devs, like Sandbomb Base Star, Sandbomb Base Foot, but most importantly, Sandbomb Base Shit. Rated E for everyone. But how about our actual shine? We can see it sparkling over here in this tube. The top of it is blocked off by a whirling blender blade, and there's no way in from beneath. Now, talking to the nearby Piantas doesn't give any hints, which is weird, because what we have to do is pretty obtuse. We have to head on over here, grab ourselves a coconut, set it down right here, jump onto the roof, ease our way down so Mario grabs the ledge, climb up, center the camera, jump backwards, retrieve our coconut, switch to the squirt nozzle, activate strafe mode, aim as far down as you can, flip up to the roof, and position Mario just right by this third row of thatching. Switch over to the hover nozzle, drop the coconut, moonwalk down the roof, and the moment Mario clips through the edge of the roof, we hover on over beneath the blade. Now, Mario Sunshine gets a lot of flack for some of its shines and blue coins being a bit cryptic, but I'm surprised I never hear anyone complain about this one. Figuring this out as a kid took me like an hour. But we have our shine. Let's head on back into episode... Okay. Yeah, minor spoilers, I guess. That was actually the episode 8 shine. Really unique being visible within every mission leading up to it. And if you're willing to engage in some shenanigans, collectible as early as episode 1. This is the only time we can basically get every shine in any order we want. And so I have chosen the radical order of... sequential order. I'm sorry, going scattershot would stress me out. That being said, the mission order in Gelato Beach is a little odd on its own. This is the only level in the game where the first mission isn't some kind of boss or mini-boss fight. This is strange because the boss fight headlining the first mission basically sets the stage for the whole level, giving you an idea of what enemies you'll be dealing with, and usually offering a source of the goop itself. So we're setting our tone with a not-so-secret level instead, and even though this one's pretty simple, it's one of my favorites. It's built entirely around the sand block, which is one of those very Nintendo mechanics that you understand perfectly without needing it explained. Normally, a disappearing block will blink or change color, but with the addition of some great sound design, as soon as you step on one of these blocks, you understand it's crumbling. And you gotta hot-foot it over there. The level itself is really simple, but it's also entirely possible that this will be a player's first not-so-secret level, so I can forgive it. As always, let's gather 99 coins and head back in. That's a lot easier said than done this time. Gelato Beach is pretty stingy with coins. I think this episode has maybe 110 total. So here's another shine I'm sure almost no one has collected before. The red coins are nothing too noteworthy, except for the red button being so far from the entrance. This should take you maybe one try. But if we head back into the level again, there's another secret shine we can get right now. Open this dune staircase, spray this wall, and we get a whole shine just for that. This is available in all 8 episodes, but that makes this episode stand out as having the most shines in it of any level episode, even if one of them isn't technically supposed to be obtainable. Unless you wanted to count Bianco 7 and 8, because you can go back into the secret shines there. I guess it's up to you on whether or not you count these repeat shines. Episode 2, Mirror Madness, Tilt, Slam, Bam! What a name. One of the more memorable ones in this game, I think. Though I have to imagine they did it so you'd have a better idea of what to do here, because these enemies on the mirrors, plungelos, they're called plungelos, can't be hurt by conventional means, and have to instead be catapulted off the mirror with a well-placed ground pound to the opposite edge. But before we can even think about doing that, it's time we talked about something this game does exceedingly well. Reflections. This game's reflections are absolute witchcraft. It's strange. We don't usually think about reflections when we see them in the game because they're so normal outside of games, but inside them, holy sandbomb base, they have no right to look this good. Normally, in the days before ray tracing, a reflection was just a fully modeled out area on the other side of a window, with entities like Mario and Lakitu also being fully modeled and programmed to respond to your controls on the other side to sell the illusion. That's pretty convincing with glass, but it wouldn't work so well with water because you can get to the other side of the reflection, which rather effectively shatters the illusion. This is why, before Mario Sunshine, you basically never saw reflections in water if you could also swim in it. But now, here comes Mario Sunshine and it's like, oh, whew, The water itself is already pretty nuts even without the reflection. Even in the best looking games of today, it's pretty easy when looking at a large body of water to see the texture repeating itself like a grid. In Sunshine, you don't even see that much unless you get yourself way higher than was intended to be possible. And this was 2002. 2002! And then you get to these crazy tilting mirrors, and they've got a full rendition of the world on the other side which shifts and tilts relative to the position of the camera and the mirror. Every coin and enemy accounted for, updating in real time, and this has got to be some kind of forbidden black magic. Apparently, this dark spell is called MIP mapping, which is somehow both fun and difficult to articulate. Now, I'm no programmist. The most complicated thing I've ever coded is this incrementing number here. Look at it go. But I'm gonna try and explain how this works, so I need everyone out there smarter than I am to cut me a little slack when I get it wrong. MIP mapping is the process of generating an image at progressively lower resolutions, which can be swapped between each other on the fly, and works great for things like reflections that you expect to be viewed from various distances without putting too much of a strain on a game's processing power. The further away you get, the lower resolution the texture will be, but it still looks seamless because that's already how your brain basically expects water reflections to work. The thing is, even with MIP mapping, you normally wouldn't see something this dynamic in a game. Under the hood, Mario Sunshine is constantly generating its own textures to display on reflective surfaces, updating every frame and accounting for a sense of scale and perspective. How exactly it does this, I can only speculate on. There are a couple glitches in the Matrix. Flood's nozzle isn't reflected, certain elements like these tight ropes and, trees. Judging by that, I'd say this has to be similar to the old mirror trick, but that can't be all, because if that were the case, I would expect the image on these tilting mirrors to look relatively static as long as we're standing still, but look at it go! And it looks so utterly seamless, I, frankly, am stunned. Now, the mission at hand. These plungelos and mirrors are super fun. Ground pounding on the mirrors sends it careening in response to how much of an absolute unit Mario is, but the plungelos' plunger feet keep them latched on. We can spray them around, but they manage to hold on with one foot at the edge. You've got to combine these tools to launch them when they're barely hanging on. This is honestly genius design. No flashing indicators or tutorials necessary, though Flood does have your back if you're struggling. Everything you need to do here is clearly conveyed with these exaggerative animations, and the Plungelo's similar design to Cataquack's is the icing on the cake. Since their weakness is being catapulted, sweet revenge. These mirrors can break though. And I'm not talking 7 years bad luck, I mean the physics that keeps them jiggling back and forth can just stop. And then this can happen. I don't know what I did. It's just like this. This is a great mini-boss though. It'll probably be the first time you actually run out of water and have to run out of your way to get more. A fun personal challenge for this third mirror is trying to launch all 3 plungelos at once. The window's tight, but you can't beat the satisfaction. Oh, right, the big sunstone thing. I should probably explain. Apparently this big egg has been incubating for 100 years. Sounds a bit touristy to me, but hey, who doesn't like disintegrating a Wiggler with the power of the sun? Episode 3. Turns out Wiggler's not a big fan of being disintegrated with the power of the sun. And we've got Gelato Beach's boss fight. It's a bit of a weird one, but I think it's genuinely the best one we've seen so far. Like Petey Piranha, the fight uses the whole level as its arena, but without the tedium of waiting for vulnerability. It's built around this level's unique gimmick, like Mecha Bowser, but this gimmick is one we've already gotten to grips with, and is built more naturally on Mario's core moveset. On top of that, this fight actually escalates in subsequent phases, and the third phase gets insane. He's running up cliffs, his momentum carries him all the way to the ocean when you trip him up. I actually love this. The only strike against it is this kind of immersion-breaking arrow hovering over the segment you're meant to ground pound. But hey, I use this arrow all the time, so it can't be that bad. Tiny detail, easy to miss. Spraying Wiggler with Flood causes him to exhale steam, even when you've got him stunned on his back. Hey, it's that completely ubiquitous charge sound effect that everyone knows, but nobody knows the origin of. There are actually multiple people who have historically claimed to be the Fanfare's composer. It was popularized by sports and then later by cartoons. Maybe the San Diego Chargers are named after the Fanfare, maybe the Fanfare is named after them. You know what? This is an internet rabbit hole for another day. Hey look, the captain of Ricco Harbor is here. What, are you here to take the credit again? The level also has a ton of extra coins up here in the hills for some reason, including one of those rare golden buttons that summons all these coins. I guess they really wanted to make sure you could heal up or something. But that brings our shine count to 40, a third of the way through this game. Last episode, when we hit 30, there was a certain reward I completely passed over because I was too busy thinking about this game's structure. But this yellow guy, he's been in every level so far, and can even be found both inside and outside Pinna Park. If you talk to him before you have 30 shines, he'll just say you're not ready for what he's got. But past 30, he'll pop a pair of snazzy sunnies on your face. Heck Heck yeah. I didn't add that darkness filter. That's the game, and I really wish it didn't do that. I'd have these on 100% of the time if it didn't make my video quality slightly worse. Actually, these might not all be the same guy. This might be more of a Nurse Joy situation. They are all wearing different shirts. Episode 4, The Sandbird is Born, and apparently, even though everyone knew this was gonna happen, no one had any contingency in place for it, and it just busted through the tower. Okay then. Shame we missed it. Instead, our main event this episode is another couple of Piantos taking up people throwing. Yes! This one is positioned so he's always blocked by the sign when you try to talk to him, but he'll also always throw you up to this batch of coins up here. So you win some, you lose some. Our actual main event is the Sandbird egg itself. We gotta dive in and just see what happens. We get teleported to some sky temple off in who knows where, I guess. But the Sandbird's sure here. This level's weird. It feels more like something out of Mario 64, but to be honest, I love the mythology behind this one. What is this Sandbird? Why is one of the biggest structures on the island dedicated to it? Where are we? Is this some sort of sacred Sandbird migration thing? The game's not gonna tell you, it's all just a mystery, and you just have to accept the fact that this is part of Isle Delfino's culture. That being said, this level is evil. The Sandbird is slippery, the collision is glitchy, the clouds can push you straight through it. Mario has no inertia in line with the bird, so jumping straight up is jumping backwards. Hovering barely works because the bird is always rising. There are 4 blue coins to get on the way up, each perched on these evil clouds with no texture, and I literally died for all 4 of them. On top of that, we're in a sub-area, which means I want to summon 100 coin shine here, but these coins are evil. This might genuinely be the most difficult 100 coin shine to get in the game, which double sucks because I'm pretty sure there are even less coins out on the actual beach this episode than there were in that first one. I managed to successfully spawn the 100 coin shine before dying immediately, so you know what? That's all this level is getting from me. Even sillier, this is the first episode you can unlock Gelato Beach's turbo nozzle. What poor unsuspecting soul grabbed this thing before heading into the bird zone? Well, the hover nozzle's already mostly useless, but you may miss it when the bird flips onto its side. By the time you reach the top and grab your 8th coin, you'll probably be glad to never have to see this sandy pigeon again. But it is worth noting that if you keep watching him, or worse, keep riding him, you'll find his route around the tower actually changes after the first. He'll plummet back down so fast that if you jump, you'll take fall damage, and then he'll do more turns faster than before, and even switch the direction. I have absolutely no clue why they did all this, but hey, I noticed it, so we have that. Episode 5, which once I would have bet money on being pronounced tu piantasimo's sand sprint, but that's ill, the Italian word for the. So I suppose we'd better kick into this episode's Italian language corner. Gelato is technically Italian for ice cream, but don't let any Italian hear you say that they're the same thing. It'd be kinda like saying Prosecco is the Italian word for champagne. Believe me, just don't do it. The subject of this episode, Il Piantasimo, is amazing. If you've ever read sheet music, you probably already know that adding issimo to the end of an Italian word means very or extremely, but depending on the context, it can also mean incomparably, the pinnacle of, or the most. This means that Il Piantasimo's name translates to the most plant. And that is the best name Nintendo has ever given a character, even compared to Jerry the Cherry Bomb, Iso Padre, and the Pyroclasmic Slooches. So what's his deal? Well, he wants to have a race, and apparently this is an event. Everyone turned up, even the Doot Doot sisters, even the Noki shell player from Pinna Park. The pressure is on.
3, 2, 1...
Go! Here we go, let's get things going. This guy doesn't even know any of the shortcuts. Now we're gonna get a little fancy here, just gonna stunt on him a bit, no big deal. Wahoo! Nobody panic, I've got him right where I want him. This is in the bag. Now, I might have launched myself a little too high, but that just means gravity is on our side here. Everything's under control. Oh, okay. I may have landed a little off target. It's okay, cool heads prevail. We just gotta get back on track. This is gonna be fine. Oh, hold on. This doesn't seem right. Wait a second. Wait, is this right? Oh, Il Piantasimo looks a little starrier than I remember. I think this is... No, this isn't right at all. I gotta get out of here. Here we go. This is feeling familiar. I recognize this. Oh, my jump button changed. Is that supposed to happen? Ooh, this is really gonna be cutting into my time here. Oh, the shine sprite is completely fake. This can't be right. I gotta get back in the air somehow. Alright, that should just about do it. Okay, this is definitely looking right. Yep. There it is. That's the finish line. Oh, just barely too slow. Gotta tighten up my tech a little bit. Once again, like in Shadow Mario's levels, the developers are using Il Piantasimo's identical moveset to Mario to showcase some more advanced techniques, like the fact that simply jumping is faster than running, this step-by-step demonstration of the side flip, and chaining wall jumps. He's kinda lying when he says his record is 35 seconds, he'll reach the flag at about 33 seconds. And call you a pokey little flab biscuit, and then kill you, oh, it is so on Mr. Plantastic. Beating him doesn't actually take much, just keep moving and you'll have him no problem, but something really cool about this level is that it actually records your high score. Even cooler, the remarkable plant over here gets faster the better your time is. It's almost like racing a ghost of your best time, but he's limited in that he doesn't have flood. So here's the question. What happens if we just absolutely smoke him? Just really leave him in our dust. Make use of the slip and slide, take advantage of that glitch where Mario runs faster up slopes if you dive into them, and book it up the hill. That'll do it. So at his fastest, he can secure a time around 18 seconds. Not bad, but I think I still owe you for that flab biscuit comment, so let's get some real hardware in the works this time, huh? Yeah, not so flabby now, am I? I appreciate this, as I do all optional things that the average player might never notice. Just like I appreciate this golden button over here, although this one seems borderline impossible to get all the coins it spawns. At the very least, it requires a precision I don't have the patience to fine-tune. That's basically it for this level, but I don't think you guys would forgive me if I wrapped up without acknowledging that the Extremely Plant's head can never be seen through normal play. But if you hack a peek under the mask, you can see he has the same face as the Running Man from Ocarina of Time, and the Postman from Majora's Mask. An interesting Easter egg to be sure, but it's one of this game's worst kept secrets. Finally, this jaunty little head bob animation is sometimes also done by Shadow Mario. But despite how much code is shared by these three, Mario himself never does this. Episode 6, Red Coins of the Coral Reef. Okay, this game has a lot of red coin missions in it. There's no level that doesn't have at least 2. Bianco Hills had 4. In fact, let me do a quick mental count. 24, unless I'm forgetting any. A fifth of the shines in this game are for gathering red coins. I suppose there's nothing inherently wrong with it, this is a collectathon after all. One could argue that you're collecting at least something for every shine, but it does feel a touch uncreative. Still, I appreciate levels like this one for being a little bit more laid back, just a nice free dive in the reef. Some of the coins are camouflaged by coral, some of them are moving like fish, and phasing through solid rock. How the heck did that get past quality assurance? But as long as we've got a level where the only real enemy we've got to deal with are Cheep Cheeps, let's take it easy and have a look at the little details. One of these surfboards near the start of the level has a mushroom symbol on it, and I take back what I said last episode about the mushroom imagery being rare in this game. I was just wrong, they're all over the place. These two sister cabanas are called the Surf Cabana and the Sand Cabana, which is charming. Spray the coconut drinks in the Surf Cabana to get a hidden coin. Spray the cash register in the Sand Cabana and you'll get a 1-up, albeit one that runs away and faces through walls. Hey, I'm seeing a pattern here. The roof of the Sand Cabana has some swirly-whirly text. Now, since the last time we saw any, I couldn't help myself. I read ahead to see if I could find any more clues to translate this stuff, and in fact, I could. Odds are you've already seen the video I made specifically to go over my findings, but in case you haven't, it'll be linked somewhere around here. Long story short, we now have the whole alphabet, and I named it Dolphic. The text over the entrance to Pinna Park reads the Italian word for park, Parco. The wooden signs say a bunch of balderdash, and this sign right here says Bar Gelato. Though a nice detail I like is the letters in this sign are much more jagged than the Pinna Park ones, stylized to look like it was written with twigs, or maybe wicker. In the Japanese version of the game, it instead uses the Dolphic letters to spell out Mama Bar, which sounds less refreshing, but reflects the level's Japanese name, which is Mama Beach. I like all these symbols on the structure surrounding the sandbird egg, clearly based off the big sunstone up top. The hole made by the sandbird has been hurriedly patched, and the secret shine we found in episode 1 is a bit interesting. It's the first shine we've gotten since the tutorial that we can't get to spawn again. There are actually a lot of shines with this property, but they're mostly found in Delfino Plaza. This Pianta makes me laugh. He's some kind of professor or other studying the sandbird. He was ecstatic when it hatched, but now what's he gonna do? Wait another 100 years? Talk to him this episode and he says, maybe I'll just buy a small bird. And finally, these two Nokis down by the beach. I can't tell what they're supposed to be to each other, cause half the time they're positioned so that this guy's hand is way up on the girl's thigh. But all she does every episode is just rag on how bad he is at literally everything. Before episode 5, the beach has a couple of Polynesian style boats on it, and they have unique, almost tribal looking flags on them. Unfortunately, no luck with the text on the brochure page this time around, though I can at least be pretty sure this line says Mama Bar. Man, I would pay to get my hands on the uncompressed images of these things. Last thing I'm curious about are these far towers in the Sandbird level. There'll be no making it to them by normal means, but if we bring in the rocket nozzle, we can make use of something very fun. Rocket storage is one of the most entertaining glitches in Mario Sunshine that is also ridiculously easy to pull off. Step 1. With the squirt nozzle engaged, press and hold the ground pound button to lock Mario into this sidestep mode. Without letting go, switch to the rocket nozzle and begin charging a launch. Right when the charge reaches the top of this tank, release the ground pound button while still holding the charge. If you did it right, Mario will do this. Here's the easy part to mess up. Don't move, don't jump, don't do anything but what I specifically tell you, or else you'll use the charge. Now switch back to the squirt nozzle, engage sidestep mode again, and walk Mario off a ledge. We'll get the rocket launch we stored, but we can take it further and store basically as many as we want. Even better, this doesn't just add the distance of each launch to the last, but multiplies Mario's speed when he takes off, enabling us to reach exponentially greater heights. With just a few rockets stored, we can reach these outer pillars no problem, and discover that though the area boundary has some weird properties letting us fall in place if we push up against it, the pillars themselves, perhaps predictably, have no collision data. You know what does have collision in here though? The ring on the lower part of the tower. They didn't have to do that. I love that. That's all for little details though. Let's hoover up the rest of those reef coins. Oh, interesting tidbit about red coins. In Mario 64, they were worth 2 coins each. And while they don't increment our coin counter in this game, they do still heal 2 slices of health instead of 1. Episode 7, our Shadow Mario chase of the hour. And as I suspect will be the case more and more often as we get deeper into this game, I have frightfully little to say about this chase. He'll certainly give you a heck of a runaround if you let him, heading all the way up to the top of the level and sliding back down, but this is our what? 8th time with this song and dance? You know the drill at this point. Only oddity is the professor dude saying his bird is too small, cause like, what bird? Is it in the box that you're sitting on? Episode 8, which we don't technically have to do, but it's one of my favorites, so I insist. The Watermelon Festival, and I can sense your double takes. All you Sunshine veterans out there, yes, the Watermelon Festival is one of my favorite shines in the game. But as always, we'll get to that. The Watermelon Festival is a good old-fashioned biggest melons contest. And hey, the Ricco Harbor captain is competing, how about that? Although apparently he forced this lady to trade melons with him? What a meanie. Yeah, I'm not too pleased with this guy either. The owner of the Surf Cabana says he wants to offer the watermelon smoothies he makes with the winning melon to the Shine Sprites. Hello? The Shine Sprites eat? Or drink? Is that why this shine is in the blender tube? Because it wants watermelon? I'm lost. So our goal here is to win this here melons contest. Now Mario's a bit lacking in that department, but I hear estrogen works wonders. Failing that, we can always just find a couple of winning sized melons on the beach, like this one right here. If we roll it over, we can already tell it's a little bigger than the other 3, so that was easy. Just gotta ease it across the pier and... Oh, no, that's too small. Tiny, really. I guess I'll just have to choose one of those 3 over there. Those 3 are literally smaller. What the heck? Interesting little detail. Any watermelon we find will respawn infinitely until we roll it over to this charlatan over here. At which point, it'll just stop appearing. Guess they really didn't want people trying with the same watermelon over and over again. Well, we can find another one way over here by the sand cabana, but wheeling it over isn't gonna be a picnic. All these cataquacks are out for blood, and this is why this mission has a certain... reputation. If any of these so much as touch your melons, that's it. Go back, get a fresh one. They're not all you have to worry about either. Hit a tree or this orange goop or an unsuspecting Pianta with too much force and poof, gone. Water 2, that's it. Though hilariously, even though being launched by a cataquack spells the end for our pulpy friend, being launched by a dune bud? That's no problem. The rolling physics are also rather unwieldy, and it's a really simple matter to just lose your chance to the smallest nudge. So why do I love this mission then? Well, these cataquacks may be pests, but I've got a pesticide. Even though they can't be killed by spraying or bouncing, they aren't as waterproof as all that. They're smart enough to stop chasing Mario when he gets wet, but not smart enough to check if he's just hovering over a body of water. Cheerfully lead as many as you want to a salty demise, but wait, there's more. Lure them over to a dune bud and give them a taste of their own medicine. These things absolutely terrorized me as a kid, and it was in this mission that I originally discovered my sweet revenge. The watermelon's weird physics and surprising fragility means nothing in the face of how satisfying it is to stroll down the beach completely cleared of all the threats. Now let's measure up again. This one's almost twice as big as that last one. Come on. It's not bigger than any of those 3 over there. Bro, your sunglasses are broken as hell. What are you talking about? Okay, yeah, the only watermelon he'll actually go for is this one way up top. And yeah, that puts all other melons to shame. The trouble is getting it down. This area by the tower doesn't have a body of water, and the dune bud up here, though weirdly capable of launching cataquacks, is even weirdlier incapable of killing them. So all these quackers are just here to stay. What we can do instead is roll our juicy charge down this upper path, drop it down safely on the far end of the beach, and once again enjoy another unaccosted stroll. But frankly, this has all been mere theater. The best solution to this whole mission, beach full of cataquacks or no, is to just kick it on over. In fact, before people figured out how to glitch inside the tube, check out how speedrunners used to have to ace this shot. Now that is art right there. So we juice it all down, probably lose about 75% of the good stuff to this clumsy blender, and grab our shine, which brings us, as always, to our 100 coin shine. The Watermelon Festival is our best bet for this one. As I've already made a point of, this level is really stingy with coins, but the Watermelon Festival here has all those extra cataquacks up top, which is already about 10 more coins, and it's got the watermelons. Each one will give a coin the first 10 times its burst, which you can pretty easily do by diving straight through center mass. Alternatively, if you get the contest guy to turn one down, he'll pay out every coin you didn't already get from it. Crazy attention to detail here, the watermelon actually bursts with a bit of water. Makes sense. Once we've cleaned out all the ducks and the watermelons, we're gonna grab a rocket nozzle and hunt down the heavy coin concentrations. This line straight up by the tower, I tried to get without touching the blue coin, but between the bees down here and the exact height, it wasn't happening. So I got a blue coin a little early. It happens to the best of us. 4 down here in the staircase, this island has a solid handful around the trees, and then if we make our way up to the top of these tight ropes, we can gather up the last few. These 10 out here over the water look a lot harder than they are. Just get spinning full speed with the squirt nozzle, hold forward, and release. Thank God 100 coin shines have a set spawn location in this game. Could you imagine? With that in the bag, all that's left are the blue coins. Quick recap, in any mission where the beach is dominated by blue cataquacks, stomping the red one will pay out a blue coin. We found 4 more in the Sandbird's Tower, and I accidentally just grabbed the rocket nozzle one a minute ago. Every other coin is available in episode 6, as it's the only mission with Yoshi on the beach. So let's get started. We'll begin with the water. There are 4 blue coins out in the ocean itself, 2 sitting solitary, 2 swimming with schools of fish, which, trust me, are gonna be much easier to rush with the turbo nozzle. There's another hidden beneath the surf cabana, and 2 more out on this island, 1 on top of the tree, 1 near the swing. On the beach itself, let's hook Yoshi up with some fruit and take him for a ride. There are 4 shine sprite marks we can reveal on the beach here, each one yielding a blue coin. You don't need Yoshi's fruit juice to get the coins, but it's much easier if you don't have to worry about the cataquacks, which Yoshi can make quick work of. We also need him for this orange wiggly goo over here, and we can get a blue coin from the footprint underneath. Now we don't need Yoshi for this next part, so let's park him on the sand cabana and let him sustain himself on this all-you-can-juice buffet. I'm sure the owner won't mind. While we're here, we can find a blue coin on the ceiling, and then pick a fruit, any fruit, carry it all the way to the surf cabana, and juice it down in the blender. Okay, that one's always stuck with me. That one's clever. You'll probably want the turbo nozzle for these 2 triangle marks on the opposite ends of the beach, but it's not fully necessary. The timer's pretty generous. The turbo does come in handy for grabbing this one up in the hills, though. Now let's get Yoshi back and head on up to the tower area. There's an M graffiti over here, a bunch of bees for Yoshi to eat under this hut, and a lone blue cataquack sleeping in the tree nearby. It's funny, these cataquacks seem almost to serve as a cautionary tale about invasive species. A Noki in episode 1 indicates that the red ones only showed up recently. But by the back half of the episodes, this blue one is the only one left. Speaking of wiping out a blue species, we can find 2 birds up here at the top of the level, which Yoshi makes easy. There's a coin way atop this tower, which we're just gonna rocket our way up to instead of making our way all the way across all these tight ropes. And our very last blue coin is way up on the highest rope. And with that all done, that is certainly a view worth admiring. But that's gonna be all for Gelato Beach. Definitely one of my favorites, all jank aside. It's probably the most compact feeling level of the bunch, with none of these levels feeling like they're retreading any ground. The dune buds, the tilting mirrors, and even the sandbird are all just downright inventive, and you gotta give it up for Il Piantissimo. He's easily the most memorable race rival character in any Mario game to date, and again, putting all janked aside, I love the intrigue and almost surrealism of the sandbird. Even what looks like just a beach from a bird's eye view is utterly bursting with Sunshine's signature creativity. Next up, we already did Pinna Park, so we're moving on to my favorite level. I honestly don't even know how I'm gonna handle the map of this place's interior. This is gonna be a mess. But hey, at least the outside should be pretty easy. Wait, what? It's a GameCube controller? The entrance to Sirena Beach is hidden beneath this giant pineapple, which we can only remove by eating it with Yoshi. That's why when Shadow Mario showed up in the plaza with the egg, you got that zoom in on the top of this building. Hope you didn't mash past that, because it's the only hint the game gives you that this isn't just a tacky architectural choice. Though, strictly speaking, it is possible to get in here without Yoshi. First, let's grab a banana, the preferred fruit of speedrunners. and take advantage of this little backstep Mario does when throwing a fruit. Get your positioning just right, and Mario can step backwards straight through this roof and then just jump into the loading zone. Though be warned, since this doesn't remove the pineapple, you'll have to perform this glitch for every single level. Incidentally, I always found it odd that this pineapple doesn't actually count as a pineapple for Yoshi's purposes, not changing his color or refilling his juice meter or anything. But I'd say that's quite enough about the entrance. Let's actually get into the level now, shall we? Episode 1, the Manta Storm. A proper welcome to Sirena Beach, and just look at it. Ignore all the neon slime, I mean the sunset. It's gorgeous. They've been holding out on me setting every level at midday. Let's celebrate sunshine in all its forms. And the silhouette of the park, the Ferris wheel spinning slowly. Whoa. Right, the goo. We've got an escalation in difficulty here. This stuff is electrifying, and not necessarily in a fun way. The worst part is that there's no way for us to spread this goop beneath the feet of unsuspecting islanders. We do have a pair of submerged Noki here though, and this is the first time we can see either of their thanks dialogue. The female is just so heartfelt, though I find it a little unsettling the male knows our name already. Well, maybe that's a good sign. Curiously, we can slide over small patches of this goop if we're hydroplaning fast enough. On the other side of the coin, even the tiniest smudge of it is enough to zap Mario if we walk over it. Mario, we gotta get you some rubber soles.
My other pants were in my locker. Now the whole hotel's gone.
Pants? Pants? What? Okay, we'll table the mystery of the Pianta pants for now. Arguably more pressing is the mystery of the hotel itself being gone. Presumably it got submerged in goop, but cleaning off all the foundation doesn't seem to fix that. This is an odd case of being required to talk to someone to progress the mission, which I actually appreciate, because the Piantas in this mission have some of the most helpful and entertaining dialogue in the game, so good on the mission for putting you in that mindset. Okay, so genuine horror vibes in my Mario game. This thing is huge, it's mysterious, and it's coming straight for you. It's continuously spreading the most hazardous paint we've seen yet. Help! Meet Phantom Manta, the most bizarre boss fight in this game. It bears no resemblance to anything Mario's ever faced before. It quite literally comes out of nowhere, and it may even be a reference to Stephen King's The Shining. From the window of the presidential suite, he thought he saw a huge dark shape issue. For a moment, it assumed the shape of a huge, obscene manta, and then the wind seemed to catch it, to tear it and shred it like old, dark paper. Spraying Phantom Manta doesn't make it shrink or get washed away, but rather split into 2 smaller mantas, which split into 3 smaller mantas, which split into 4 smaller mantas, which also split into 4 mantas, giving us a potential 96 enemies in the area at once. Help! These things are brutal, relentless, and this is my favorite boss fight, not just in this game, but in any Mario game to date. These things are mysterious, but the rules they follow are clearly laid out for you organically. They're silhouettes, almost like shadows cast down from the sky, and by watching them or paying attention to the goo they spread, we can see that the underside of these huts are safe, something the game even lures you to with coins. For a new player, your priority in this fight will be finding a safe spot from which to wage watery war on these gossamer ghouls. The underside of these huts keep you safe, but the rays will stop tracking you if they can't see you. Between that and your limited water, you'll be forced to venture out of your hiding spot to refuel and make progress. As a kid, I was quite proud when I figured out that the tops of these palm trees kept you relatively safe. I assume because the shadows can't be properly cast on a surface that isn't solid. In addition to the superior vantage point, you've got easier access to water than you do in the huts. I felt like I'd gotten one over on the game, but in hindsight, this is also something the game lured me into figuring out with these coins. As a more experienced player now, this fight is a fantastic test of all of Mario's more advanced abilities, making use of limited safe ground to let loose with flood bursts and sprinklers, canceling out these rays as fast as they can multiply. Smart use of the hover can carve out an advantage. Like Wiggler, the key word here is escalation. The more progress you make in the fight, the harder it gets. Once there are only the smallest variety of rays remaining, they'll turn pink and all zero in on you, creating one last rush in an almost Dynasty Warriors kind of thrill. You thin their ranks until only a few more manageable shadows remain. You hunt them down one by one like the exterminator you are, and then it's over. It's perfect. I almost don't want to tell you that you can make this fight completely effortless on yourself by just heading over to this corner of the beach and picking them off from here, but hey, sandbox. Piling on the things I appreciate about this level, almost every NPC here actually reacts to the defeat of the boss, which doesn't usually happen. And even better, check this out. I think I'm beginning to see a ray of hope.
huh?
A few more miscellaneous details. If we look at the goop present before we get here, we can see the path Phanta Manta took from the ocean, before it turns into the shape of a manta, which is a bit weird considering how we saw it spread its ink. And then it must have just blinked out of existence once it got up here so as not to leave any further trail. We can actually get the big one stuck on the roof of a hut if we go underneath it while the center of its shadow is covering it. And then some pretty weird things can happen. This episode, we were tasked with taking down a total of 129 rays. When Nintendo unveiled the GameCube, they were really excited about how its powerful processor can handle significant amounts of entities, and showed this capability off with Super Mario 128, a tech demo featuring 128 Marios all running around on their own AI and reacting to the physics of the world they were in. This tech demo eventually became the central pillar around which Pikmin was created, but you can feel its DNA in this boss fight as well. Episode 2, the hotel. You know what? I'm not actually done with Episode 1 yet. There is so much to this giant ray. Strangely, this is the only mission of the lot with enough coins to spawn 100 coin shine outside the hotel. But just barely. There are, if I'm not mistaken, 101 coins around the area, over half of which are innocuously hidden in the ground and revealed by spraying. These are here to give you a lifeline as you run screaming from the Manta Storm, which is nice, but if you want to find them all, good luck, for real. You'll probably get up to about 75 by spraying and praying, but when it gets down to the wire, you'll just be running around fruitlessly spraying the same spots over and over again, just desperately hoping you'll find those magic pixels. Shout out to a fellow traveler of mine, Particular Mushroom, for making this map of every hidden coin so that I didn't have to. Once we've got the shine to appear, there's something interesting we can do with it. Spawn Phanta Manta, then lure him close to the shine and pick it up so that the collection animation despawns him. This will count as defeating him, and the game will carry out everything it would do had we not just grabbed the shine, including teleporting Mario back to the hotel manager, spawning the hotel, spawning the shine, and even resuming the music, just all behind this awkward white screen now. So fascinated was I by all that I just accidentally hit save and continue instead of just continue and quitting, so unfortunately the rest of the 100 coin shines I spawn this episode will be transparent repeats. Sorry about that. It'll be hard, but I think we'll live. And if all that weren't enough, then there's Big Man. Some quick background for anyone who doesn't know, Splatoon started its life as a revisit to the gooping and cleaning mechanics first seen here in Sunshine, and the game even shares loose continuity with the Mario universe, some even theorizing that Inklings are the descendants of bloopers in the distant future. But Big Man here is possibly the biggest connection we have. In his boss fight in Splatoon 3, well, just watch. I never expected this to be referenced in anything, let alone this overtly, but Big Man hails from a generational clan of Manta ninjas, who it would seem have passed down this Manta Storm technique through the ages. How do I keep going from there? It literally does not get cooler than that. Okay, episode 2, the hotel lobby secret, is still pretty neat, introducing us to the main space of this level. Like Pinna Park, most of Sirena Beach's missions take place within a sub-area, in this case, the hotel itself. It seems all the guests and staff are still being kept outside though. And you know what, as long as we've got a chill moment here, let me show you some of the nice touches outside around the exterior. These long shadows cast by every permanent fixture are obviously just textures, but they look dang good. On a similar beat, all these sunflowers face directly towards the sun, which is some nice attention to detail. And look at this heat haze over top of the torches. Mario Sunshine actually has a persistent heat haze filter on everything about 50 feet ahead of Mario, and I believe this is the exact same effect. Some people really don't like this filter actually, and I get it. Staring at wiggly things in the distance too long makes my eyes water, but it's a clever in-theme way to hide certain draw distance animations, like the fact that NPCs stop animating when you get too far away. Though a few elegant flourishes include draw distance increasing significantly when you go into aim mode, and more exaggerated animations persisting from greater distances. You know, I expected this Hotel Delfino sign to be different in the original Japanese version of the game, but oddly enough, it's not. Despite the island and the plaza both using Dolphic in Japanese, this is still Hotel Delfino everywhere it's referred to. Oh, hey, I think I can read this. The sun set, but love isn't over. And I think this tagline is, the place of only you and her. Aw. That's enough suspense, let's head inside. The manager invites us in to solve an apparent ghost problem, telling us, "Don't be modest, I can tell you're a miracle worker." Right, so no pressure or anything. And he was not exaggerating. This place is filled to the brim with booze. So much booze. An irresponsible amount of booze, one might even say. Sunshine's iteration of them are strange, looking a lot more whacked out than they've ever been in the past or future, and being vulnerable to Mario's basic stomp, and not having their signature shy behavior. These pink ones inexplicably turn into Yoshi-style platforms when sprayed with water. They're just kind of off. Something I really like about them though is their ability to disguise themselves as coins, and even blue coins. You can tell which ones are booze because rather than spinning, they always face you, and you can also reveal them with water. I love a good mimic. What is this? In case of a fire, steel shutters will seal off the stairwells, trapping you safely in the upper floors. Please proceed calmly to your room, where you will be immolated, and no one will hear you scream. Well, with the death shutters in place, our only way up is with the pink boo platforms, though doing this without the use of water is a fun personal challenge. One last thing before we head inside the completely safe boo portal. This death shutter at the top of the stairs reveals a neat secret to how this level is constructed. Each of the upper floors will load in or out depending on where Mario is in the hotel. This invisible wall doesn't look great, but it's one tear in an otherwise seamless transition. Now, into the boo. The hotel lobby's secret is kind of bizarre, filled with little oddities, like these stroll-in stews. Hey guys, I haven't seen you in a little while, good to see you again. Just thought I'd check in, you know, we missed you in Ricco Harbor and Gelato Beach. What you been? No. Oh no, wait, you don't have to. Oh, no! Oh my god, why? They had so much, no! So this level is mostly constructed from breakable bricks, which we can't normally break because we can't jump up from underneath them. A lot of the ones we can break though have some secrets, like this one up here, which we're gonna want. We can even deathlock ourselves by making this first jump utterly unfeasible. Our next obstacle are these Soren stews, which we have to use as platforms to cross these gaps. Alright, well, we don't have to, but this is a really great sink or swim moment for first-time players. It's easier than it looks, but making this leap of faith the first time and pulling off these bounces feels so slick. Our next obstacle is an interesting combination of bricks and wall jumps, tasking us with clearing a path as we go. These watermelons on the side hide a coin each. Not really worth getting, but it's worth knowing that they're not worth getting. Then we have this sand block run. There's an optional, more challenging route down here. We haven't seen anything like this in not-so-secret missions before. We're rewarded with some coins for testing ourselves. I think this Floodless level actually has more coins in it than any other. This last batch of watermelons and bricks has a couple more secret coins and one-ups. This one-up beneath the farthest watermelon is definitely worth getting. This one-up near the top is not. This jump isn't really something you need to risk. And then, my arch nemesis. The spinning gear platform returns. I think I've died to this specific obstacle more than any other in this game. The problem is at the end. When the gear switches directions to head back, it seems to mess with the thing's already awkward slope detection. So the key here is to jump to these sand blocks before the gear reaches the end of its path and backtracks. And then, barring anything weird with this lone stew, we can close out this level. Now, of course, back in for some secret shines. For our 100 coins, the hotel exterior is barely any help. There's one in this box and almost every torch has one, but that's all for the outside. Inside, plenty of booze, a fair amount of loose coins, and one for spraying almost all these symbols above the doors. Don't forget the one in the plant in the bathroom, and I'm reasonably sure this is as many coins as we can have before heading into the boo. Should be fine, right? There's a bunch of coins within the level after all, but after gathering every single one I could find, tearing apart all these bricks and melons, we're only 3/4 of the way there. And what's weird is there is a 100 coin spawn location programmed into this level. The developers assumed you might get 100 coins here, but it's impossible without hacking. So, let's do that. There we are, one of Sunshine's uncollectible shines. 8 red coins are next. The button is as far into the level as we've ever seen, and this one is one of the better red coin shines. Oddly enough, still none down on the optional sand path, but there's a fairly well hidden one down on the bottom of these blocks. For this alone, I think I'm gonna add this to our little list of levels that feel built around the hover nozzle. Though, of course, it's still possible without it. My criteria makes sense, right? Episode 3, Mysterious Hotel Delfino, here we go. Hold me at water gunpoint and ask me to pick my favorite episode in all of Sunshine, I'm probably gonna tell you it's Mysterious Hotel Delfino. It seems things have gone back to relatively normal since the hotel's disappearance, and now the guests are all just vibing. Heck yeah. I'd say it's about 45 steps from here to there, wouldn't you say? Aw, why would you say that? Now I have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 30... 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. The Doot Doot sisters are here, but they're really not feeling it, it seems. This yellow one has that rare "Do you need a hug" vocal line. The blue one has a typical upbeat Pianta laugh, but in the context of these lyrics, I guess they were paid to just keep going until everyone tuned out. That's a raw deal. We'll have to check in on them later. This mocha-shelled Noki couple is also worth keeping tabs on. This guy's like, she just up and sprinted towards the sea. And we can actually find her down here doing zoomies, which is pretty cute on its own. Now let's head inside and get into why I proper love this episode, and the level as a whole. I adore hotels. They are some of my favorite places to be, both in games and in real life. The feeling of relief when you flop onto a nice hotel bed after an exhausting day of travel, or of being far from home on an adventure but still just minutes away from a safe, relaxing space of your own. It's always been euphoric to me, and this is such a well-realized space. It feels like people genuinely stay here, live here, which is such a bizarre setting for a bombastic 3D platformer like Mario, but it's brilliant. Platforming and navigational challenges take the form of bouncy beds and negotiating maze-like air vents, bodies of water for refilling flood or water feature in the lobby, or baths in the rooms. And then there's our actual challenge this episode, getting this shine in the pool. This guy, who I'm not even sure actually works for the hotel, won't let us in because we're not in proper swimwear. But we can see a hole from the ventilation over behind him. Apart from the pool, every door is locked, but this one is wide open. Don't worry, these Nokis are chill, don't mind them. We can use their room as an entry point to the vents, but we'll find several paths blocked by these impassable sleeping boos. All these ghosts are causing such trouble. They're everywhere. Why can't someone come and suck them up with a vacuum? Not so subtle reference to Luigi's Mansion, love that. But unless our bro does show up with a poltergust, the only thing we can find up here is a fairly useless access hatch back into the main lobby. There is a Yoshi egg down here, and we may be able to make use of Yoshi's generally more deadly suite of tools. But this egg is unique in always wanting pineapple, and wouldn't you know it, that seems to be the one thing this fruit stand doesn't have in stock. This is a puzzle. Like a proper point-and-click adventure-y feeling box of locks and keys that we'll have to work out bit by bit to reach the end. Or glitch through the pool window with a banana, but no! Bad. I'ma spray you with water. Mario games taking a sudden turn into a level that's more cerebral than platforming has been a thing for a while, usually in the form of ghost houses. This is another example of how Sunshine's tropical theming feels so clever. What's the resort equivalent of a haunted mansion? A haunted hotel. Genius. It's a bit of speculation, but this level, or at least part of it, may have once been an even clearer homage to the 2D ghost houses, and especially all their Lost Woods door shenanigans. In the files of this game, you can find a number of unused voice lines for Mario, and you know what? I'm not gonna spoil it for you. Just have a listen.
Hello, door. Open salami. Oh, man. Another door? Aren't I done yet? There's more? Yahoo!
On that subject, the voice line we hear whenever Mario gets electrocuted is actually an abridged version. So let's start working out this puzzle. This level ended up being a big snag for me as a kid who didn't want to read anything, because talking to characters around the hotel is essential here, at least to get things started. The key is this guy outside the guy's bathroom, complaining about water damage. His prominent position by the main stairs and neon green shirt do a pretty good job of subtly attracting the player's attention, too. If we investigate this water damage, we can jump up into it and find ourselves in a bathtub of one of the rooms. Incidentally, if you're really curious and investigate the same spot in the women's room, despite the ladies' protest, you'll pop up in the tub of another room. A lot of the secrets in this episode are for the purposes of finding blue coins. However, there are no blue coins exclusive to this mission. There'll be a later level that makes finding them all far easier, so while I will be showing all the possible routes between the rooms, I won't be grabbing any blue coins unless it's by accident. Back in the first room we found, the game continues to gently guide us towards more helpful information. We can see an entrance to the room above us, which we can again reach by bouncing on the bed, but this is just the pool room again, and still on the wrong side of the glass. However, we've now learned about these flip panels in the floor, which we can navigate back down through with a simple jump, but doing that is most likely just gonna bounce you right back up here. While fiddling around with that, you might spray it with your hover nozzle and see that water reveals these panels. You can immediately put this information to work and check the rest of the room for more flip panels, and find this secret one over here, enabling us to fall down without bouncing back up. Still genius. Okay, I get a really creepy vibe from this weird painting. But you wanna know what I find even creepier than that? Imagining how you got in here. Don't worry about it, and or get used to it. She draws our attention to this artwork, which despite being a tropical landscape, or seascape makes the shape of a boo. I think there's a name for pictures like this, like subliminal images or double images, but I'm not too sure. Either way, spray it and that brings the boo image to the forefront, enabling us to pass straight through it into another poor unsuspecting soul's room. Don't worry, these two are already panicking because they've got ghosts, and their mirror is cursed. If we step into it just right, our reflection does some weird things that a reflection should never do. Hey, did you know it's possible to kiss your reflection, but only ever on the lips? This guy's dialogue draws your attention to the closet, which you can once again spray to reveal the figure of a boo, letting you into the next room. The big bathroom. Better not to question it. We can get up to the 3rd floor now. What I do question is that this room appears to be directly over the hotel's main entrance, but there doesn't seem to be a window anything like this outside. And you may be saying, man, why are you nitpicking the window continuity? And that's a valid question, but it's because the rest of the windows are spot on. 2 wide windows each on either side of the 1st floor. The 2nd floor has a small window and a wide window on the left side, then 2 small windows on the right. The top floor has 3 identical windows on the front, 2 wide windows on the right, and this long row of square windows on the left for the pool, with no windows on the back. So I am well within my rights to be confused here. So, we use the pink boos in here to gain the 3rd floor, scare the bejesus out of yet another innocent holiday maker, thwip our way past this extremely practical shelf. Honestly, I can't stop thinking about all the reasons I'd want my bookshelf to flip into the adjoining room like this. So we find ourselves in a storage room, with what look like a bunch of either spare or broken tables, couches, and other what have you. These posters on the wall are pretty neat. This swirly face is actually the same image you can see of dangling signs around Delfino Plaza, and this picture of the island, though defaced by a boo, has one interesting detail we can pick out, that being this structure which appears to be Delfino Airstrip being positioned directly next to the plaza, a possible remnant of a pre-release island layout. Benvenuto is Italian for welcome. Dalpic is not an Italian word, but was going to be the name of the island in the Japanese version before it was changed to Dalfic. And while we're on the subject, Sirena is Italian for siren. These sirens, not these ones. Which is actually a really cool namesake for a haunted hotel. Something outwardly welcoming, but truthfully terrifying. As ever, spraying the image of the boo gives us access to the next room, though this one's just for a blue coin. What we need to find here is this off-color panel in the floor, leading us to another storage room, with boxes which have our prize. Pineapple acquired. Let's get it down to Yoshi. Little blink and you'll miss a detail, Mario has a completely different animation for opening and closing these doors while carrying something. Another cool little detail, here on the front desk, there's some fancy stationery, and the symbol on it is the same as these symbols above the 2nd floor doors. The symbol above the 3rd floor doors are these little birds, and we can see more of these symbols on the hotel facade. Speaking of doors, Yoshi unfortunately can't operate them, so it's lucky these Nokis have got theirs open to us. Also lucky, Yoshi is more than capable of eating ghosts. We're going full Tubba Blubba here, which unlocks the whole floor of vents. Here's a map of how it overlays with the 3rd floor, so you can know which vent to pop out of for our shine, but there are a number of others we can optionally check too. I'm gonna start with this one, which pops us down at the end of the route we took getting the pineapple. Head down into the pineapple room and we can dispatch the sleeping ghost here, leading us to this nice kinda lounge room. Trouble is, again, Yoshi can't work doors, so unless we can nail these 2 precise spin jumps back into the ceiling, he's kinda stuck here. But you know what? That's okay, because Yoshi has a few unique properties and details I can show off now that we've got some alone time. For one, he's weirdly capable of spraying juice while you're talking to someone, which can create some hilarious conversational moments. Wait a minute, where did you come from? I'm calling for help. If you hop off Yoshi while he's spraying, he'll get stuck in this sort of Neanderthalic pose with his mouth hanging open and his arms hanging down, and his saddle weirdly detached from his body. In addition, his head will actually still follow Mario's while in aim mode, which genuinely cracks me up. Oh, and a thanks to commenter Christmas95 for pointing out this one to me. If you ground pound while Yoshi is spraying, Mario just won't flip with him. He does normally, but man, this looks way funnier. Looks like our boy is finally running low on juice. Interestingly, while flashing green, his little stomach meter label will actually change from juice to fruit. I guess, just in case you hadn't made that connection yet. Even more interestingly, this is different in the Japanese version of the game, where it switches from juice to hungry. Wake up, Yoshi, we're not done. There's one more room we haven't gotten into yet. And if you are worried about not being able to jump back up here with Yoshi, you can always leave him up here and circle back around. Or do whatever this is, that's cool too. Okay, so this might be the angriest any of the guests have been with our intrusion. Don't worry, miss. I'll be out of your way just as soon as I shatter your coffee table. Yo, this room has a window directly down to this room's bed. What? Well, this is the same room we got into from the women's bathroom, so we've come full circle. All that's left to do now is break into the pool, and finally, at long last, collect a shine with Yoshi. He has his own little animation where he fist bumps the camera. It's adorable. Though a ton of you let me know that you can, in fact, get Yoshi into the cage in Ricco Harbor. I got a lot of comments about this actually, but Whoopar, you were the first. Good on you. And one more thing before we move on to the next episode, there's once again something noteworthy about the 100 coin shine. 3 missions in a row, this is some kind of record. But this mission's shine is positioned directly under this light, which drops a coin when sprayed. If we gather 99 coins, pick up this shine, and collect the 100th coin, we get this weird interaction where that shine spawns, we get our shine, and then the flood meter, or at least some of it, is present on the save screen. No time to dwell on that though, we're not even halfway through this place. Episode 4. The Secret of Casino Delfino. You should be heading home, doo-doo-doo-doo. It's so dark and you're all alone, doo-doo-doo-doo. Actually, this is probably the least things have changed between 2 episodes, at least outside. Everyone's doing exactly what they were last episode. Most of them even say the exact same thing, which almost never happens. So we oughta just head in. We've been invited to the casino, and might I just say, Casino Delfino is a great name. Of course, it helps that casino is an Italian diminutive of casa. By the way, that's why, in a casino, you're always playing against the house. But while we could book it to the elevator and go about gambling, there's a whole hotel of people up here. Thanks to Mario, our hotel is once again cozy and respectable. Yeah, there we go. Getting the respect I deserve, now we're talking. This Noki in the open room is one of the very few named islanders in this game. Apparently her name is Linguini? Okay. Great. While we're running around the place, I am gonna grab as many coins as I can find, yet again. And Vent Janitor is gonna call me out on it while I'm at it. But it's not my fault, this episode has so many sub-areas. There are a few more amusing dialogue boxes, but I don't want to dwell too long up here. There's gambling to be done. Down in the casino, there's an exceptionally well-hidden 1-up you can get for spraying the light in the elevator. And we're gonna set about getting as many coins as we can by ground pounding all these slot machines. This honestly isn't a bad mission to go for the 100 coin shine, as these slot machines are basically the biggest concentrations in the level. So here's its spawn location if we get it down here. Obviously, once again, there are some great environmental embellishments around. These Pianta torches are really cute. The ceiling is crazy. If we look close enough at these slot machines, we can make out the word Splash, which is... yeah, and I really like these palm tree lamps. Curiously, only this one can be climbed like a normal palm tree. I say normal, latching on is weirdly precise, which makes me assume the others might also be climbable, but you'd need to be in just the right angle or something. Onto the task at hand. We've got to win it big. 777s on both these jumbo slots. The one on the left is a gimme, since you can spin these slots individually. Yeah, that's totally how that should work. This right one you just gotta play straight, but you actually do get the payouts if something other than 7s line up, including booze. Your Honor, the casino sticks actual monsters on their patrons on purpose? No, they don't, Your Honor. What? No. Yes. No. But no. Guilty. What? Who? You. What? Life in prison. What? No parole. Why? As long as I'm fiddling with these, this casino is another instance of an area we can never bring Yoshi to, but does have a Yoshi version of the music. Have a listen. While we're at it, here's the hotel exterior. If we line up all those 7s, we get our prize.
You get nothing! You lose! Good day, sir!
This is not a prize, a big ol' flip panel puzzle where we gotta reveal the whole picture of the shine. This is unforgivably bad. I don't even have to explain it, just watch me try to do this. No playing it up, I promise. The only thing remotely resembling a strategy you can have is to prioritize the upper panels over the lower ones, and the inner panels over the outer ones, but for real, good luck. Now we get our prize. Not a shine, but a pipe. Your Honor, this casino's grand prize is a death course? Okay, despite these flip panels being genuinely awful, this is one of my favorite not-so-secret levels. A big part of that is this unique background, and the added atmosphere of the seagulls. No other Floodless course has this going on. If you look behind you, you can see the night sky and stars fading in. This does seem to be the same skybox as the exterior of Sirena Beach, but I suppose they just really wanted us to have a chance to appreciate it, and rightly so. I mean, come on. The obstacle course itself is nothing crazy. You'll probably want to be extra sure not to get a game over because it'll take you like 20 minutes to get back in here, but as long as you don't hesitate over these spinning cubes, you should be just fine. I do recommend snagging this 1-up though. That is, unless it's for some reason spawned over the ledge. I have no idea what causes this to happen, though I suspect it's probably something to do with loading in while its space is occupied by these cubes. They are a little finicky after all. Check out what happens if you try to push against one while it moves away from you. Even better, trying to move away from it while it moves towards you.
Let's go! It's a Mario time!
These wooden pegs also have a weird property. If the front of one touches you, it instantly crushes you, no mercy. Alternatively, with the hover nozzle, you can fly straight through it. All a little odd, but that's been Sirena in a nutshell, hasn't it? Now, I know what you're thinking. I'm about to gather 100 coins again before jumping back into the mission, and putting myself through this hell again. Well, I love that you're participating, but unfortunately this time you're wrong on both counts. For one, this is our second instance of a not-so-secret level with nary a coin to be found, so there'd be no point in collecting any outside. However, much like the secret of the Dirty Lake, despite its lack of coins, it still has a 100 coin shine spawn location. So if I edit a coin into the level, I can show you guys yet another uncollectible shine. It's especially satisfying to see all 3 of this mission shines right next to each other. But back in the unhacked version of the game, we're still gonna need to get back in there for the red coin shine. However, there is, mercifully, an easy way to avoid all the hassle. Jump up on your fountain of choice, then make a big wall jump up to the top of this invisible wall here. From here, all you gotta do is strafe walk your way to fall behind the curtain. That skips the slot machines and lets you do the shine flip puzzle from closer up than before, which actually does make it significantly easier. However, what we really want to do is skip this shine puzzle entirely. It's a little tougher, but start hovering just as you fall down from strafing and you can hover through the ceiling, behind the puzzle, and to the pipe. You can still flip the picture from behind if you feel so inclined, though you don't, and we can go after our red button. None of these coins are too tricky, but as a whole they're pretty funny, with all 8 of them being laid out in a perfectly straight line. Episode 5, I hope you didn't think we were done collecting 100 coins, it's King Boo down below. This is genuinely the one I'd recommend doing the 100 coin shine on, so follow along if that's your bag. What are you thinking? It's time to go! Dee-doo-dee-doo! Get yourself a clue, can't play no more! Dee-doo-doo-doo! Steady on, mates, this is only episode 5. It's really hard to appreciate the sunset through your noggin. First of all, how dare you? Second of all, Mario's noggin is an improvement on any Vista. Yeah, once again, things out here are basically the same as they were in episode 3, so let's coin things up and head inside. Seems trouble might be afoot based on the manager's slightly less welcoming welcome. Inside the hotel, we have a first for us. This hotel map is 1-to-1 identical to that of the last episode. Every coin, every NPC, all their dialogue, copy and pasted over. I'd be disappointed, but it honestly makes my job here way easier. The manager's dialogue being unchanged is funny though. Just, yeah, enjoy yourself in the casino where everything is certifiably fine. Don't worry about scraping together every coin you can find, just gather all the large groups up and head into the casino. Things are looking a bit more haunted this time. Maybe you shouldn't have put ghosts in the machine, I don't know. Now this is the only episode where we can get every blue coin in the casino, of which there are 3. One for spraying this torch, one for ground pounding this slot machine, and one for the biggest M graffiti we've ever seen over the elevator. Now let's pound this purple roulette square and head on down to another one of the weirdest boss fights in the game. King Boo has some kind of something going on. You've got this, and all this. Let's just say I have a lot to talk about. King Boo's boss fight is centered around his slot reels. Spray them and watch them go. They have 5 possible outcomes: coins, fruit, stews, unknown, and no match. On a normal playthrough, fruit's the only one you care about. He'll spit out a whole variety, though never bananas, oddly. Guess he's aware of their power. A nice touch, hitting him with one covers him in juice the same color Yoshi turns from eating that fruit, though none seem to actually affect him. You gotta hit him with a pepper. This is the only area besides the plaza those ever show up, and then hit him with any other fruit. 3 times the charm, or however that goes, and you don't even have to engage with any other aspect of this fight. If you see the slots lining up anything you don't want, just rush him and he'll cancel it, and pop up again for a fresh spin. But Nintendo programmed in a truckload of unique bits and bobs to this fight, so you can bet I'm going over them. For starters, did you know that you can douse King Boo's flaming tongue for him? It doesn't accomplish anything productive, but it's a combination of elements that makes sense. The next jackpot I care about is coins. Odds are pretty good you've never actually seen him roll coins before. before, and that's because the actual chances are slim to none, unless you're at 3 health or less, at which point the chances for coins goes up exponentially. You can do this as many times as you can survive the cycle, so that does make this our second instance of an infinite source of coins. I'm not grinding this one up to 999 though. I estimate that would take multiple hours, and even I have a limit. It does make it pretty easy to hit 100 coins though, and get what I'm confident is labeling as the weirdest shine location in the game. It's just not quite centered over King Boo, but behind his left shoulder. The perspective with the locked camera is really tough too. I actually died trying to get this. When Mario does get it, he completely clips through the floor. This is a bit of a mess. Next is Stews, which I thought was going to be pretty simple, but I went around the blocks with this guy for like 20 minutes and he didn't land on it once. Eventually, I realized that this attack depends entirely on how many hits you've gotten on him, and in his final phase, he almost never lands on Stews. In his first phase, they will always spawn a batch of Strollen Stews. In his second or third, he'll launch a small platoon of Smolderin Stews at you, making this the only appearance of Smolderin Stews outside Pinna Beach, and you can easily go this whole game without seeing them. I did find out that, unique from the Pinna Park ones, these guys splat green when kicked into the wall. Gross. On the subject of phases, it's also worth noting that these roulette wheels get faster each hit as well. Mystery is the worst. He'll launch 3 pairs of random enemies at you, and you need to pray the set doesn't contain blue cataquacks. Even though they don't hurt you, they are extremely annoying when paired with anything else, especially the Electric Koopas. Oh my god. This attack can also spawn poinks, bob-ombs, bloopers, more stews, and cheap cheeps. This is the only time we'll ever see grounded cheap cheeps, which have some unique properties. We can stomp them, which we can't usually do, and we can also send them ricocheting off the walls. The bob-ombs are interesting too. If you manage to evade the other enemies long enough to spray one and throw it at King Boo, he will react by spitting out boos at you. You get it? He's booing your attack. The last possibility is a mismatch, in which case he'll slobber a bunch of bubbles at you. These bubbles are weird. They chase you and constantly multiply, but they also constantly disappear because there's a pretty strict cap on how many can be on the field. They're guaranteed to drop big water bottles, but unlike coins, this roll doesn't seem weighted when you're running low on water. His last attack is just what he does when he gets impatient for you to spin the wheel. He'll summon an endless barrage of boos at you. These boos are actually unique from the ones upstairs. They never turn invisible and they get launched away by water, but he'll just keep summoning till you spin. He can get up to 50 boos in the arena before they start despawning. I guess you could call these ones dead on arrival. It's highly unlikely, but I like to think they chose the number 50 as the cap as another deliberate reference to Luigi's Mansion, which had exactly 50 boos to capture in all. Stomping on them occasionally yields water bottles, which will make them your only chance at water if you run empty and can't spin the wheel. But honestly, no way you're in this fight that long. Once he's down and we've got the space to ourselves, incidentally, he'll always splatter with the color of whatever fruit laid the finishing blow. We can take advantage of the weird camera fixed to the wall and do this. "When I tell you to mamma mia, I expect you to mamma mia." Episode 6, Scrubbing Sirena Beach. I gather people really don't like this one, actually. The goop is back. Where? Everywhere! Well, that wasn't really my question. I mean, I can see it. I'm actually wondering, like, how? This electric goop is pretty much exclusively associated with Phantom Manta, but this doesn't look like one of their trails. In fact, it actually looks like a boo if we take a look at it from overhead. Well, we've got 3 minutes to clean it all up, and of course, if we don't manage that, our nap is rudely interrupted with a swift and painful death. But this time limit is really no big deal. We have tons of time and tons of options. We can throw these water barrels provided to us, we can use our sprinkler technique, spam the flood bursts. Honestly, even if you take your time spraying back and forth, you shouldn't have much issue wrapping this up. So while I've got a minute here, I want to talk about pollution maps. The code running under the surface of any level with goop, the shape it starts in, where it can be spread to, whether or not it can spawn goobles in spot A or spot B, all that good stuff. But it's not just levels with goop, there are also unused pollution maps for almost every level of the game, including floodless missions. And the developers pretty clearly had a lot of fun with these, using them to draw doodles. Hey look, it's Cug again. They can write words and various other cryptic what have you. Don't worry too much about all these numbers, they're probably just file designations, but this one might be worth worrying about. Shout out to Super Mario Broth for loading this map into the actual game, and subsequently giving me nightmares. So this level actually has an interesting regional difference in difficulty. That's been known to happen. There was that one time Nintendo withheld an entire Mario game from the West because it was deemed too difficult. To be fair, they were probably right. Now, if you know this game almost as well as I do, you might be ready to hear me tell you that the Japanese version is much harder, because in the international release we only have to clean 95% of the goo, giving us a generous margin of error. But in the Japanese version, the goal is 99%, making these little microspecks of goo much more critical to clean. This, unfortunately, is not entirely accurate, despite being corroborated by some pretty reputable sources.
The Japanese version requires players to clean 99% of the gloop in order to complete the mission, while only 95% needs to be cleaned in the Western version.
Believing it to be true, I methodically reduced this last square of goo as little as possible to get a visual of exactly how much 5% was, and it was quite small. Golly, I said, if that's what 5% looks like, then 1% must be brutal. And I booted up the Japanese version to try it for myself, because I'm a masochist. And then, I won with all this stuff up here. Once again, I went back in and methodically cleaned to whittle down to this last square bit by bit, and was very puzzled to see just how much more lenient this level was in Japanese. Now, I don't have the internal numbers, but I would guess that this in the Japanese version is 5%, and this in the North American version is 1%. But then it gets weirder, because this 1% deal is the case in the 3D All-Stars version, but not the case in any of the GameCube releases. I even checked the PAL version. So where did this idea that the Japanese version is so strict come from? My only guess is that it may have been the case in the extremely elusive 1.0 release of Sunshine in Japanese, since the version I have is the far more common 1.1 release. But unfortunately, I have no way of checking. What this would mean, though, is that the version of Mario Sunshine that was used as a foundation for Mario 3D All-Stars would be the original, unupdated version. On a similar note, there's a hilarious glitch in the Switch version of this game that makes it so, seemingly at complete random, the mission will just declare itself finished, regardless of how much you've actually cleaned. I bet speedrunners would love to know how to pull this off consistently. Before we move on from this, let's talk a little bit more about the mission itself. Like I said, I gather that people tend not to like it, but I'm not sure why, apart from maybe the timer being a bit stressful. If anything, I wish we'd gotten more missions like this in exchange for some of this game's red coin hunts. Same scavenger hunt principle, but testing a different aspect of Mario's moveset. I think they could have done a lot more with this, but oh well. Since we can't even go in the hotel, this level is refreshingly simple, but there are a couple more details of note. For starters, these 4 submerged Nokis all have blue coins, 2 of which are exclusive to this level, but the other 2 can also be gotten in episode 1. So we're gonna snag all those and tee ourselves up for the rest in the blue coin montage. I'm actually surprised I haven't mentioned this yet. If you come back into this mission and clean an NPC you've already gotten a blue coin from, they'll give you a 1-up instead. This mission also has something unique to mention about its 100 coin shine. There's only like 10 coins out here, so you'd never see it without hacking, but if you do spawn the shine before cleaning the beach, the hurry up and clean music just stops. You've still got the timer, but the chill beach music to accompany it. And since the shine actually appears over the goo, we can see that when Mario picks it up, he still winces in pain as his shock animation is otherwise overridden by the shine animation. Last thing I want to talk about are these barrels. There are more in this mission than in any other level, and they're just hilariously jank. I could honestly make a whole game breakdown just about these, because the amount of weird properties and glitches they have is staggering. But at least for now, I just want to throw them this honorable mention. Episode 7, you know what time it is. Shadow Mario checks in. Looks like our gooey boy has caused yet another evacuation, and these people are downright sick of it. Shout out to this Noki though. I don't know, there's just something about his voice line I really like. Also, shout out to the hotel manager for actually knowing the troublemaker isn't us. It cannot be that hard, I swear. Inside the hotel, it's just us 2 Marios and the staff, and this Mario. And this one. Yeah, actually, this is probably the most interesting Shadow Mario chase in the game. All the room doors are open, and this time he makes use of all kinds of tricks to get you off his tail, navigating in and out of these rooms, using shortcuts, and these boos, disguised as his doubles, though off color, can distract you long enough for him to genuinely give you the slip. You'll probably end up having to track him down by the proximity to his music alone. This is actually a challenge, and a completely unique one from every other chase. Bravo. Another new addition to his bag of tricks, he now chooses his route at complete random when Mario gets close to him at one of his standing spots, so sometimes he'll run right towards you, and fairly often get a hit on you in the process. I love that for him, but it makes it really hard to get him to go up to the 3rd floor on command. I want to get him up there so I can show an odd quirk to his coding. Ordinarily, if he takes this route through the storage room, he'll hop down through this panel and then head back to the lobby. However, if we manage to beat him to the panel and flip it using Flood, he'll fall through before jumping, and that will completely throw off his groove, causing him to run straight into this wall for a second before he'll reappear back in the lobby, but I love what this reveals about how he works. He's not programmed and animated along a path, he's programmed with a set of inputs, which he receives just like Mario does. Kinda like how Super Smash Bros. Saves game replays. Nintendo's thrifty with memory that way. Well, with his shine in the bag, we've got just one more mission to go. Episode 8, red coins in the hotel, and as with many Episode 8s, things are back to the status quo, but with a couple happy turnouts. The Zumi Noki finally managed to get her fella to Zumi with her, and even the Doot Doot sisters seem to have gotten a second wind. Well, maybe. Inside the hotel, we're greeted with a familiar red button, and it's really funny that the challenge doesn't just start automatically upon getting here like it did in episode 6, cause that gives us the opportunity to run through the hotel and open up all the shortcuts in preparation for the timer. We can even catch up with some good friends, and the occasional soothsayer who have somehow managed to predict the ensuing appearance of red coins. Pizza, 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 pizza. With all our prep out of the way, let's stomp that button and do this right. We get a full 5 minutes for this, possibly the longest timer in this game. We could probably check every room twice over with that, but I'm sure they wanted to give people who didn't have this hotel memorized a shot. These red coins are essentially laid out along the critical path of episode 3, apart from this one in the women's room. There's one in the common space of each floor, one in the room with the haunted closet, one in the pool, one behind the boo poster, and one more in the storage room's hole in the wall. That was really no problem. In fact, a bit of a weird note to end what I feel has been the most creative level so far. Essentially, it's just a timer test of how well we remember the hotel. Well, I must say, I remember it extremely fondly, but I'm jumping the gun sounding like I'm wrapping up when we haven't even done our blue coins yet. Sirena Beach, with its plethora of sub-areas and maps, is gonna get a pretty unique treatment here. Starting with the recap, we have the casino, only accessible in 2 missions, both of which have these 2 coins here, but only episode 5 has this one. Similarly, around the hotel exterior, these 2 coins for cleaning off Noki can be found here in episode 1, but here in episode 6. And episode 6 also has 2 more rescue coins. Lovely. All 23 of the rest are available in episodes 7 and 8, but 7's the clear choice since all the doors are open. Starting off on the beach, we have one out here in the sea. I know it's a little early in the coins to be getting sidetracked, but if you swim all the way out to the level boundary, you can kind of break the rest of the island's forced perspective, and see the Bianco Hills viewing platform probably way closer than it should look. Same with Pinna Island, you can really tell how small it is from this angle. And what the heck, let's pull the camera out and see what we can see. Pinna Island has a surprising amount of detail. I mean, it's only the wheel and the coaster, but still. Apart from that and the Bianco viewing deck, that's it. Nothing else on the whole island this time. It's fine, you'd have to be really dedicated to notice, but it's at least a little weird we can't see any part of Gelato Beach or Ricco Harbor. Right, sorry, coins. There's one for spraying this stone tablet here, which I must have accidentally revealed like a dozen times while getting footage for episode 6. One hidden high up beneath this cabana roof, a big ol' M graffiti on this wall over here, one for being a good Samaritan and watering this patch of sunflowers, one high up on the hotel's back wall, and our last one outside is for squirting this torch second from the left. Just over half of them to go. Inside the ground floor we have a triangle mark that gives us a remarkably unhelpful preview of the second floor. The timer on this one's pretty quick, you won't get it by taking the stairs. The triangle up here actually reveals the other blue coin properly. Cheers for that. The second floor has one sitting out in the northeast room, one in the east room, one in a box in the southeast room. An X mark once again directs us to the next floor up, and this one you can take the stairs for. The northeast room on the third floor has a blue shine hidden in its mirror. Clean this M next to the stairs, spray the light over the totem pole to pop out a coin. There's one sitting in the east room. In the southeast room we're gonna spray this totally conspicuous and obviously secret concealing shelf, then do the same thing to this totally conspicuous and obviously secret concealing lamp in the common space. I'm easily amused, and I find the fact that you can spray the panel beneath the shelf coin to make it drop to the second floor easily amusing. And finally, let's head up to the vents for our last handful. Look around this area by the east wall to find a lone boo lurking about, and stomp him for a boo coin. There's one tucked away in this dead end here, and finally an M graffiti in the central chamber by the light. And that's my favorite level checked out. We've got a proper wall of shines on our totals page now, don't we? Sirena Beach is a fantastic time. Only one stumbling point to speak of, and I love its placement in the game too. It's essentially the introduction of the game's second half of levels, which are all going to be a bit more thoughtful than the first. Not quite to this level of puzzle, but Hotel Delfino's willingness to get your brain in gear in the most relaxing setting of all is a pretty classy move. Well, relaxing when it's not terrifying, but even then, that breathtaking sunset does a lot to set me at ease. The Nintendo GameCube is an extremely well-remembered console by essentially everyone who grew up with it. Just look at the games: Smash Bros. Melee, Mario Kart Double Dash, Paper Mario 2, the original Animal Crossing, Metroid Prime. Even today, these games stand alongside their series' most modern releases as beloved favorites. But it's easy to forget that the GameCube was, compared to the expectations of the time, a financial flop. It was essentially the Wii U of its era, and today's subject, Noki Bay, is the poster child for why that might have been. Mario 64 lit the world on fire. You had old guys talking on NBC about how every kid wanted a Nintendo 64.
One woman got so mad at another who'd snapped up the last Nintendo 64 that she slapped her.
And it was because of this revolutionary, groundbreaking, mind-blowing title. Ocarina of Time, Star Fox 64, and every game Rare made for the system gave people hungry for more exactly what they wanted on the console. And Nintendo looked untouchable. I have to imagine they felt untouchable, and that's what led them to think they could get away with launching the GameCube with Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race Blue Storm. Yeah, we all remember Wave Race Blue Storm, right? No hate for Luigi's Mansion, I love the game to death and back, but it was essentially Nintendo's highly experimental stab at a child-friendly Resident Evil, and could be finished in about 3 hours. It was categorically not what people were hoping for when they heard about a new Mario Brother game on the high-tech new console from home entertainment juggernaut Nintendo. Sales were falling extremely short of projections, and rather than leave luck to heaven, Nintendo had to make a little luck of their own. Their new Mario game was extremely ambitious in the scale of its world, its mechanics, and while no one playing Mario 64 was saying, "Gosh, this would be great if only I had a water gun," it was fresh, it was different, and it stood out against the storm of imitators that followed in 64's wake. But most importantly, it had Mario's fat, lovable Italian face on it. It was sure to be a system seller. Only one problem: it wasn't finished. The design of the levels and the world at large were still being changed on a regular basis. Countless planned features had yet to be implemented. Several planned levels hadn't even begun to take shape, but by golly, Nintendo needed to give people a reason to invest in the GameCube. So it was time to tie together what they did have and push it out on stage. You know the rest. Mario Sunshine's lack of polish is unprecedented in the face of every other 3D Mario game, to such an extent that many of the in-game cutscenes contain continuity errors left over from earlier versions of the game. Perhaps most tellingly, Sunshine only barely contains the requisite 8 worlds, which has been a standard minimum for a Mario game since the beginning. And even that's only if you count Delfino Plaza or Corona Mountain. Pinna Park had to be repurposed from an extension of the hub into its own mission set, and poor Noki Bay had to be rushed together so fast. I hope you'll forgive me this lengthy preamble, but I feel it's necessary given that Noki Bay was the last level developed for this game, at least insofar as the levels in the final version. And we can see evidence of its rush deadline immediately. This is the only level without its own color of goo, instead reusing the pink and yellow pattern from the tutorial, and just looking at it, it's a little off. It works as intended in terms of mechanics, but it's not animated. The texture is totally static. In addition to that, this is the only level we haven't seen from any other area, or at least we haven't seen a low poly version. You get it. Nor can we see any other level from down here. It kinda gets away with this being situated on the north of the island surrounded by cliffs, but it's still a bit of a shame. Is now too early to take a crack at the brochure? I mean, we're already here. The brochure itself is pretty indicative of how much care was put into this area, even despite its lack of time for polish. We've got some of the coolest details here already. Noki Bay has more of this swirly Delphic language than any other level, and right off the bat we can see it spelling out Noki in the corners, and Mare in the Japanese version. The text is, as usual, incredibly compressed, but we can take some educated guesses here. The tagline says something along the lines of the birthplace of heavenly water, and all these landmarks, based on a few context clues, say Labyrinth, Red Tower, Shell Tower, Whirl Tower, and Big Falls. Speaking of Big Falls, let's proper dive into Episode 1, Uncork the Waterfall. Now, despite everything going against this level, I still quite like it. Greeting us at the entrance is this old cockle, known only as the Noki Elder. He fulfills a role really similar to the hotel manager from last time, but I just like his vibes. His deep purple shell and coordinated hat, his crazy swirly eyes and matching beard, his funny old man noises. Our central obstacle this level is the water. Not unlike when the lake was dirty, touching the surface causes us to take damage, but this world leans much further into those mechanics. These boats aren't terribly dissimilar to the lily pads, but the pollution also doesn't gather around any of the water edges, so you can make use of the shores or spires to safely submerge and surface. As obtrusive of an obstacle as this is, I adore this. We've spent this whole game so dependent on water, and in most levels, the vast ocean surrounding us has been a constant source of comfort. But now that's been flipped on its head. Just like the floodless missions, I am always a fan of when a game deprives you of something you once relied on. Of course, none of this matters especially much in this first mission, as our goal is high on the cliffside. This is probably the most vertically oriented level in this game, which to my mind have always made for some of the best levels in Mario games. That being said, Noki Bay was easily my least favorite as a kid, which I can chalk up to the fact that this level kicks your ass. We've had some tough challenges over the levels, but simply navigating around this one involves some of the toughest platforming we've seen yet. We're going to be harassed by balls of goop and goobles the whole way up, and there are a few new mechanics we'll have to learn to reach the top. These balance platforms are quite intuitive. Hit the pot with flood and water will weigh it down, lifting us up. Then you got this jump here. It's not impossible, but it is pretty tricky. The key is the goo on the walls. Despite this not being the first time we've seen vertical goo, this is the first time we can clean it, which will reveal ledges and walls wall jumps we can use to more easily climb up here. I like these mechanics a lot actually. They're solid ways to combine platforming with our squirt nozzle, which we really haven't seen a lot of so far. You'll notice this level's also calling on us to use a lot of water this episode, and not giving us a lot of chances to refill. More to consider as the game increases its difficulty. The last new mechanic we have to learn this episode are these funky springs. They work like any other bouncy object, but they can be shrunk down to carrying size with water, regrowing when we set them down. If we try it out right here, we can reach a hidden one-up, and what is, to my knowledge, a completely unique flower model? It's so conspicuous, like, hello? You know what this reminds me of actually are those random flowers in Kirby Air Ride, just chillin' in high places. I wonder if this is a reference of some kind. Don't let it distract you from this view though, look how far we've made it. This is why I love verticality in level design. The sense of progress and scale just hits different. We can set up this spring by the other spring, give ourselves one of those great organic checkpoints in case we fall, and meet our boss, another Monty Mole. This guy is really odd. If you look close, you can see there's actually a couple of unused bullet bill models sitting beneath the cannon. Even though he doesn't even use bullet bills in this level, he's got goop. Are these here by accident? Are they here on purpose to suggest spare ammunition? These are the funny sorts of questions you end up asking in Noki Bay. Something I just figured out about these bob-bombs, it's impossible to just set them down. If you try, they go flying away. I can only assume of their own accord. But perhaps most bizarre, they have these really strange, almost screen-wrapping warp properties when you throw them off the front of the cork. They just whoop. I'm not gonna pretend I know why this is. What I do know is that beating him while standing on the cork results in us winding up in the water below, but that's fine. There's something of note down here. Normally, the first time you talk to Old Man Noki, he shows you this scene of the dastardly mole and all this havoc, and I was surprised to learn that if you ignore him at the start of the mission and then come talk to him after beating the mole, he doesn't show that scene, instead using his second bit of dialogue. Nice bit of polish, but I went ahead and used the 2 springs found in this level to barricade the slime balls up by the Mounty Mole anyway, just to get this dramatic pan of the perfectly clean cliffs. What was far more interesting is what I learned while trying to block the balls in the first place. They're programmed with both pathfinding abilities and reactive physics. It seems their code tells them to seek out and hit certain checkpoints along the way down, and if they go long enough without checking in on their programmed path, they despawn. This makes them spread goop in a much more organic, varied manner than they would have if they just animated in a line. That's really cool attention to detail. I wanted to see if it was possible to block the bombs too, and yeah, it can be done, but the game puts up quite a fight. In fact, if you look closely, you can pinpoint the exact moment the game had had enough of my antics. Now, you've probably noticed in-game breakdown so far, I haven't given a whole lot of time to glitches, and I have good reason for it. Some are just too cool not to show, but outside those Hall of Famers, glitches aren't really what this show is about. I want to showcase the details that go unappreciated, the things that are so easy to ignore but indicate real care and attention on the designer's behalf. But Noki Bay, they're just frickin' everywhere, so we're gonna get a few more instances of jank than usual. Like, for instance, you may not have realized the waterfall doesn't actually fall this episode after it's been uncorked, but instead it ends in these fancy particle effects. And what's worth noting is that if we hover around this area, we can actually slow down the game. It takes a lot to put a strain on Sunshine. This game is extremely well optimized, but all this water is just a bit too much for it to handle, it seems. Episode 2. Actually, I guess I should mention this level's entrance at some point, huh? The entrance unlocks once you've gotten at least 20 shines, and at least seen Peach get kidnapped off to Pinna Park. The camera makes a pretty big deal of it, and there is a devs message cluing you into how to access the level too. Your biggest hints are these Piantas looking into the sun, though what they say isn't really related, frustratingly. But even with all these hints, what you're actually supposed to do here doesn't make sense. Stand in the light and just roast your retinas by looking into the sun. It's really easy to forget that it doesn't make sense, I'll grant you, but as a child relatively new to video games, especially one who hadn't played Mario 64 and gone through this a generation earlier, I had absolutely no clue what the game wanted from me. I remember floundering around here for minutes at a time between other missions, just trying everything I could think of until... And even then, it probably took me a couple more years before I realized that it was for just looking at the sun, not spraying it. Despite how weird and obtuse this is, this entrance is actually pretty cool in a lot of ways. When I did finally make my way into Noki Bay for the first time, I felt like I'd stumbled into some sort of secret world. A feeling that was actually elevated by the fact that I hadn't been able to see this area from anywhere else on the island. On top of that, the coding behind this is fascinating. I first assumed the warp was programmed to activate if Mario was standing within the circle and looking at a certain range of angles, but I was wrong on both counts. If you use rocket storage to launch yourself up, get into the cylinder, and look into the sun with aim mode, it still works. But now here's where things get interesting. The sun isn't actually part of Mario Sunshine's skybox. It's an object that has its own 3D coordinates in each map, except for this one. This means it's possible, with a high enough launch, to get Mario at eye level or even above the sun. And what's really cool is even at this level, looking down at the sun still procs the warp as long as you're within that cylinder. The oddities don't stop there. Thanks mainly to the sheer size of this warp, this is the only level it's possible to enter with coins. If you manage to spawn a coin in the circle and activate the warp before collecting it, you'll spawn in the level with your coin counter at 1. It's possible to get more if you're insanely precise with the birds out here, but who's got that kind of time? We've got a lot to cover yet. Episode 2, the boss of Tricky Ruins. We're directed to the other main cliffside from the one we scaled last time, which of course means we're gonna check out the one we scaled last time again. Make your way up the cliffs and platforms again, and you won't just find the 2 springs we found last time, but a rocket nozzle for maximum sequence breaking potential. Take our rocket nozzle up to that platform with the flower, and we can skip straight ahead to the end of this episode. Oh, hey Gooper Blooper. You don't even need the rocket nozzle or the second spring. Just bring the first spring up here and make this jump like so. It's not even that precise. I wish I'd known this as a kid, because this episode right here, this is the one that broke me. And I can't even remember why. Something about these twisty mazes and wall jumps was just asking too much of me. But I get ahead of myself, because this episode is home to something I am very fond of. Lore. We already knew from the brochure that this is the ancestral home of the Noki, but Old Man Grandpa here is telling us about ancient tombs and mysterious technology that's practically magic, Atlantis style. These ruins are covered in Delphic letters, some large and many small. Your main route through the level will take you through a couple of cliffside sequences, but head off the beaten path, and you can find entire networks of false walls and hidden passageways. What kind of society did the ancient Noki have? They were plainly advanced, intelligent, secretive. Sun symbols on their ruins and these towering structures indicate that they had a deep appreciation for the sky as well as the sea. And this is what I love about Noki Bay. That sense of history, of culture that Mario Sunshine excels at is never stronger than it is in this level. Most of what you'll find as you venture through these ruins are blue coins, and the occasional troll. Frankly, I don't know what to make of these boxing gloves and cuckoo birds. Ancient booby traps, pranks set by some rebellious teenage Noki with no appreciation for their ancestors? Who can say? Another annoyance you might encounter is when Mario does this. I genuinely thought this was a glitch until like this week. Mario getting stuck on some finicky collision until the game overrides it and drops him down, but no, apparently this is actually a stamina mechanic? Noki Bay is the only area in the game you're ever given any reason to cling to a ledge for this long, but it does happen on any ledge in the game. Mario just gets tired. And honestly, now that I know it's on purpose, I find it even sillier. Man can keep this up all day long, is pulling off quadruple front flips like they're nothing, but this is where he draws the line? This is an outrage. Before I move on and address the elephant squid in the room, I definitely have to mention that despite the amount of personality this level brings to the table all on its own, it's distinctly unpopulated. Apart from the 2 Noki we've already talked to, the only other NPC in this level is this Tanuki running this mudboat rental cabana thing. I imagine the actual designers at Nintendo would tell you they were going for a deserted city kind of feeling, but I don't think it's a stretch to assume that the lengthy process of writing and especially translating dialogue was just an easy corner to cut when pushing this level to completion. I'm only complaining about it because the dialogue in Sunshine can be fantastic. It's to its credit that it's so conspicuous by its absence here. That being said though, this Tanuki's presence is bizarre. Apart from this one, these guys are only found exchanging blue coins for shine sprites. There, they feel so distinctive. Their kinda shady dialogue, along with the Tanuki's role in Japanese mythology as tricksters, lends itself to the idea that these guys might be ripping you off. But this one, I'd be willing to bet if you haven't played this game in a while, you may have even forgotten he was here. And if this area was going for a feeling of a metropolis abandoned after a natural disaster, then yeah, I get that we've got this mentor and a student here at Ground Zero trying to sort it out, but what's this guy doing here? Trying to profit off the evacuees? Charging them 90,000 coins a pop to ride safely away from the toxic waste? Okay, so maybe this was just a convenient model they could reuse. That seems likely given that he reacts to being sprayed, but unlike most every other NPC in the game, can't be jumped on, which wouldn't come up for these other Tanuki because they're behind an invisible wall. So he was just a character not seen in any of the other levels, so they could get away with not making new assets, but no? This is a unique design from the blue coin one, although I'm at least 75% sure this life ring on his back is taken directly from majority Majora's Mask of all places? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Genuinely cool detail about his animation though. This thing where he repeatedly pats his belly is a reference to a Tanuki behavior in mythology, something they did to scare people called belly drumming. Yeah, that's also where that move in Pokemon comes from. The boat itself isn't terribly useful. Maybe I'd consider actually using it to grab these coins if it didn't control quite so much like ass, but at least I can take comfort in knowing I'll never be called upon to steer this thing in a life or death situation. Ooh, perspective dependent rainbow effect. Very nice, very nice. This thing's real use is as a fishing boat. Yeah, when I said that the King Boo boss fight was the only time we'd see these Cheep Cheeps out of water, I failed to consider that we might actually be able to change their state ourselves. We're gonna keep an eye out for other shenanigans we can get into with this trick, but in the meantime, let's head on over into the waterfall. We're not super supposed to be here, the current usually pushing us underwater, but that's a shame, because just look at this. I've long held the belief that all great games have secrets concealed by waterfalls, and I'm willing to say this qualifies. This is just a treat. So we can't actually jump in here, the waterfall pushes us down too fast, but what if we use the rocket nozzle? Alright, now what if we use rocket storage? This would normally be the part where Mario evolves into a Gyarados, but hey, as long as we're up here, we can see some interesting things about the island's model. Apart from this being the least dolphin-shaped it's ever been, we can indeed see that none of the other areas are here in any capacity, although Corona Mountain is rendered with a surprising amount of detail, even the far side of it, which isn't even the case in Delfino Plaza. It's also got this little baby volcano in its caldera. Aww. Okay, we've stalled long enough. Let's get to the top of the ruins and face off against Gooper Blooper 3.0, who brings almost nothing new to the table. In fact, he actually lost his spinny tentacle attack from the helipad. This fight is more comparable to the shipping crate iteration. He is a little extra stretchy though, even being able to whap you on this tree, which I didn't expect. His presence here does make this the only location in the game to have two different colors of goo, which is kind of interesting, but I can't shake the feeling this was just another decision made to save time. We're 0-2 on unique boss fights so far, whereas every other area's first boss has been what sets the stage. I don't want to be too harsh. I am glad Goopy Bloopy 3 is here. For one, it's a great opportunity to show off some things I didn't point out in Ricco Harbor. Firstly, that if you spray him, let him retaliate, and then grab his nose before he finishes the attack, he'll just give up. You can pull him around infinitely, and actually, the stretching sound effect will continue to raise steadily in pitch for like a full minute. Who even thought of that? Secondly, and really easy to show off with this tactic, if you do launch him with tentacles still attached, his launch animation makes them a bit less attached. It feels really weird to watch him die and not spawn a shine sprite, but with him out of the way, this block he was sitting on disappears and gives us access to the tomb below. Honestly, I can't believe this. The shine is right there and there is still so much to talk about. This room is so cool, this view of the backside of water has to be appreciated. It's also kinda neat that this window is a one-way invisible wall, keeping you from being soft-locked if you ever come in here in a different mission. Just as considerate that this fall is programmed not to inflict fall damage, even though it's definitely long enough. It's something to do with the floor. You can tell because if you manage to land on the plinth here, you actually do take damage. The room contains 2 massive urns and 4 large Noki shells. If this is a tomb, then this is a really cool way for the Noki people to honor their dead. They're basically hermit crabs, so enshrining the last shell they inhabited as a way of marking their grave makes total sense. I like to think that these are the shells of some ancient line of Noki royals. These urns then would be the sort of thing to contain the family's valuables, and I don't see any harm in a light bit of grave robbery, yeah? I do recommend grabbing these blue coins now, even though they're present in most every mission. Just save yourself the hassle of climbing back up here later. Now for the really cool part. If you have an encyclopedic knowledge of this game, you may have noticed that the entrance to this tomb was blocked by a brick block, the likes of which we've seen in not-so-secret levels. These can be broken from beneath, so what would happen if we did so while Gooploop was still alive? In order to find out, we'll have to finagle our way into the chamber from out of bounds. Now we haven't actually spent much time outside the level boundary this project, but that is most definitely not because it's hard to get there. Here we have super easy access with a simple rocket storage jump. And welcome to Out of Bounds, where the points are made up and the rules don't matter. Here's what you need to know. If you can see the surface you're standing on, even if you're totally clipping through it, you're good. However, if you can't see the surface you're standing on, usually because you fell off the level, then you're probably standing on the death barrier. Spend more than a second in contact with it and... This is a soft lock failsafe incorporated by Nintendo to keep you from getting stuck out here. However, it's incredibly easy to bypass just by jumping continuously. From here, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to get back into bounds and gain access to the seafloor. The Noki Bay seafloor is probably the coolest place you were never intended to get to. Just look at that. I don't really have an answer as to why we can walk and breathe down here, just bear with me. This is gonna get a lot weirder before it starts making sense. When entering a body of water from beneath, there are a number of things we can do to actually reset the water level at Mario's Y coordinates, the simplest of which is to just jump over these spires. From this state, you can lower the water level by swimming over the top of a lower spire, giving you total control at least until you break the actual surface, at which point things go back to normal. However, the reason I brought you down here wasn't to show you the weird water mechanics or how they interact with the Cheep Sheeps, or even to show you this weird, ever so slightly too low platform behind the mission start, though those are all quite cool. I want to show you this area. Try to walk around up here and... Okay, so this glitch is totally distinct from the sprint Mario does when he bounces out of a dive onto a slope, though it's a similar run speed. So he has this completely unique running animation that's only ever seen out of bounds, and you know the weirdest thing about it? It's totally precedented for Mario. Running with his arms out like this is something Mario's done in nearly every iteration we've seen of him, from Mario Bros. 3 all the way up to the Illumination movie. And now, here it is, tucked away in obscurity. If Mario Sunshine was ever intended to have more traditional power-ups, could this be an otherwise unused animation used for the invincibility star? Maybe it's just speculation, but I think it's cool speculation. Let's get back on track. Instead of falling down to the death barrier, launch yourself into the chute that leads down to the tomb. After falling into the chamber, it's just a matter of rocket storage again, up the chute, and ta-da! Yeah, Gooper Blooper is not supposed to be here, and yet I have to be impressed by how well this boss fight holds it together down here. Apart from the boss music not playing and there being no pollution map for his second phase goo attack, he functions completely normally. In fact, despite none of his actual arenas having anything in the way of obstructions for his tentacles, they're programmed with collision and behavior that causes them to bend over and around this plinth here. I'm honestly impressed. The defeat animation is about as broken as you might expect though. But that was episode 2. They've got to get simpler from here on in, right? Right? Episode 3, Red Coins in a Bottle, is one of the most unique and noteworthy levels in this entire game. Why, when it's basically just that one underwater coin hunt from 64? Well, let's start with the intro. You spawn in the level, and Old Man Noki immediately starts talking your ear off about the solution to the pollution. Uncorking the waterfall didn't do it, beating Goopy Bloopy didn't do it. Apparently, the source of this poison is on the ocean floor. But we've got to get to grips with some new equipment to get there, since swimming ain't exactly Mario in his element. So we're introduced to the Deep Sea Helmet, but this is also weird. The Old Man actually refers to Flood as Flood, which literally no one besides Flood themselves has ever done before. Everyone else refers to them as a water pump or hose or something. How does he know? Is he familiar with Gadd? Do all old people know each other? It's the glasses, right? There's totally a connection with the glasses. So he shoves us in a bottle. Yeah, don't worry about it, happens all the time. But wait, another oddity. This is the only time you're immediately shunted out of the level's overworld and into a sub-area upon starting the episode. We had no way of avoiding this. However, if I edit the level to alter Mario's spawn location, we can explore it freely. The Noki apprentice is nowhere to be found, but the Tanuki is still over here. Talk to him and... yeah, for obvious reasons, no dialogue was programmed into him or this sign. And when they try to access that data, it spits out this message instead. Pretty generic, but in the Japanese version of this game, when you talk to a character without any programmed dialogue, you get this instead. Apart from that, there's almost nothing out here. All the ruins still function as expected, but no enemies, no blue coins, and almost no gold coins either. There are a few hidden way up at the top of the level though, and if we hack to make one our 100th coin, that shine still spawns as normal. Alright, let's shrink down and see what's in the bottle. For starters, I want to point out the song playing right now. This is the same theme that played in the Sandbird level, but I was too busy suffering to appreciate it. It's called Sky and Sea, and it is genuinely one of the best tracks in this game. I seriously think it gives Dire Dire Docks a run for its money. Now, our objective is nothing crazy, but our way of achieving it has a lot more going on than meets the eye. These bizarre underwater hover nozzle mechanics give us a lot more freedom and control than we normally have in water, along with our breath meter depleting far slower thanks to the helmet. Incidentally, either they really expected players never to drown, or they just didn't have time to code in the animation, because when your air does run out... However, what's really interesting is that this isn't actually the hover nozzle, but rather a 5th unique nozzle with entirely separate properties. I can prove it too, but it's gonna take a minute. First, we're gonna start a fresh file from the title screen. Then we're gonna play all the way through to the game up to this point, which will require us to open the first 4 levels and get at least 20 shines. The important part is that during that process, we must never save the game or get a game over. We need to keep our last game over checkpoint before collecting Flood at the Airstrip. Once we get into the bottle, then we can get a game over. This is the longest step. Once we get that game over, respawn at the Airstrip. Hey, I never noticed this ring Peach is wearing before. Collect Flood and we will have this alternate hover nozzle attached. Unfortunately, this isn't a permanent upgrade. We'll have the normal hover nozzle as soon as the game reloads our state, but for the moment, we have the most powerful upgrade in the game. Similar to rocket storage, this nozzle doesn't just increment our Y coordinates, it multiplies our speed. And even just a short burst is enough to escape the planet's atmosphere. It's worth noting that the levels in Sunshine do have invisible ceilings, but if we reached it, it would genuinely take the full length of this video to fall back down. You may also notice that the water that comes out arcs upwards. If we lodge ourselves on an overhang, we can see why. This isn't water, it's air. These are bubbles. I can't believe I never realized this before, but it makes so much more sense. Also, I think I'm gonna dub this the bubble nozzle. That feels appropriate. Now, this does put me in a weird spot. Do the levels built around the bubble nozzle specifically count as levels built around the hover nozzle? I think I'm gonna go with no for now, but I reserve the right to change my mind later. I fiddled around a bit more and discovered 2 more bizarre properties of this nozzle. For one, it takes way longer to refill than the other nozzles. This is extremely strange, since in-game, you'd never not have a full tank while using this nozzle. I can only assume then that this rate is a leftover from an earlier version of the game, and they just didn't bother to change it along with the other nozzles for that very reason. Additionally, since the lift provided is so much more powerful than the hover nozzle, you can actually use it after a dive and stop yourself from hitting the ground. Bonus points, it looks downright hysterical. Here's the standard hover nozzle for comparison. But that's all I could find. Funnily enough, it doesn't actually react oddly with regular water. It's not really a property of the nozzle, but having it gives us access to this invisible room above the airstrip tower. This isn't actually as weird as it seems. When you enter a building without a loading screen in this game, you're teleported to a separate area high above the map. That way they can make them bigger on the inside. It's a neat trick, but since we can't enter this building normally, all the textures remain invisible besides the doors. And unfortunately, we are trapped, so there's nothing to do now but relinquish our bubble nozzle and quit the game. Back in the bottle proper, though we've gotten all the coins and spawned to shine, there's much more to see and do. We can enlist this Cheep Cheep's help to escape the confines of the bottle, though there's not really a whole lot to do out here. What is cool about the exterior is this layered earth at the bottom. Below the sand you have this cobblestone, and below that it's like a geological timescale. I think I can see the Paleozoic era from here. And then of course we have the big one, Mario Sunshine's oldest mystery. Hidden in the ruins down here, you can see a door inside one of these slots. If you get close to it and use the over-the-shoulder can to maneuver the camera, you can see a book just chilling there behind it. Like Il Piantissimo's true face, this is something pretty much everyone knows about, but that's all we know about it. What this is doing here, the significance of it, that's something no one knows, despite years of data mining, speculation, and indeed, rumors. One infamous rumor indicated that the texture of the book's interior contained a hidden message from Shigeru Miyamoto, calling whoever was reading it a nerd with no life. I mean, obviously that wasn't gonna be the case, we're talking about this guy. One theory is that this book could have been this level's objective before it was red coins. Another that it's a reference to a quote from Miyamoto. Another still that this was foreshadowing the sequel to Paper Mario, which was called Thousand Year Door. Personally, I like that last one the most, but honestly, this is one of those times where the magic is the mystery. If Nintendo ever came forward and confirmed any of these theories, I think we'd lose more than we gained. One last thing, there is 100 coin shine in this bottle, though there are only 50 coins in here, so this is another that'd be impossible to see without hacking. Episode 4, Eelymouth's Dentist. Pop into the level and the apprentice is back to once again pop a fishbowl on our head. Good stuff, cause now we can see how it functions in normal water. Well, poisonous normal water, but water all the same. I feel like it's actually a super nice touch that it does slow down your air depletion by the same amount, making it a lot easier to explore down here, and to collect this 1-up tucked away behind the waterfall. Though, is it not a bit weird that 1-ups don't restore your air? The Tanuki's dialogue is almost unchanged from episode 2, but now he also refers to Flood as Flood? Did he overhear Grandpa last episode from way over here? How does he know? So we're tasked with finding Grandpa up top, but we don't actually have to. We can dive into the waterfall from here and make it down to the depths no problem. By the way, since this loading zone doesn't really make it clear, where we're actually going is down inside this it's either a dormant volcano or an ancient petrified tree. But we might as well see what the old fellow has to say. Well, apparently all this toxic gunk is being caused by a giant eel with bad teeth. We gotta get to the root canal of the problem and send him back to wherever he came from. I see what you're saying. You're saying,
there are poisonous eels in this river.
Welcome to the Noki ancestral home. This area is only ever referred to in the game's files as Deep Sea of Mare, but the colloquial label that people have settled on is the Noki Depths, and it is cool. Further leaning into those Atlantean Laputan vibes that the ruins on the surface were giving. But no time to appreciate it as we have a boss fight, one that's actually unique to Noki Bay. Meet Eelymouth. I know I said Phantom Manta and King Boo were the weirdest bosses in this game, but Eelymouth is also pretty weird. I probably don't even need to mention the weird controls, but ironically this fight's a bit toothless. To the point it doesn't even really feel like a fight. His attacks are mostly passive. This plaque-forming bacteria oozes constantly from his eyes, but the main obstacle you really have to worry about is your breath meter. It's a constant ticking timer as you steadily work away at his teeth, but there are plenty of ways to replenish. The coins, obviously, but these toxic tears will do too. When they're popped, either by spraying them or running into them, they'll turn into these clusters of air bubbles that instantly fill us to full. Alright, as odd as that is, I guess it makes sense, but what doesn't make any sense is that you can do the same thing with the dislodged teeth? Look, I know Mario can basically breathe coins, but I'm drawing the line at breathing teeth. He does have this one quote-unquote attack where he'll swallow you up if you sink into his throat, but despite Flood's slightly unsettling message, it doesn't even do damage. It's more like he's just helping you get a better vantage point. I actively tried dying during it, and you just can't. So he's not really a boss, just a big guy in need. Though I do want to say he makes a pretty cool first impression. When you spawn at the top of this area, all you can see in the murky depths are his glowing eyes staring up at you. Cool Leviathan moment. Now as we set to work on actually hosing off his teeth, which is a little bit easier with the squirt nozzle actually, I think now would be a good time for me to address this game's themes of environmentalism. They're pretty overt, and yet I also feel like the game never hits you over the head with it. Outside the marketing anyway.
Clean is better than dirty, and dirty's meaner than clean.
Even with that, I don't think there was really an agenda to making pollution versus nature one of the game's central pillars. Direction basically started at Mario having a water gun, and there really are only a couple of things it makes sense to spray with water. But it's not like Mario ever turns to the camera and goes, "See, that's why we need to rely less on fossil fuels, kids." You're free to draw your own conclusions, or just ignore the environmental subtext entirely. An early interview mentions that the goop was originally going to look a lot dirtier, probably something more along the lines of the pollution on the surface of the dirty lake. But it was changed to more of a sweets and chocolates aesthetic to be more pleasant to look at. So it's pretty clear pushing these ideas on their player base was never a priority. I think it's pretty chill though. Not to get too preachy, but I think a game basically incepting an association between cleaning up the environment and a fun time is no bad thing. And then Flood turns to the camera and says, "Now kids, take good care of your teeth," and alright, okay. I always found this altered breath meter that you get for winning to be a bit mystifying. Why is it different colors? It goes back to normal as soon as the tick depletes. What the... I like this little thank you he leaves us. That's pretty cute. But let's grab our shine and see if that really was the problem. But wait, hold on. We now have gotten 60 shines, which is a very big milestone. Not just for being half of all the shines in the game, but for that being enough to officially do away with the Ring of Darkness around the plaza. I'll talk more about that when we give Delfino Plaza its own episode, but I do want to point out it's a bit of a shame that the islanders don't react to the darkness being gone. At least not until we progress the story another step forward. Gosh, it sure is dark around here. Episode 5, Il Piantissimo's back, and so is the water! Oh my god, that is the most inviting shade of blue in this game. You wouldn't be able to keep me from jumping into water this clear. Now that we can actually swim around here at our own pace, we can see that all these floating platforms are actually floating Noki dwellings. What do you think they do during a storm? This is the strongest sense of progress we've had since Ricco Harbor. The return of all these tropical fish, this place is gorgeous now. Gotta love that. No new NPCs though, unless of course you count this guy. Oh ho, foolish man! Our mysterious rival has set up another course for us to race. There's nothing especially different about this one apart from the choice of terrain. And of course, Mario's not much of a swimmer. So victory in this race doesn't so much come down to how well you know Mario's swimming controls, it comes down to how well you can avoid swimming to begin with. But oh ho, foolish man! Some dastardly curmudgeon has left a mud boat directly in your path. And as with Gooey Mario, you're programmed with a set of inputs, not animated or using pathfinding AI, so your route is irreparably damaged. Ha 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 ha. You foolish fool, this is not the flagpole, you have not won, it's over here. Now you see But clam chewer? You didn't even reach the goal, you cheater! You trans-dimensional imposter! If you throw his route off enough that he runs out of inputs before reaching the shore, he'll just drop down to the bottom of the ocean. I'd love to come hang out with you down there, boss, but unfortunately this is one of the missions without a rocket nozzle, so I can't walk the ocean floor this time. That's enough jerking him around, though in my mind, turnabout's fair play. Just look at this boxing glove trap set up on the course. Come on. You can really go about this just about any way you want, so just for fun, I figured this was probably the one practical use the mud boat might have. And while it wasn't exactly a worthy speedrun strategy, it was pretty effective. As with Gelato Beach, after beating him, he'll store your best time, and step up his game to try and match you if you challenge him again. Get a time under 25 seconds or so, and he will absolutely book it for that far shore, himself clocking in at around 20 seconds. I recommend actually using this boxing glove to give you a boost. There's no turbo nozzle around we can use to make him eat our dust, but I'm pretty pleased with my final time. A race well swum. Until we meet again, Super Plant. One last detail on the note of recurring NPCs, Noki Bay is another rare level without a sunglasses bro present. But don't worry, we haven't seen the last of him either. Episode 6, The Shell's Secret. This is definitely the longest it takes any world to show up with a not-so-secret level. Grandpa here's odd. He actually mentions that the portal in the shell is a pathway to another world. This is by far the most awareness any NPC has had for the Floodless levels. Pink Tourist way back when expressed interest in exploring the hillside cave, but what would actually happen if these people went inside? You'll have to use the ropes to climb up, I'm afraid. Oh, will I now? Well, while I work on proving him wrong, this is a good opportunity to talk music. The Noki Bay track feels unique among the rest of Sunshine's songs. Still has that distinctly tropical feel to it, but something about it also feels a little wilder. It's hard to pin down, but I think it conveys a feeling that Noki Bay isn't really a part of the tourist scene. It's more natural. Well, I bring it up because, like so many characters, Yoshi never appears in Noki Bay, but once again, a Yoshi version of this song can be found within the code. Once we get up to the top, we're gonna procrastinate a little and check out some of the details way up here. I love these shell platforms we've been using all episode. They're a little too symmetrical to be closely compared to any real shell, but I think the shape is based on certain oyster shells, while this iridescent coloring is probably inspired by an abalone. What? I can be a seashell nerd too. Of course, I have to mention these flags at the top of the tower, spelling out Made Village in Dalvik, which is actually Noki Bay's internal file name in the Japanese version of the game, and oh my god, I'm credited on the cutting room floor? Lastly, these electric thingies are really easy to just take as read and move on with our lives. I've never seen anyone even acknowledge these beyond a cursory annoyance when they get zapped, but they're just as meticulously designed as anything else. For one, these are enemies who have appeared in other games. They're called wire traps, and they first showed up in Donkey Kong for the Game Boy. In Sunshine, they're a lot more stylized, their shape and patterning based on Nautilus shells, and the blue and red ones having distinct behaviors. The red ones are faster and will always move towards Mario when he's on a rope, even if he's not on the same rope as they are, but will remain static when he's off the rope. These blue ones are slower, but they'll move constantly regardless of Mario's state. They'll always change directions at the end of the rope, but they can also change direction when bumping into a red one, and whether or not they do will be based on if that brings them closer to Mario or not. Hopefully the one other person who cares is out there somewhere. Let's get into the shell. We've got an extremely tall obstacle course this time around, and we're started off in a glass box. This is very Nintendo level design. In order to get to the top of this course, you'll need to wall jump, and it's entirely possible you've gotten to this point without doing so once. So Nintendo plonks you in this set of 4 walls and says, figure it out if you want to move on. We get our first real test of the skill after these first couple platforms. A triple jump will work, but a diagonal wall jump is what's called for. Climb this pole to the next level and this wall. Alright, show of hands, who always got past this by doing this? Now who got through this the Nintended way, by running up the ramp? Yeah, so clearly in playtesting, people didn't really get that you could just run up this surface, so Nintendo festooned it with arrows, and that did not help at all. This looks way too steep. Why did they design it that way? Another wall jump, and this is one of those great sink or swim moments. You've figured out the diagonal wall jump by this point, but can you do it twice in a row? Like so many things in this game, it's much easier than it looks, but pulling it off for the first time feels incredible. Like, no way I just did that. These rotating columns are nothing new, but they are faster than we've seen them before, and man, there are a lot of nails around here. This is the only one with a 1-up to my knowledge, which is odd because this is probably the second or third roughest floodless level. Multiple pretty tricky jumps. This has definitely been the culprit of many game overs, but that makes reaching the top feel all the sweeter. Back in the level for some extras, let's head off the beaten path a bit. Now, I'm gonna save them for the coin rush at the end of the episode, but this level is home to the only 2 blue coins that aren't found in any of the other levels. And it's these 2 connected with these graffiti circles. Now they are far, and their timers are punishingly short. If you're clever with the boat, you might manage to reach one of them, but this other one is just too far. We'll need a better tool for the job, and the game really makes you look for it this time. The only way you're likely to see it is if you look over to the cliffs while climbing up to the shell secret. But there it is. Hover on over and we can find our turbo nozzle. This level was actually built as something of a turbo nozzle playground, with tons of coins scattered around the water's surface. There's also a golden button way up here we can use to spawn even more, but I actually had an easier time getting these without the turbo nozzle. This is a really good mission to go for the 100 coin shine actually, which we were always going to do anyway because of the sub area. If for some reason you are aiming for the shine within the secret, don't forget to switch back to the hover nozzle before heading back up there. I mean, what kind of idiot would do that to themselves? More than once. There are plenty of coins to choose from to spawn the shine, and its location is probably one of the most unceremonious yet. There are a couple of flood-only details in here, like this hidden 1-up in the torch near the top of the level, and this empty hidden room on the backside of the stage. Right, now for the real part. Honestly, I was looking forward to another gauntlet of horrors with the turbo nozzle, but beyond the first set of jumps, this stage is so vertical, there's almost nowhere to even try to use it. So this ended up being more of a hoverless challenge than a turbo challenge. Though this coin right here makes me feel confident in placing this course on our list of levels designed with the hover nozzle specifically in mind. There's not much more to it than that. Let's just travel on to episode 7. Petey Piranha strikes back. No, I'm kidding. No, it's Shadow Mario again. Just like Il Piantissimo, it's possible to disrupt his route with the boat, but just like with the hotel, when this happens, he just teleports back on track, so it's not nearly as entertaining. It's nice of him to show off this method of getting up to the cliffs, but once you're up there, this is the most obnoxious chase yet. Since he's constantly moving on the y-axis, getting more than one hit on him at a time is extremely rare. And getting knocked down from here is a huge French bread in the derriere. But he doesn't really have any more tricks up his sleeve, since I'm basically scraping the bottom of the barrel for things we can talk about with this guy. Swimming. You may notice that when he's swimming, he can't be hurt. You may also question why he's even able to swim, but that's besides the point. He can't be hit while swimming because then he'd be able to be defeated while swimming. And if he were defeated while swimming, he'd spawn a shine over water. Now I actually can show off what happens if you collect a waterborne shine by swimming up to it from out of bounds. It tries to be collected, and then it simply decides that it no longer exists. Fascinating, but I'd rather have the shine. Episode 8, the red coin fish, and sound the alarm, new NPC alert. This Noki mother isn't actually a stranger to us. She was on the shore of Pinna Park. Okay, well, it's not explicitly stated they're one and the same, but this game's pretty deliberate about reusing models. Also, here's the biggest twist in this game. These are this guy's wife and child. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. He invites us to find Grandpa at the top of the waterfall, but once again, our goal is the Noki depths, so we can just dive in from down here. But it's not like we've got tons of other stuff vying for our attention. Might as well see what the old conch has to say. It's a small thing, but I like when characters call us Master Mario. Nothing more than that. I'm allowed to just like stuff. So the Noki have returned, and they've got a treasure for us in the depths. Sounds sweet. Let's check it out. So our treasure is a bunch of sentient coins. I suppose it's not the first time a red coin has swam away from us, but I feel like the ramifications of this are best left unconsidered. Now these are simultaneously the easiest and hardest red coins to wrangle in the game. When they're all grouped up like this, you can get like 6 of them in one fell swoop, but then when they're all scattered to the edges of the temple, it's not even worth it. Even after they reconstitute, once you've collected most of the fish, it can be hard to spot. Though here's a nice quality of life thing. The coins of the fish seem to have had their draw distance limit removed entirely, remaining visible no matter where you are. There's not much to offer in the way of tactics. It's basically just don't bother to chase the coins when they're not all together in the fish form, and try not to lose track of them. You may find that last part easier by using Mario's over-the-shoulder cam, but ultimately that last coin is going to come down to how well you control the bubble nozzle. With that out of the way, let's check out our newly repopulated city. This might be the biggest variety of models ever seen in one area. I checked all around and I didn't see any two Noki with the same combination of shell and headpiece. The domestication or perhaps symbiosis of these jellies is also interesting, though maybe it was just easier than creating swimming animations for all of them. I'd love to learn more about them, but unfortunately all these characters are lies. Not one of them can be talked to, and in addition to that, there's not much to this area either. Just a lot of repeating textures and architecture. But you know, it's nice to have a break here at the end, not to mention this incredibly chill music. Before we go, there are 4 blue coins down here, swirled away atop some of these outlying pillars, and we're gonna grab them while we're here. As this is a sub-area, there is also a unique 100 coin spawn location, which is not bad to get at all. But we're not done yet. In fact, we're a whole shine down from usual, only having found one of the secret shines so far. The second one is over in the one section of the level we haven't had any reason to explore so far. Follow the secret tunnels to this launch shaft at the far left of the levels, and way up here you'll find a unique golden bird. Spray it a few times, and that's all it takes, our second secret shine. One of the weirder ones, requiring perhaps an above average bit of exploration, but a far below average bit of work once you already know where it is. Gotta love the view from up here too. This bird is a little interesting. It's found in every mission except for episode 3, and can even be sprayed again after you've already collected its shine, setting it apart from the bluebirds. But with that in our bag, it's time for our blue coins, which for the first time since Bianco Hills, I'm gonna do alongside the 100 coins. First off, I've already collected the 2 in the Noki tomb, and of course there were the 4 in the depths available in episode 4 and 8, and as long as you've gotten those 4, you can find every other coin in episode 6. Starting on the water, there are 2 floating coins that are meant to be obtained on the mud boat, but they're extremely easy to get just by hovering. There's another one deep below the surface behind the entrance to the Noki depths, and this one will stretch Mario's lung capacity a bit. So if you are struggling, you might want to grab this one in a mission with a fishbowl. Now let's start from the left and sweep right. This tunnel on the cliffside contains one of the biggest concentrations of coins in the level, and then, once we head up to where the gold bird is, we're gonna drop straight down to the front of these cliffs. There's a blue coin hidden in this wall, and then another on the ledge directly below that behind a rune. From there, we're gonna launch back up to the gold bird, and we'll have easy access to the high ruins on the cliffs. This topmost set has 2 blue coins, one behind the sun symbol, one behind the E symbol on the top right. Our next stop is pretty far down and to the right to find one in this alcove. Then we'll hover across to this left ledge to find one in an unmarked wall here, and directly beneath that, another behind another unmarked wall. To the immediate right is another behind a rune, and then we'll head down one step below that to open up this massive wall jump ruin. There are tons of coins to be gotten by exploring these offshoots, but what we want is the one highest up on the right wall, which also has a blue coin. That's all for the first set of ruins. Let's head down to the set near the Tanuki. This hut is another solid batch of gold coins, 7 in these crates and 8 hidden in the roof. Now after revealing the first maze, there's a blue coin settled in the center. On the ledge above that is an M graffiti, and then in the second maze there's a blue coin hidden in this top set of squares, though getting up there requires an abnormally precise jump that feels incredible to pull off. Now from the top of the tricky ruins we can hop our way down to the top of the waterfall, and find a blue coin in the alcove beneath the golden button where we got the turbo nozzle. Incidentally, outside of episode 6, the turbo crate is instead an ice cube with a 1-up inside. With the turbo nozzle equipped, we're gonna hop all the way down and grab as many coins as we need to get to 100, spawning our beautiful shine sprite. Next, we're gonna use our turbo nozzle to make quick work of those O graffitis. With that done, we're gonna suit back up with the hover nozzle and head all the way back up to the top of the waterfall. Now we're gonna drop straight down again and into this alcove. From there, we'll jump all the way back up to another blue coin, and this blue coin is weird. Mario Sunshine has that very Nintendo quality of refusing to crash no matter what you throw at it. However, this blue coin is the one exception. If it happens to be the first blue coin you collect in Noki Bay, that is for some reason a bridge too far for the game to handle. It cannot fathom why you would go for this blue coin first. From that ledge, we're gonna hand walk over to the right. There's a really well hidden gold coin in this square on our way. We don't need it to hit 100 or anything, it's just interesting. And then all the way on the right end of this ledge, spray the wall here to reveal another blue coin and a route back to the first cliffside. One level up, we'll find a similarly hidden blue coin at the end of this handwalk ledge. Now we're gonna head over to the far right of the cliffs and grab our rocket nozzle. Grab this higher coin nearby first, cause this second one is gonna punch you off. Gotta love Noki Bay. And then finally, we're gonna use our rocket nozzle to make quick work of reaching the top of the shell tower, and hop on over to this high alcove with our last blue coin. Depending on what you enjoy about it, that was either the best or worst blue coin hunt in the game, and there is no middle ground. Now, our 100 coin shine awaits, but there's actually one last 100 coin spawn location I've yet to show. Only in episode 8, when you get 100 coins in the overworld, the shine will spawn slightly to the left of where it usually does. This feels like the perfect way to end off Noki Bay. Like so many things, I have no idea why this is, and can only assume it's down to Noki Bay's nature as an unpolished gem. It stands out so much against the other worlds in this game, to the point that I think if you asked people to name the 7 areas of Sunshine, Noki Bay would be the one most likely to be forgotten. But that's almost part of its charm. Treasure hunting through the ruins, finding hidden unmarked walls with no bearing on your main objective, finding tricks and booby traps placed almost as if to spite you. It's a great sensation variation, but it's so at odds with everything I associate with this game. Mix in the weird underwater controls and the fact that there are as many reused bosses as there are NPCs in a given level, and you've got a recipe for the black sheep of the bunch. And yet, that's so emblematic of Sunshine as a whole. I can't help but feel it accomplished what it set out to do despite the deadlines working against it, and I'm more than happy that it's here. But with Noki Bay complete, there's only one main level to go. Mario Sunshine's approach to level theming is, almost counterintuitively, one of the elements of the game I hear praised most often. Mario wrote the rules. A platformer's gotta have the grasslands, the desert, the water level, an ice world, a fire world, a sky world, bonus points for a forest, jungle, or swamp. Throw in a curveball like Candyland or a haunted house if you're feeling spicy. This trend didn't catch on by accident. With this kind of variety in the scenery, it's almost impossible to be bored. The separate themes create a level of expectation in the player's mind for new elements that match the area, which makes it easier to keep up with new ideas and mechanics, like swinging vines or slippery platforms. But then Sunshine rocks up to the party and it's like beach, beach, lake, harbor, beach, 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 reef. One can only admire the confidence, given the reputation water levels tend to have in games, of Nintendo making a game with almost nothing but. Of course, I'm being a bit disingenuous. The praise this aspect of the game gets is thanks largely to the fact that, while every level does adhere to this central theme of tropical water, they haven't really done away with that classic biome-trotting formula, but rather interpreted it through the lens of an equatorial resort, and leans perhaps even further into the mechanical diversity on offer. The lakeside village stands in for the grassy plains, a playful introduction to everything you need to know about the levels ahead. A bit of swimming, a bit of hovering, a couple boss fights, secret levels, 1 coin, 2 coin, red coin, blue coin, with the pervading windmill imagery reinforcing the idea that this level is a breeze. And the bonus that you can interact with them using Flood as well as the wind, an incredibly elegant way of easing you into the possibilities on offer thanks to this unusual device. I won't go as deep into the rest of them as they've all already gotten their time in the spotlight, but Gelato interprets the sandy desert theme into a pink sandy beach. Classic airship levels and their emphasis on moving parts are condensed into a bustling shipyard. Pinna Park feels like the tropical counterpart to fortresses and castles, again with their focus on mechanical elements as well as enemies and the big money shot of Bowser. Sirena Beach pulls from the ghost houses. Noki Bay is the easiest to see as the water level of the bunch, but even it, I would argue, pulls more from the maze and mystery elements typically used in Mario's underground levels. The motifs are all familiar, but their unification under this one core idea, this idealized vacation destination, almost makes them more appealing when you can look at them not just as individual levels, but as a whole. Piantas live in Bianco Hills, work in Ricco Harbor, shop in Delfino Plaza, and relax on Gelato Beach. That feeling that the areas aren't just made by the game developers, but by the very people living in this space, that's what makes Sunshine so absorbing. You want to know more about these people's lives, their culture, their history, and Sunshine says yes, come with me, let me show you. Which brings us, at long last, to this game's final main level, Pianta Village. And the little details for this level come out in force before we even get inside. This pipe atop the Shine Gate isn't nearly as inconspicuous as Sirena Beach's pipe, nor does it require some bizarre retinopathic ritual like Noki Bay. In fact, getting up here is probably the very first thing a player will do after they've unlocked the rocket nozzle in the plaza, if only to finally clean the gunk off the Shine. So to many, while this is technically Sunshine's last main level, it's more like the 5th. But as many of you already know, it goes further than that, since this level is fully accessible before you even open Bianco Hills. A brand new player wouldn't stumble up here by accident. It takes a bit of jumping finesse, but this can absolutely be the very first level you visit, and I am way into that. However, what you may not have already known is that this wasn't always going to be the case. Way back at the start of the game, during the courtroom cutscene, we get this shot of Delfino Plaza, and if we look at this pipe, we can see it's actually blocked by a thick black disc. We can find a granite hockey puck like this at the top of the lighthouse. It's something that can only be broken with a ground pound from rocket nozzle height. So this would have been a progress gate to keep you from accessing Pianta Village early. I have to wonder why this was changed. It must have been a decision made fairly late in development since it's still present in a cutscene, but I think it was a change for the better. Here's an odd detail. If you do explore this area earlier in the game, Mario's spawn point upon exiting the level is different. Normally it's right here besides the pipe, but before revealing the Pianta statue, it's centered on the Shine Gate. I actually do more or less know why this is, but we'll save that for Delfino Plaza's episode. That's about all I can tell you about the entrance. Let's head right on in. Episode 1, Chain Chomplets Unchained, and whoa, whoa, whoa. Nighttime? in Mario Sunshine. Don't give me none of that, oh, moonlight is actually just reflected sunlight. Where's the sun? I joke. Pianta Village is the level I see most often cited as people's favorite, and this cool nighttime aesthetic is almost always one of the main reasons why. It's a welcome change of pace, similar to Sirena Beach, and it's not the only one. Following along with the level theme discussion from earlier, Pianta Village is the main outlier, with its largest and only body of water being this little spring in the center of town. It's pretty clearly repping jungle or forest levels, but with elements of Mario 3's giant world as well. So where are we right now? Well, Pianta Village is close to the center of the island, and is its highest point apart from the volcano. From here we can make out the dolphin's fin pretty well. We can even see the highest cliffs on Noki Bay over there. Of course, you've got Gelato Beach and Pinna Park to the south, and it feels at least slightly worth noting that the park still seems to be open this late. Pulling the camera back only reveals the actual beach part of Sirena Beach. Oh my god, they made the pirate ship pond? And this little cannon platform? Are they insane? Over on Noki Bay, you can also see the exact area where we fought in Gooper Blooper. They're crazy. But beyond those three, not much. No Bianco, no Ricco, no Plaza. This is almost consistent, actually, since the only level we've been able to see the top of this tree from has been Pinna Park, though it also shares a bit of continuity with Bianco Hills, since relative to that area, it should be located right about here. It's possible that the chasm beneath the village is actually the source of this water. After all, these are the only locations in the overworld which are treated as bottomless pits. That's not the only connection these locations share. In fact, I would go so far as to say Pianta Village feels somewhat like a dark reflection of Bianco Hills, starting with the start. You're positioned in this secluded area apart from the town, but instead of a relaxing fountain-lined trail inviting you to slide down to the village, it's this treacherous rope bridge over instant death. Some later missions even assault you with blusters as you try to cross it. In fact, try and slip and slide down this one and... Okay, to be fair, Nintendo does try to protect you from that, your slide ending if you pass onto the bridge from this end, and it's a result of the fact that this bridge's physics are downright ambitious, and I must say, quite impressive. But now we've made it across, let's finally see what this mission's about, huh? This fellow front and center is actually the mayor of Pianta Village, once again giving us a central authority to more or less get our mission briefings from each episode. Actually, we've got tons of Piantas to talk to in this area. Stark contrast from Noki Bay, I'm fairly certain Pianta Village has more unique NPCs and dialogue than any other level. So let's meet some more of our key players. This one keeps Chain Chomps as pets. In fact, her 3 Chain Chomp puppies are causing terror as we speak. But we'll get to those later. She's easy to remember because she essentially has the exact same color scheme as a flaming chomp. Excuse me, you what? You normally grab their tails and spike them into the ground? Are you fit to be a pet owner? Yeah, alright, okay, fine, you are. Jeez, just don't feed me to your little darlings. We're gonna call her Madame Pianta, after a fellow tamer and lover of chain chomps. This lady isn't getting a nickname, but she tells us about this Gramps fellow hanging out in the town spring, rocking a spectacular mustache. And that's saying something coming from Mario. He gives us a fairly overt hint on how to actually deal with the rampaging chomplets, as apparently there's no better place to cool off than right here. Up here on the mushrooms there are many cowering Piantas, including a sunglasses bro! This one without a shirt, or apparently any sunglasses to offer? Guess he's a bit preoccupied. This orange Pianta asks us if we've talked to the mayor. Summing up all the trouble here is a really tough job. This might be my favorite joke in this whole game. I love when the writers can poke fun at themselves over repeating trends, like the fact that the people in charge of each area all have the same response in a crisis, which is to simply tell the nearest plumber about it. Most of the rest of the villagers don't have anything too exciting to say, mostly just giving hints and nudges as to some of the level's mechanics and points of interest. Except for these two, which are just... they're just mean. The back left corner of the town has a hot spring, which seems to be closed, but that hasn't stopped these Piantas from partying it up. I bet they're just doing it to motivate the janitor. Yeah, you go, janitor guy, keep that floor dry. There's this little yellow one hiding among all these boxes, which unfortunately for her, makes her the one character in this mission who's actually within the range of the chomplets she was probably hoping to avoid. There you go, that's a much better hiding spot, wouldn't you say? Suppose I'd better address this crazy orange goop. It's another step up in difficulty from Serena's electric stuff. This fire slime is lethal. Getting bounced once locks you into the opposite direction you were moving in, which can very well combo you all the way to death. It's of course being spread constantly by the hot dogs, which are moving continuously along the town's paths, except for this corner. for some reason. So it's clear they are a bit of a menace. Let's set to dealing with them. Now this level's actually going to get a lot of mileage out of Mario's ability to pull things, a move we've only otherwise used on Gooper Blooper. But there's a lot more to it now. After cooling down a chomp with Flood, it'll just pipe back up again a few moments later. So we've got to grab hold of the tail and launch them like slingshots to get them into the central spring, where I'm assured they won't drown, probably. The further back you pull, the further and faster they'll be launched, and the more times they'll ricochet off the walls. Ooh. So you can play this straight, or you can go for some sweet bank shots, like... yeah. Nailed it. I like that if you can't see a chomplet, you can effectively track it down by their trail of goop as long as you've been cleaning it away. A great organic reward for using your Flood. Once you've got that last one all splashed down, our shine will spawn. Of course, Flood, what is it with you and PSAs recently? Cut that out. But don't grab the shine yet, instead head to the scaffolding beneath the town. We'll explore this place pretty thoroughly later, but for now, a fun oversight. Thanks to Christmas95 for letting me know about this, the chomplets' heads are protruding through the bottom of the level here. They sure look... soothed. Ah well, at least we know they can breathe. A few more interesting goodies before we move on. It's entirely possible to launch a chomplet outside the fence with the right angle and enough speed. But Nintendo's way ahead of me on this one. Looks like you're safe for now, little Korok Pianta. I tried really hard to get one to fall into the pool on its own, but if it's possible, I don't know what it would take. Bruh. There are a surprising number of hidden coins in this episode. Actually, that's going to be something of a running theme in Pianta Village. In this episode, there are 48 coins hidden within these tall mushrooms, particularly the ones on fire. So if you are struggling and in need of a health refill, the mushrooms have got your back. How appropriate. First shine of Pianta Village in the bag, and man, this part of the game feels incredible. You come out of the level and you're just greeted by this fantastic view. No more dark ring, a blue horizon as far as the eye can see. As we head back in, I want to talk about the mission select screen a bit now that we've seen all of them. It's something most people wouldn't notice until shown side by side, but every level's title words actually contain a unique image. Bianco's got this cloudy sky and a bit of green hill. Ricco is all water. Gelato, you've got a stretch of the horizon. Pinna Park is hard to tell. I think it's a bit of this opening walkway though. Sirena Beach, a point where the cliffs meet sand, though distinctly not at sunset. Noki Bay, water again, and finally Pianta Village, which looks to me like a roof of a building in Delfino Plaza, and not like anything actually found within the level. Odd. Another detail worth noting is this rainbow gradient in the background. The asset used for this effect is just a single strip of colors with a blur effect, which you can actually see in a few other places in the game. Most obviously is the title screen, this scribble scrawled behind it. And it's also found by clicking on the sun in the brochure to bring up this little shine sprite page. And speaking of the sun, episode 2 is set in the daytime? Okay, so obviously this represents a lot of work. Since this game doesn't have a complex lighting engine, every single texture in the game needs to be made to look like it's being properly lit for its time of day. So 2 sets of lighting means twice the texture work. But how cool would it have been to see every level at multiple times of day? Alas, this remains a reason why Pianta Village stands out in people's memories. Every odd-numbered mission will be set at night, and every even-numbered mission will be set during the day. And there are a number of significant changes between the two. The most noteworthy is the water. During the day, they actually redirect the water from the central spring into the hot spring over here, meaning this spot is dry, and this is easily the least water present in any overworld map. It's a good thing we won't need it for today's objective, Il Piantissimo's crazy climb. Our disguised friend here has one last race for us, but oddly it's the most straightforward yet. Just a dash through town and then up the tree. No wall jumping, no swimming, just run. I've got time. Let's see what everyone in town has to say. It's funny, the mood around here is completely opposite to what it was in Gelato Beach. Most everyone's just like, man, that Il Piantissimo dude really sucks. This little girl swears she saw a giant bird flying around. I hope this is a reference to the sandbird. This one mentions this swing, and man, whoever built this has got a great eye for safety. I foresee no possible way anything could go wrong here. Sunglasses Bro is back in business during the day. Good stuff, good stuff. I still don't like it changing my screen brightness though. And this mission is home to some of the most obscure coins in the game. Forget the fact that we basically have no reason to be exploring this town in the first place. We extremely have no reason to be looking for coins, but in this mission only, if you climb to the top of this golden mushroom and ground pound the center, it'll pay out 20 coins. Well, I think we've still got time to reach the flag. What? My, how time flies when you cut out so much of it. Hey, Very Plant, how'd I do? You are like a fat snail. You know what? That's completely fair. Okay, for real this time. This is almost unquestionably the easiest Piantissimo race at the batch. You're not gonna beat him if you don't do some slides, but you're not gonna lose to him otherwise. Grr, yes grr. It seems his actual best time is about 28 seconds, despite his claims of 30, but what else is new? Nice. Of course, he's got more of a challenge for us if we head back in, and this is probably the most noteworthy thing he does. Ready? For his second route, he doesn't change things up too much, just takes a slightly more efficient path through the village, but check out what he does at the tree. He jumps out of the dive onto the slope, triggering that uphill sprint move we've used many times before. I always hear this particular mechanic referred to as a glitch, but here's Nintendo outright using Il Piantissimo to teach you how to perform it. No way that wasn't intentional. A secret technique, certainly, but not a glitch. Now, he doesn't actually stand a chance here. Between our ability to hydro slide through town and the same uphill sprint, we can get him to his fastest speed without issue. He takes off like a swoop out of underwear, and secures a time of about 18 seconds, but without Flood, he still can't really compete here. So you know what? This is the last time we're gonna see this guy. I say we try to beat him at his own game. No Flood, just man to plant. Let's go. There's not a lot we can do better than him here. Initiating a dive the moment we leave the ground for a jump will give us a bit more speed than just diving. But the biggest problem is, if we bump into him, there'll be no making a comeback. However, we can't just start ahead and stay ahead, because if we want to start the race facing the right way, we've got to let him have that 6-inch head start. So in order to pass him as quickly as possible, you've got to be as quick off the starting line as he is, mashing the jump and dive buttons the instant he stops talking. Be careful not to bonk into any of the walls in town, and come on, yeah! Perhaps you did underestimate me, my good plant, and that's all I have to say to you too. Woo! After a difficult floodless challenge like that, I'm looking forward to spraying my heart out in episode 3, hey! The Goopy Inferno, the one and only floodless episode in this game, and probably the most popular choice for favorite level. I'll still sing the praises of Mysterious Hotel Delfino any day, but I love this level almost as much for many of the same reasons. The town is absolutely swamped with fiery goop. This is the most we've ever seen, and we have no water to deal with it. Pretty much everyone is freaking out that the mayor, after managing to coordinate an evacuation, was stranded in the middle of this mess. Well, everyone except the janitor, who I'm not even sure realizes there's a crisis. Oh, and this guy, who murdered me. So we have a puzzle here, a lake of fire between us and our objective. How are we possibly going to get up there without our main tool for mobility or cleaning a path? Well, the answer is left entirely up to you. The reason this level is so often named as people's favorite is because this is where Sunshine's sandbox elements absolutely thrive. Before we go crazy, let's take the route laid out by Nintendo. By venturing around the village perimeter, we'll eventually find this guy, who directs us down this hole and gives us a few more instructions on navigating beneath the village. This takes us to what is basically the second half of Pianta Village, a series of mushrooms and suspended platforms with nothing but the unforgiving pit beneath you. Clambers and Electrokoopas are both making their second appearance just to obstruct your progress, but follow the path of the coins, punch these sliding grates, make your way across the mushrooms, monkey bar on some more grates, and you'll eventually emerge right in the middle of the action, with some of the only safe spots in this whole level forming a path straight to the mayor. But now, every single other method I could think of. First, the way I did it as a kid. I found a route straight towards the center of the village in this stream leading straight into the spring, where even Gramps' little island is covered in goo. By the way, Gramps used to change the mayor's diapers. Just thought you should know that. But in trying to find a foothold on dry land, water was dripping off of Mario, and the droplets were clearing away the sludge. The mayor's house is right over there. A little tenacity and you can absolutely get close enough to jump over the goop and reach our goal. This one holds a special place in my heart, not just because it was my first successful route, but because what other game would let you use water dripping from your character as an element in puzzle solving? This is the ultimate case of emergent gameplay. This whole game has taught us one thing above all else. Water is our ally. We have one source of water this episode, and it's exactly close enough to help us clear away and make this jump. This submerged tree on the island is the perfect hint to clue us in that this is even possible. What an incredibly memorable moment. It's no wonder everyone loves this episode. Back to that intended method, it took us on quite a roundabout route, but there are a lot more access hatches down to the underside. This one next to the hot spring performers will take us on a significantly shorter climb to this gate near the hot spring. A couple of careful jumps and we can get from here to this tree, to this mushroom, then to this bridge where we can make the jump to the mayor's house no problem. This hatch to the left of the entrance exists. The rest of the flip gates we can reach from the outside of town are all over on the west of the platform, an area we're softly discouraged from reaching by this extension of the goo. We can absolutely go all the way around, but of course we can also use this ledge pretty easily. All 5 of the gates over here lead to the same area, which drops us off right next to that bridge we made the jump from in the last route. If you're looking for an easy solution to this level, this is it. Of course, we don't need to rely on the flip gates to reach the underside. We can just jump down to the mushrooms from the start of the level. Now, contrary to the last one, this is probably the most difficult route you could undertake, with blusters pestering you on most of these mushrooms, and the jumps between them pushing the limits of what we can do without the hover nozzle. But it's nothing I can't handle. Crap! There we go, first try, right back at the end of the intended route. Did I say that was the hardest? I was lying through my teeth. Stand right about here, get a couple goobles to spawn, then leave them be to wander towards the center of town. Then make use of them as stepping stones to reach this fence. Make another precise jump from this fence to that one, and then from this mushroom to that box, and then we're home free. If you're looking for the most stylish solution to this level, this is the one. The infinitely less precise version of that same route is to lure a bluster over from the bridge, have it hit you, and then abuse Mario's invincibility frames to walk over the goop. Then repeat the process with a gooble to reach the safe zone. This is what we in the business call damage boosting. Oh crap. With gooble stomping and damage boosting as options, I'm sure there are like 1,000 possible paths across the lava, but here's one that seems almost intentional over by the stream, with a couple boxes set up as relatively safe points leading up to this structure, from which we can drop straight down to our goal. Here's another path that looks deliberate, but doesn't actually lead anywhere we want to go. It did get me wondering why these little bridges aren't gooped though. My guess is it kept them from having to make multiple layers for a pollution map. On that note, I was surprised to learn that these safe zones along the intended route are actually still goopable. And finally, perhaps the most famous route of them all. Make your way over to the left tree, run on up all the way to the top, and then to the end of this leaf sticking out over the town. And finally, give it your hardiest spin jump over to the center. This is the one that gets all the glory because it's extremely quick and really not that tough to pull off. Though I do want to give an honorable mention to the fact that you can use a similar tactic from the tree by the hot spring, if you're feeling so bold. But we've finally reunited with Flood. It's time to let loose and take our revenge on this flamin' miasma. Even if you just want to get this mission done with, you should still at least clean up this section near the front of the town, because it seems our gooey counterpart has left his largest emblem ever over here. This is actually kind of funny, since all emblems take the same amount of water to clean regardless of size. This one can, ironically, be cleaned off faster than any other. This, and the M graffiti beneath where Flood was sitting, are both exclusive to this episode, so of course we're grabbing them now. There's one more blue coin we can only get in this mission, and it's from this flaming gentleman over here. Hey man, you wanna help a brother out? Maybe tell him there's water over there? Alright, whatever. At least if I do it, he gives me the reward. This Pianta is actually the source of something downright hysterical. So around the rest of this level, there aren't enough coins to reach 100, but if we rescue this guy after he gives us our blue coin, say by sinking him into the goo, he'll thank us again, but this time with a gold coin. Repeat the process, and he's so grateful he'll give you another coin. There is no limit to how many coins he can give you. Mario can just join forces with the Goobles and scam this guy out of his whole fortune. I am the hero this island deserves. This makes Pianta Village the third world in which we can reach the 999 coin maximum, but while this is definitely a lot easier than it would be versus King Boo, it's deeply tedious, so I'm taking a pass. Back over to our main objective, this jump up to the top of the mayor's mushroom was clearly designed to be impossible without the hover nozzle, so ironically, despite going most of this level without even the option to use it, this level's making our list of those designed according to the hover nozzle. We've also got some plurps doing their thing up here, and I want to give a shout out to Lloyd2226 for telling me something I didn't know about them. Spraying them causes them to drop coins. Now, back in Bianco Hills, if you sprayed them too much, they'd hit the ground or a treetop and just die. But here, since they're so high up, we can see that if we manage to spray them 5 times, they'll actually drop a 1-up. That's really obscure knowledge. Thank you, Lloyd. But that's the Goopy Inferno properly poured over. Let's carry on to episode 4. It seems Madame Pianta is once again having trouble with one of her pets, but this time it's a full-grown chomper. Bad chain chomp. Maybe I should head over to the hot spring to calm myself. Yeah, you are definitely not fit to own these pets. I found this out by accident. If you go a while, and I mean a while, without doing anything in regards to the chomp, Flood will eventually chime in with this obscure little tooltip. But come on, Flood, you should know by this point we've got so much to investigate before we actually do our jobs here. Most of the village residents don't actually seem too bothered by the raging steel beast. Actually, only the kids seem at all worried. Tell you what though, this guy mentions shade being cool, and that's a good excuse for me to draw attention to this little flourish. Mario's idle animation actually changes when he's in the shade. If he stops in the shade of a tree, or indeed a mushroom, he'll take a little breather and wipe the sweat off his forehead before idling as usual. That's That's pretty cool. Another thing I haven't excused to mention, the really mean Piantas have got a papaya over here, yet no one mentions it. Neither does the lady up by the fruit tree. In fact, this is the only variety of fruit no NPC ever once mentions by name. If not for the fact that I can read their internal file names, I would not know what this was either. I called these mangoes my whole childhood, but I've also heard pear, guava, gourd, and even fig. Man, these ropes underneath the town are trippy. All the hot spring promoters aren't doing a very good job this episode, talking about how the water is actually way too hot. Yeah, why wouldn't you want the cool spring water during the day and the hot spring at night, actually? The spring janitor's got some intel for us, but I actually can't make heads or tails of it.
The water for the hot spring, it pours out of that big plant over there, right? And it looks... well, let's just say it looks bad, and it gave us a bad rep. It's just as pure as the spring water, and it's good for you. Well, it goes to show the importance of appearances, I guess.
After reading it like 7 times to make sure I wasn't missing something obvious, my best guess is by plant, he means Pianta, and is referring to the fact that the hot spring water looks like snot coming out of the Pianta's nose. But man, this is worded confusingly. In my depraved curiosity, I tried running what he says in Japanese through a translator. Now, this is gonna be a rough translation, but he seems to be saying,
there's water flowing out of that huge flower. This is a big problem. The atmosphere seems sick, so no one comes to visit.
Okay, I have some work to do. And that word right there is hana, which is the Japanese word for flower, but is also the Japanese word for nose. So, aha! I have found a translation mistake. The localization team must have mistakenly translated this as plant instead of nose. Mystery solved. Well, this hot spring just so happens to be the exact size, shape, and functional relevance for our big ball of fire, metal, and anger. So we have our task for this episode. Basically, the same as episode 1. There's a crater underneath where the big guy is slamming into the ground at the start, and funnily enough, this is present in every single mission, but this is the only one where it makes sense. Now, there are essentially 2 ways you can do this. One is to cool him off. The barrels work, but any water will do, then drag him by the tail all the way through town to the hot spring. Every so often, he'll get another rage on, and when he does, just ground pound his tail spike in, and cool him down again before resuming the tug of war. Get him all the way back to the bath, and wow god! Well, we did it, but at what cost? No idea how long a chain chomp's digestive process is, but I bet we've got time for some light reading. The Pianta Village brochure actually says it was constructed in a tree as protection from wild beasts. There are a few hints as to what exactly these beasts could have been, but the most common theory is that they were chain chomps, eventually becoming domesticated in the very village they once terrorized. This blurb down here is just barely readable. I believe it says, Monty Village is independent of the north. There are spring baths in this village. Monty's hello is Odamase Nandamo, the same thing we see this Pianta saying here. That's Japanese, of course, and its closest translation in English is please come again, which sounds more like a farewell than a hello, but whatever. We can actually slip out of the chomp without a problem. However, the method we used to get him here was a bit of a drag. So let's work smarter and not harder. In stark contrast to the pups, this big fella is quite afraid of Mario, and will choose whichever path takes him furthest away from us. So by simply blocking certain forks in the road, we can direct him straight to the hot spring. However, that bath is the one thing he fears more than Mario, and he'll turn around without at least one tug on his chain. So easiest way to achieve that is to place a water barrel in front of the spring, scare him into bumping into it, and then latching on for him to do the rest. Now, this bath hog is actually blocking the only source of water on this whole map, making this the only time we've been in the overworld with no way to refill our flood. Not that it really matters, I mean our shine is right there. Episode 5, Secret of the Village Underside. Everyone, and I mean everyone, is hyping up some kind of fluff festival that's gonna be held in town soon. I don't know what this fluff stuff is, but honestly, I'm a bit concerned. This is setting off cult alarms in my head. Oh god, they even got the spa janitor. Yeah? Okay, alright, enough with the fluff stuff. Alright, I've held off on this for a bit, but who is this orange Pianta with the glasses? Is she the mayor's mom? I know he's not calling me mom, but maybe this is some kind of exclamation I'm not familiar with. This Pianta down here refers to the mayor's wife, and that's what I always assumed. Oh, we're gonna want to remember this for later. There's a secret coin stash to do with standing on top of the gold mushroom and spraying the moon. Speaking of the gold mushroom, it looks way different at night than during the day, having this shimmery coating on it. On that subject, perfect, this mission draws our attention down to the village underside, and all these mushrooms also appear very differently depending on whether it's day or night, some of them even changing colors completely. I imagine this is meant to be some kind of bioluminescence, but since none of the daytime missions ever bring us down here, it's extremely easy to miss this difference. This mission in particular also festoons these mushrooms with coins. There are over 50 down here when you include yet another hidden batch of 20 if you ground pound this green one. On top of that, there are 4 1-ups speckled about. Though this one over here, I have no idea how you're meant to get it without dying. It looks like there's a chance with the tree trunk, but the game really fights you on trying to get back up from down here. So the only way I can see to actually bank this 1-up is to get back to relatively solid ground and then just exit the area. But that'll net you 5 lives each time. Man, where was this before I was trying to do the Goopy Inferno in the stupidest way possible? This last mushroom is our actual goal for this episode, but it looks like the entrance is blocked by some orange Yoshi sludge. So if you are doing Pianta Village as your first world, this is where you'll have to turn back and do the rest of the game as normal. Just kidding. You really think I don't know the old walk into the tree, hover into the mushroom trick? I practically invented that move. Come on. Welcome to the last and weirdest not-so-secret mission of all. Similar to the casino secret, our skybox here is the same as outside, giving us this cool night aesthetic. But this course is populated? I don't know, a dozen Piantas have all set up shop here. Who are they? Do their families know they're here? Are they paint constructs of Bowser Jr.? The game will answer none of these questions but one. Who are they? They're the Chucksters, an elite coterie of people-throwing enthusiasts, and Mario just so happens to be the perfect size for throwing. If this mechanic was fun or endearing to you before, this level is about to put a strain on those feelings, with every jump in here being impossible without the aid of these Chuckle Chucks. Problem is, which way they throw you is dependent on which direction you talk to them from. Get your angle just a bit off, and you're in the pit. There's a 1-up to be gotten here at the start that's not too tough to get, and if you are low on lives, I'd recommend snagging it each retry, and you're gonna have to retry. This pair is kind of a half puzzle. The one on the right is stronger, but there's a barrier to stop you on the next platform. This one's weaker, but no barrier. You have to get your positioning right as well as the direction for this one. This guy's not as precise, but get him to throw you at the far end of his little pace, and he'll throw you right into this coin on the way up. Oh my god, these strolling stew generators. Yeah, I know, I messed up. When I said those ones back in Pinna Park were unique to that level, these ones had just completely slipped my mind. Man, I got raked over the coals for that one. Well, this Chuckster's not an issue, just a straight shot to the next platform, but this one, he's gonna put you through the ringer. Since he's walking perpendicular to the direction you want to get thrown, he's the easiest to mess up your angle on. Save yourself the trouble and only talk to him when he's not moving. If you're feeling bold, you can risk him throwing you to this opposite platform, where a Chuckster can throw you up to a 1-up and some coins, and then this one will toss you back. But I've never seen anyone actually go for all that. Just line up your last shot and let her rip. That wasn't so bad, was it? Back in for the extras, we totally shortchanged Yoshi there, so let's actually bring him along. But before we do, I want to check out the scaffolding down beneath the village. For some reason, it's crawling with clambers. There are a couple of coins around, but no real reason you'd want to be climbing around down here. If you kill them, they do drop coins, but good luck actually picking them up. No matter what kind of fruit Yoshi wants, you can find it on this fruit tree over here. It's no big deal. Of course, we got some boppin' bongos added to the mix, but there are actually a few things to touch on in regards to those bongos in Pianta Village. For one, our first instance of music that doesn't play a Yoshi version despite Yoshi being available in its area, this Hot Spring Trio song. But strangely, there is a Yoshi version of this song in the code. More in line with what we're used to, there's also a bongoed up version of the village daytime theme. So So these blusters on the bridge are a massive nuisance, but it is worth noting they can be temporarily dispelled by spraying them with water. They'll just reappear as soon as you enter their spawn again, and they're so mobile that it's not really worth it. But what is worth it is Yoshi can absolutely eat these guys. And that's permanent. No respawning till we leave the level. Attaboy, Yoshi. On a similar note, if you really want the coins from these clambers, it'll take a bit of precision, but they can be had by eating them from above. These mushrooms are probably the tightest platforming you're ever called upon to do with Yoshi. There's no shame in spraying the orange stuff as soon as you're close enough and making it the rest of the way with Flood. But back in the Chuckster Clubhouse, we're much more in our element now. Before we hit the red button, there are a few things to check out. First are our stew friends. With 4 spawners and up to 6 out here at a time, there is so much we can do with them. When you kick one away, it actually functions like a billiards ball, ricocheting away any others it comes into contact with, which is extremely satisfying. Perhaps even more satisfying, they have an odd mechanic where if you stomp one that's flipped over, all other flipped stews will be stomped vicariously. If you smush 3 or more at a time this way, they'll spawn a 1-up. This is easily the fastest way to farm 1-ups in the game, so I don't see any harm in getting up to that 99 maximum. It'll be nice having the generators cleared out before doing the coins, and you'll also want to be aware of this area you can reach by talking to this Chuckster from behind. That was a lot less precise than it looked. This green guy on fire actually has another 1-up for us if we're kind enough to put him out. Afterwards, he says he's just a regular passerby, but there's a bit of Chuckster in him yet. Like a Chuckster, his dialogue will end after a second of being on screen instead of waiting for us to press A. Now, with the red button pressed, there's not a lot to this one. Obviously, we're gonna avoid using as many Chucksters as possible, and the only curveballs are these 2 coins up by the regular passerby. Finally, there are plenty of coins both in and out of this area for us to reach 100 with, and it'll spawn directly next to the 8 red coin shine. Not too shabby if I do say so. Episode 6, Pianta's in Need.
Oh no, I just went away for a bit and now look! I can't believe it, another fine mess and it's a doozy. Some of the villagers are trapped in that burning ooze and I just finished evacuating everyone a little while back. What in the world's happening? I think I may just start crying.
Aw, okay, I really like this mayor dude. He's a capable leader, but he also owns up to his own shortcomings. This is too much for him and he needs our help. Fair dues. 10 Piantas are stuck in the muck and we've got 3 minutes to save them. Let's go! No time for the bridge. Oh, hey Sunglasses Bro. Boy, I'm glad you're here. I think I could really use a pair of shades this mission. No need to talk to the Piantas you rescue, just hose them on off till they start dancing and move on. Wait a second, that's the guy who murdered me! Put him back under.
Help my friends!
Is this your friend? I was under the impression this was your son. You must hurry! I mean, must I? Must I though? My friends are in such trouble! Yeah, I know, I heard about that, but what are you looking at? The clouds? I guess they do look quite a bit like Yoshi. Oh, we got the mayor's wife/mom, very nice. Purple shirt lady, thanks again for telling me about the cash stash. In the fruit tree, coins? Right? See, these are the real issues. Why isn't anyone else talking about the coins in the fruit tree? Hurry, hurry, faster, faster. Yeah, I'm going.
That's a tall mushroom.
Yeah, you know, I agree. Okay, fine, I guess we'll rescue that greenie meanie. Okay, so in theory, I really like this mission. It's exactly the sort of thing I was asking for back when we were scrubbing Sirena Beach. More variations on the scavenger hunt kind of levels that also challenge our use of Flood. But cleaning off these Piantas is just significantly less exciting, calling on us to stand still and spray in one direction every time we unearth one. Also, the time limit is just not a factor at all. And for that matter, neither is the water. This would have been a great mission to actually make us feel stretched for water given this area's unique lack of sources, but there's just not enough goop I'd even consider worrying about it. It's not offensive or anything, it's just missed potential. Same thing with the Pianta's dialogue. They do something that happens so rarely, which is switch their dialogue to react to the mission being completed, but I guess everyone got taken over by some kind of hive mind because they all say the exact same thing. Go see the mayor. Go see the mayor. Go see the mayor. All the Piantas who were sunk give you their thanks dialogue, but then they join in the chant. I think I might have an idea about how this guy got elected. The only one whose individuality is still intact is Sunglasses Bro. It's you and me now. How can we stand up to this? Every adult Pianta we rescued has a blue coin for us we can only receive in this episode, so we are going to pick up all 8 of those right now. And as long as we're doing that, we may as well get this one hidden within the sign at the front of the town. It's not exclusive to this episode, but it is exclusive to the daytime episodes, and we will be doing the blue coin rush at night. If you talk to the kids after receiving their thanks, but before completing the mission, they just say, "Kids don't carry coins." I love that. Mario goes, "Hey, what gives?" And they're just like, "Dude, I'm 10. All the adults basically say the same thing.
What about my friends who are still stuck out there?
Except for Purple Shirt Lady, who says some of my friends are still stuck out there somewhere. And Purple Mustache Man, who says, what about my friends still stuck in this gunk? All the Piantas who gave you blue coins will give you 1-ups instead if you're playing this mission again. So that is 8 per go if you don't like stopping on the stews. If you do submerge and rescue any of them after they've given you a 1-up, they'll pay out gold coins ad infinitum just like the mushroom guy in episode 3. But this would take even longer to hit 999 since they're not moving and therefore way tougher to sink. Now, this is the only time it's ever possible to submerge and rescue a sunglasses guy, and if you do, he actually does reward you with the sunglasses. That's absolutely incredible. Alright, I guess I'd better actually go talk to the mayor, huh?
We won't forget our debt to you. Probably.
Yeah, well, a hive mind like you's got a lot to keep straight. I get it. Episode 7, Shadow Mario Runs Wild. The wild beast was Shadow Mario. I figured it out, guys. Gooey Mario is actually spreading goo this time, and he's drawing his little M symbol when he stops. Dude, he hasn't done that since the tutorial. This is awesome. Oh, wait, he's also summoning blusters everywhere. Never mind. Mom, the goop's back. Pretty much everyone else's dialogue is par for the course. A couple people can't tell me apart from Gooey Me. Most everyone else is hyping up the Fluff Festival again. Though this time they say it's specifically tomorrow, which is a rare instance of the game actually hinting at a future episode. The main Piantas have got a random durian this episode. Tell you what, I'll take that. Hee-yah! Yo, did he just eat it? No, apparently fruit just can't exist on slime. That checks out. Wait, I quit the mission and re-entered, and now this is a coconut? Now it's a pineapple. Yeah, apparently this can be any fruit except for peppers. This was also the case with the fruit they had in episode 4. Although I reset like 20 times and it was never a banana either. Man, justice for bananas. Meanwhile, the fruit tree lady is just, I don't have the slightest idea how to get down from here. Some of the mushrooms are on fire again, and just like in episode 1, they'll pay out a pretty penny if you pound them. Oddly enough, this was only not the case with the flaming mushrooms in episode 3. Right, so it's time for our final showdown with our gooey rival, and they've really pulled out all the stops this time. He has by far the most variety of routes he can take, and he makes use of this entire map, though it's kind of funny watching him retrace the exact trail he blazed before. Kinda gives the game away a bit. Now, Goobles won't spawn this episode, and his path avoids almost all the Piantas, except for 2, Purple Shirt Lady and Mushroom Guy. I was actually surprised that you can't get Mushroom Guy's blue coin this episode, but it's not a big deal. Honestly, for all its flash, none of this goop is a big deal. As long as you're following along and spraying, it's basically like any other chase. There are a couple cool things to it though. There's one last secret technique he can teach you if you let him lead you around a bit, and that's the ability to chain a spin jump directly into a triple jump. This drastically reduces the run-up required to pull one off, and feels really cool. Honestly, they might have been a bit too ambitious with all these paths. Some of them are broken without any input from me. Of course, he'll teleport right back on track, but that doesn't look great. Here's something I haven't been stupid enough to try yet. Knocking Shadow Mario down in a specific spot. With no indication of how much damage he's taken, the process of knocking him over somewhere precise is a fool's errand. But one of his paths can take him to the location of a blue coin, right on top of this stone Pianta's nose. So I set about trying to knock him out atop it to see if maybe I could grab a shine and a blue coin simultaneously. Alas, 'twas not to be. Shadow Mario has a failsafe where he's not allowed to take his last hit of damage unless he's on solid ground, and apparently the nose doesn't count. So that didn't pan out, but I did find out something interesting along the way. Shadow Mario will actually regenerate if you knock him down but don't approach for long enough. I imagine this is also a failsafe in case you accidentally knock him down somewhere out of reach somehow, but I had no idea he did this. Apparently he's always done it. The sole exception seems to be that very first chase. Hey man, watch those hands. You've given me quite the chase around this whole island, my gooey doppelganger, but one last time, down you go. Upon defeating Shadow Mario in all 7 levels, major developments are afoot. The entirety of Delfino Plaza has been swallowed by the ocean, the city is in turmoil, the carpets are ruined, and Purple Toad is wearing a blue vest! The entrance to the final area, Corona Mountain, is open at long last, and Shadow Mario beckons us in for our ultimate challenge. But forget about all that, because this is still Pianta Village's episode. Episode 8, Fluff Festival Coin Hunt. I've had one. In one last reflection of Bianco Hills, our final mission is a celebratory red coin challenge. But more importantly, we get to know what all that hubbub about the fluff puff was. Turns out the festival's a proper soiree. Everyone's getting down to celebrate the giant dandelion puffs drifting through the valley. Is anyone else just now putting together that these are probably the seeds of the giant tree? Well, everyone's cutting loose. Even the hot spring cleaner. He's finally hung up his broom and is out here just feeling it. Really small detail I appreciate. The song playing right now is similar to what the hot spring performers have been playing this whole time, but it's in a higher key to reflect the revamped energy around here. Gramps, apparently, is well over 90 years old, looking good, old bean. Greenie meanie! Even the festival isn't enough to put him in a more pleasant mood. Okay, I think I figured it out. This is the mayor's wife, but this is one of those older generation things where parents actually call each other mom and dad. Or maybe it's the younger generation version. I ain't here to judge. We've got a couple more familial bonds established here, though it takes some guesswork. This little Pianta says she wants to take dance lessons from her friend's sister. I assume her friend is the other little girl, and further assume her sister is one or perhaps both of the yellow dancing Piantas. These yellow ones aren't the usual performers, they're the ones who hold up the signs for the hot spring. They're actually not found in any of the night missions. I guess holding up the signs is tiring enough that they go to bed early. Though on that subject, where does anyone in this village sleep? I think the suggestion is that these woven bamboo structures are all houses somehow, but like, no they're not. The little yellow Pianta also refers to Gramps, so maybe the orange Pianta is her big sister. Or maybe just everyone calls him Gramps. He seems like that kind of character. I like the little story written around him, that he's probably at least 100, but he's still full of energy because he de-stresses in the spring every single night. But that's everyone I want to talk to. Some of the others will give hints on where some of the coins are hidden, but I think it's more fun to look for yourself. This is the most expansive area we've been tasked with hunting the red coins down in, and some of them are genuinely well hidden. You've got one above the main entrance, one hidden in the grass to the left of the village, one pretending to be a fruit in the fruit tree, one at the bottom of the hot spring, and one under the nearby tree. This one's scary because it's guarded by bees, and if you don't slip by them, they could very well sting you off the cliff. Look, even Mario's extremely unamused. But honestly, just get in and get out, and it shouldn't be a problem. Probably the best hidden one is underneath this Box Mountain Mayhem over here. If we head underneath the village, we can see a red coin down here as well, but it's on top of the scaffolding, an area that takes a little puzzle solving to reach. Just jump off one of these sliding panels while they're in motion, and we can nab ourselves coin number 7. Bet I could make it back topside the riskiest way possible. Up, come on! Ah, yes. For our last coin, we'll have to summit that tree, and lucky us, we have a rocket nozzle to do it with. Before we get too excited about that though, there is a blue bird flapping around here, and he's exclusively found in this mission. So we're gonna nab his coin now. Obviously, we can always just rocket store our way up there, but let's just pretend we don't know how to do that. If you've ever tried climbing up these platforms with the rocket nozzle, you may have noticed they require a lot more precision than this game usually asks of you. What you're actually meant to do here is use this swing with a capital W, hop up to this cloud, and from here it's a straight shot to the top. Our final red coin awaits, but our shine spawns way over there. Now here's the thing, you probably don't want to have the rocket nozzle for this next part. Unless of course, once again, you just want a rocket store, which, hey, valid. Oh dear, I really miscalculated that jump. Drat. But this is the Fluff Puff Festival. Let's get into the spirit of things and ride the wind across. However, I want the hover nozzle for this just to give me some extra insurance against, well, Mario Sunshine. But it's really easy to bring it up to the top of this tree. Just climb up to the top of Piantissimo's tree and make the jump from here. It's surprisingly close. Hey, check it out. I am the Fluff Puff. This festival is for me! Ha 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 ha! Also, this happened. So, that was fun. These cloud platforms have an interesting property. They actually expand when hit with water. This one is, I believe, the largest one you can ever see a cloud in the game, which looks kinda off with their total lack of texture or shading. It can even create an optical illusion if you hover over one, appearing as though you're actually falling towards the cloud rather than it growing. It also means I can do this. Once again, we're down a secret shine, but I think this time that one will fit in better after the blue coins. Now before I pull out the map and break them down properly, I have to give these things another few minutes in the hot seat. Pianta Village is home to some of the most notorious blue coins of all. Here's one for spraying at the moon in one specific spot. Here's one for ground pounding this Pianta's nose, a spot that's all but too slippery to stand on. Oh, and only at nighttime. Here's a wooden sign we've seen the likes of in nearly every other level, but this one just so happens to give a blue coin for spraying it. Listen, I love sunshine, but I can't very well defend these without sounding hopelessly blinded by nostalgia. Even still, game design like this is much easier to forgive these days, what with the ubiquity of the internet. The Venn diagram of people who are willing to go the extra mile to 100% a game but not willing to look up how to do that is practically two separate circles. But to be objective here, we have to look at this through the lens of someone playing this game around the time it first came out, and from that perspective, yeah. If I were combing a level looking for that last blue coin, finding that it was hidden in a totally innocuous shelf with absolutely zero visual indication would feel a lot more frustrating than satisfying. Worse than that are the coins only attainable in certain levels. Pinna Park's actually a good example of that idea done right. Obviously, if the park's closed, it makes sense that I can't get the coins inside, and outside on the beach, here are several coins I can see but can only get by using bullet bills present in episode 2. That's a puzzle. That's the game challenging me to draw on my knowledge of the area and combine two elements in a logical way. But where's the puzzle in these O graffitis in Noki Bay only being present in episode 6? Oh, episode 6 is the only one with a turbo nozzle, but episode 2 was the only one with bullet bills, so what happened there? Essentially, in order to 100% this game without some kind of walkthrough, you need to play every episode of every level, systematically spraying every wall and every object, ground pounding everything that remotely stands out, and speaking to every Pianta, acting on everything they say because it could be a hint. It's possible, there are those who have done it, but does that make it good game design? No, not really, but here's the great big earth-shaking but. I don't think it's fair to hang all that on every blue coin. This is the main issue I take with the blanket criticism of Sunshine's supplementary collectibles. I've already gone on at length about how blue coins and extra shines actually play into Sunshine's structure, so I won't reiterate those points, but the actual moment-to-moment function of the blue coins is to encourage the player to interact with the world. How are you supposed to know this blue coin is hidden in the moon? Well, this Pianta tells you about the secret cache stash with instructions on how to find it. Why would you be exploring over here in the first place if none of the level's shines lead you over this way? Because it's somewhere you haven't investigated yet, and the game is in the market of rewarding that kind of behavior. For every blue coin like this, there are 10 that will have you treating Isle Delfino like a living, breathing place. If you look at them as nothing more than a means to the end of reaching 100%, I'd say you're selling them and this game short. But if you look at them for the interactions they create with this world, with its characters, the micro-challenges they encourage you to take on, I think they really shine. If you do want to gather them all, hopefully it's for your own sake, and not just because you feel you have to. If the game lets you down because you wish all the blue coins were more fun to find without outside help, believe me, I'm right there with you, and I honestly believe this game's developers are too. But at the very least, I can do my part in making them a little easier to track down. Now, we've already found nearly half the coins, and that's down to the fact that Pianta Village has more blue coins unique to different missions than any other level. We found a Pianta on fire and 2 M graffitis in the Goopy Inferno, that blue bird in episode 8, the sign out front in any Daylight episode, and 8 more from the sunken adult Piantas in episode 6. We're getting all the rest in episode 5, as it's the only one with Yoshi. Our first coin is right behind the entrance, a taunting emblem. Of course, we're also gonna go after our 100 gold coins this mission, and it's probably the easiest we've had in a while. What with the plethora of coins on these mushrooms down here, there is one blue coin beneath the village, this M on the ceiling near one of the access hatches. This one is much easier to see during the day, in fact, most of them are. So just for the sake of visual clarity, I'm gonna show most of these coins being collected during the daytime, but no, I still recommend episode 6 for them. You know, I always thought this game had 2 colors of graffiti, red and black, but I've only just realized I think they're all meant to be red, but the black ones are meant to be what the red looks like when it's shrouded in shadow. Back topside, there are 2 more emblems on the sides of what are totally houses, and 2 triangles, one near the hot spring entrance and one on the east side of the village. The hot spring's got a blue coin hidden in the Pianta's nose for a ground pound, and a whole batch of gold too. There's another batch of coins for ground pounding in the dry hot tub as well, which has already got us at 76. At the top of this tree, a blue coin is sitting pretty, and there's this odd platform way off on one of the leaves that doesn't seem to to have a purpose other than to admire the view. On the west side of the village, we'll find one hiding in the tall grass, and then another on top of the front left tree on one of those leaf platforms. Now for the infamous moon one, which of course this gossip girl was kind enough to inform us of. On top of the mayor's yellow mushroom, spray the moon. Strictly speaking, you're not spraying the moon itself, but an invisible object floating above us. There's a coin in the waterfall opening in the main tree, and then we'll head downstream for 2 more along the way. By the way, this waterfall is the perfect elevator to get us past the death barrier to the bottom of this bottomless pit. Just, don't do this until you're ready to leave the level, cause there's no getting back up. Hey, is it just me or does the moon look really big from down here? And finally, let's hook up with our boy Yoshi. There's a blue coin held by this bunch of bees, another by this batch of blue butterflies near the fruit tree, and one more battalion of bees near the hot spring. Do yourself a favor, lure them away from the cliff before you try to eat them. The coins they carry should be more than enough to push you over 100, and we can get our last blue coin, for a total of 210. We are so close! If you're curious, the 100 coin shine spawn location is identical during the day, though as far as I can tell, that's only possible via the most annoying method imaginable. Besides, I want to grab it with Yoshi. Greenblade89 in my comments recommended I try grabbing a shine as he's about to disappear, since Yoshi will stop flashing but stay green, giving us a good look at the classic colors, if only for a moment. That's nice to see. With all that in the bag, all that's left is that last secret shine. Head on back to episode 8 and we'll have another chat with the purple gossip girl. You know the mayor's wife's super secret cash stash? You didn't happen to find it, did you? Oh, we sure did. I sure hope not. Actually, I think the mayor may be hiding something too. Climb to the highest part of the village and look at the sun. Oh, no, I can't say anymore, I'll be in such trouble. That's some juicy intel, thank you very much. I love how these two secrets complement each other. Sun and moon. She told us to spray the moon, but she didn't tell us to spray the sun. We just have to figure out that the mayor and his wife hide things in a similar way, and there it is. It's gotta be some sort of amplifying satellite for his hive mind communications, right? Oh man, that shine hovering right over that red coin is just asking for trouble. I don't know how you expect me not to try and get the shine and coin 8 at the same time. Alright, a little flood cameo on the save screen, we've seen that before. And with that, Pianta Village has gone the way of the Fluff Puffs. What a fantastic level. It's so compact, so lively. I noticed this interesting emphasis on the pathways. The Chain Chomps, Shadow Mario, they follow this network of paths like Pac-Man ghosts. It makes this level feel more structured than the rest, which I think adds to the gratification of breaking that mold and finding your own route, culminating in the Goopy Inferno, which I'd be remiss not to call the crown jewel of Sunshine's missions. Better yet, we haven't just finished Pianta Village, we've done all 7 of Sunshine's main levels. Although, even if we cashed in our blue coins, we're still missing over 20 shines. Next time, we're going after the densest and most extensive area of them all. Would it surprise you to learn that Delfino Plaza has episodes, just like all the main levels we've covered so far? You can't select these episodes from a menu, but the plaza has about 7 unique maps, all with different NPC behaviors, available shines, and other goodies. Which one is active is based on your progress through the game at large. In one way, that makes breaking down Delfino Plaza easy, since I can segment it in the way we've been doing the whole time. But in another, well, over the course of this video, I'll basically be playing through the whole game again. Let's head right on into episode 1. The sunken statue, that'll do. The hub world in 3D platformers is a design philosophy that has fallen further by the wayside the longer the genre's been around, and nothing illustrates this better than the Mario games themselves, with each game's interlevel space steadily getting closer and closer to a traditional level select screen, and I think that's a real shame. A hub world is a great way to visually represent your progress throughout the game. Beyond just treating it like a suitcase full of souvenirs, the sky's the limit on how. In a way, I've honestly done this game a disservice by leaving all of Delfino Plaza to one side until now, because making as much progress as you can around here every time you get a new ability is a really gratifying way to play Mario Sunshine. Here at the beginning of the game, everything is dark and slimy. All the characters are pissed, and even your allies are like, man, this vacation sucks. There's nowhere to go but up. Obviously, the Ring of Sunlight expands with every shine we collect, but what you may not have realized is that even in the bright area, there's still a slight tint on the screen. This darkness is also really interesting, since it's not actually a part of the map. This effect is attached to our camera, and the shape updates completely dynamically to affect this ring shape. I have no idea how that could possibly have been easier, but I guess that's why I don't make games. Let's actually dig our teeth into the area now. We're gonna get very familiar with a lot of these characters, so let's do a roll call here. We've got 2 cops, 4 fruit vendors, a ukulele guy, a sunglasses bro, 6 toads including Toadsworth, Peach of course, mushroom guy, exhaust port repairman, the crate guy, the dock guy, these 2 sailor boys, angry wanted poster guy, 5 assorted holiday makers in Polynesian shirts, 1 lady from Pianta Village who may even be the cousin of this mushroom guy. Man, I've been at this way too long to only just now be noticing that female Piantas have flowers on their trees. And finally, this castaway on the island to the east, who apparently has been trapped on this tiny island for 3 years. And if you put out his meager attempt at a fire, you're rewarded with a 1-up for it. You can also see Delfino Airstrip from here, though it's kind of missing half of it. Other details of note, I alluded to it way back at the start of this project, but Peach's design here was the first time we ever saw her with her hair up. She changed it from how she was wearing it when the plane landed, and with her parasol, she also has a completely different reaction to being sprayed. This design with the high pony went on to be her go-to hairstyle for almost every Mario sports game. Statistically, the one the most people will know it from is Mario Kart 8. There's also this garnet ring on her finger that I don't believe she sports in any other game. Sometimes she doesn't even have it in this game. I wonder what the story is there. Only other characters whose dialogue I want to highlight right now are this tourist, who's asking where the cameras are, and this one, who mentions a guidebook, and that this area is called Bianco Square. Now, we don't seem to have the same guidebook, as this area isn't even labeled on our map. Kinda weird they put a Noki over here when they never turn up in the plaza itself, but this place has the coolest brochure page out of any of them. We get a couple landmarks that are never otherwise referred to in-game: Mouth Bay and Nose Beach, clearly referring to their location on the dolphin shape. The rest of this text is a bit of a lost cause, unless here on the island they measure things in chips. But none of that is what makes this map so cool. Rather, it's this little Mario head that only shows up when looking at the page from within the plaza itself. It's marking our location on the map. It'll keep up with us no matter where we go. And every time you unlock a new level, its entrance is also marked on the map with these white dots. This is a fascinating little addition. Dynamic mapping like this isn't something you can just flip a switch and turn on when developing a game. So it's interesting that, with all the work involved here, this is tucked away in such an obscure spot. By the way, I want to give an enormous heartfelt shout out to Skylar Cat, Shay, Jack, Sylphic, C, Melty Metroid, Eagerlith, Bunch of Words, Mr. Penguin B, and Carmel in my Discord server, who have all permanently damaged their eyes helping me parse these brochure pages over the episodes. That's all I want to show before we start getting shines though. Of course, that far from means we're heading towards the main objective yet. Instead, I'm going to show off every shine that's intended to be able to get right now. Widely considered some of the easiest shines in the entire game. This first one's kinda clever. While exploring the plaza's sewer systems looking for coins and 1-ups, you might notice this section of the sewer unconnected from the rest. Explore around this beach, and you can find its entrance concealed by sand. Spray around the rest of the beach looking to see if it's hiding any more secrets, and you can find this image of a shine sprite, which spawns a real one right over here. If you're curious, this is the exact same image used to spawn shines in a similar way in Gelato Beach and Pianta Village. Over on those pillars where the shine spawned, we've got a pipe, which leads us to something that's sort of like a not-so-secret level. It does look kinda imposing, this massive slide surrounded by a bottomless pit, and we all know Mario's slippery physics are more foe than friend. But then, you can literally just get to the bottom of it by holding forward. Better yet, if we were to come back here later with the turbo nozzle, we could get it without even touching the slide. It's a weird level. You gotta imagine it was one of the last ones made. Like, oh, the game ships this afternoon and we're 1 shine short. Throw something together. And they certainly did. There's even this mysterious platform down here under one of the holes. It feels like the sort of place they'd hide a blue coin or maybe even another shine, but it's just empty. I may as well mention that in the Japanese version of this game, this platform is incorrectly coded to be slippery. It's no mystery as to why this happened though. It clearly has the same properties as these ramps over here, which had to be slippery so you could get some sweet air off of them. Getting out of here even when it's not slippery is no picnic either, since there's this weird invisible wall with some strange collision to it. On the subject of secret shines, there's no 100 coin shine set to spawn in here either, making this our 3rd instance of hacking in a coin to be our 100th crashing the game, but that's really all there is to this one. Now, just because those 2 are the only ones we're intended to be able to get right now doesn't mean those are the only ones we can get. Our next gimme is this bell on the radio tower, intended for the rocket nozzle. It's really no issue to jump over here with a good spin jump, clean it off, and then the shine spawns within the tower itself. Why the heck does it make the blue coin noise? Sneak on in from the sewer system and that shine's all ours. That doesn't mean we can get the other bell shine though, the one on the prison tower. By the way, is this the room Mario stayed in when he spent the night in jail? It doesn't really look like it, but it's also the only place in the city that even remotely fits the bill. Anyway, if we clean this bell, its shine goes way up high over the tower. The shine for cleaning the shine gate is a similar story. They were clearly designed to only be gotten once you've gotten the rocket nozzle. Of course, that's not to say we can't get them. There are 3 or 4 different, equally bananas tricks speedrunners have found to be able to reach these heights. And of course, with speedrunners on our side, there are 5 more shines that are clearly meant to be impossible to get right now, but which are suddenly in reach. Also, slightly related, the prison tower has a rocket nozzle box hidden inside, and no one knows why. While I was looking at that, I noticed this plane zipping along, leaving a vapor trail in the sky. I've been seeing these vapor trails for as long as I've been playing this game, but this is the first time I've noticed that it's a dynamic element to the game, and not just part of the skybox. Back in the realm of tricks I can actually pull off, there's a hole in this building we're meant to reach once the canal boats are out and about, but this jump isn't so bad. This secret level, on the other hand, is one of the most infamous. Generally just referred to as the pachinko level, we're tasked with collecting 8 red coins in this thing, and the hole at the bottom leads straight to death. This level's reputation is very much deserved. Any new player is going to launch into the machine and immediately try to hover about to control their descent into these pockets with the red coins, at which point they'll quickly discover that Mario has some extremely bizarre directional forces pushing him towards the right, and trying to hover into the leftmost coins is nearly impossible. However, this mission is hilariously simple if you know about that directional force and work with it. 3 coins are in the plunger shaft, and the other 5 are out here. On launch 1, simply hold left to drop directly into this top green pocket. On launch 2, hold right to drop straight into this blue pocket. Next, hover once you're out of the shaft, and hold right to let it magnetize you over to this green pocket. For the purples on the bottom, press nothing when launching until you land. You'll either land up here, in which case jump into the blue and slide back down, or you'll land right here near the center. From here, jump forward and hover into the side of the green pocket before dropping straight down for that purple, and then once you're back on that peg, perform a backflip to drop straight down into the other one. Alternatively, if reaching those purple ones looks like it's going to be too much trouble, you can always cheat and head up the back of the machine. I'm not sure it's easier, but it's a lot less risky. Obviously, to nab the shine, just press nothing in the launch again and drop straight down. And that one is going thoroughly in the designed around the hover nozzle category. But I also decided to see if I could do it floodless, since the only problem coin seemed like it was going to be the top right one, and to a lesser extent the bottom right, but nothing a bit of belly sliding can't solve for. I thought it was going to take some mad momentum manipulating malarkey, but then on a whim, I tried this. Pachinko parlors hate him because of this one simple trick. You can literally just wall jump over to any coin you want. How am I just learning about this? Finally, this is yet another mission with no gold coins and no 100 coin shine. But while we're on the subject, let's get the Plaza's 100 coin shine, shall we? This one's really unique. There are so many things we can do to get coins around here. Spraying wanted posters, open windows, swinging signs, green birds, weather vanes, smash boxes, find them laying around, but the vast majority of coins we can get around here are in the sewers. There are over 100 coins around here if you're thorough, but the smartest thing to do is collect about 50, then grab any shine of your choice, so probably the slide one, and your coin count is only reset upon switching to a new area. Since we haven't left Delfino Plaza, our coin count remains the same, and we can collect all those easy coins again to spawn our shine. Now, it shows up on that far mooring platform over there, and with enough precision, you can pull off a wall jump out of the water and hover on up to it, but there's an easier way to collect this shine at this point of the game. Well, maybe not exactly easier. This jump to get up to this far palm is probably harder than the wall jump out of water, but to me at least, it was more obvious that this was possible. Follow these trees and we can reach another secret area down a pipe. This one is generally called the tall grass level. Yeah, we Sunshine fans really aren't all that creative at naming things. Now, interestingly, this level doesn't seem to contain any gold coins. Not even this hidden watermelon block has one. But there are some Pokeheads around, and though they uniquely drop a red coin when defeated, they can also be sprayed into a wall to drop an extra 2 gold coins, netting us our shine. This 100 coin shine did not exist in the game's original Japanese release. They must have overlooked the fact that you can get these Pokeheads to drop gold coins, or perhaps that mechanic was added after this level was finished, but either way, this is the one and only time it's possible to reach 100 coins legitimately in an area with no shine, crashing the game. If you're not going for 100 coins though, I recommend against killing the Pokies this way. As this is the only time enemies hold red coins, it's possible to make them completely unattainable and softlock yourself. And no, he does not respawn. As for the rest of the red coins, this level is filled with unique ones. There are little divots hidden throughout this area, but this one leads to a space with a red coin. Here's a Pianta on fire who rewards us with a red coin for saving him, and here's this red bird, completely unique to this area, which of course drops a red coin if you manage to spray him enough. Now there's no water in here, so be careful with this one. The only other anything that's in here is this Pianta, who says he's been looking for the red bird for 38 years, which of course raises all the usual questions. Has he been in this cloud realm all that time? If he's telling the truth, he definitely predates Bowser Jr.'s antics. It's hard to tell if the secret levels set in the sky are designed by Bowser Jr. the way the others seem to be. I wish I had an answer, but the only other hint is that these two Pianta designs are unique. We've never seen a yellow mushroom Pianta, and though this ornithologist has some similarities to the one on Gelato Beach, he is wearing a different coat with an undershirt. I can't say for sure if they're different colors or not though. It might just be the different shading in here. Here's a tiny bit of trivia. These two Piantas are also the only ones to speak with this vocal line. Maybe they're the same guy? One last thing before we focus on our objective, I have a small correction to make. In this series' inaugural video, I made a point of the fact that you can collect 10 shines at this point of the game before factoring in speedrunning shenanigans. The 10 I was referring to were the beach, the slide, the bell, pachinko, tall grass, 100 coins, and Pianta Village 1, 2, 3, and 4. At the time, I didn't know about the plethora of hidden coins in the village, so I have to amend you can get 11 when you include this 100 coin shine. And as long as we're on the subject, this version of Delfino Plaza has a lot of tiny, almost inconsequential differences from most future versions. I already mentioned the warp out of Pianta dropping you centered on the shine gate last episode, but the warp pipe itself also isn't as polished with no camera zoom down into it. Getting up here is quite a bit easier before we open Bianco Village as well, because this section of wall is possible to wall jump off of, and there are no doubt countless other little bits like that. Here's my favorite. You can hover straight into the side of this building, but the loading zone to Sirena Beach doesn't exist yet, so you fall straight down into the sewers, or out of bounds completely. So how about that big batch of goo? The cutscene introducing us to the plaza begins focused on this Pianta here, but if you skip the cutscene and book it after him, you can see that he immediately gets sunken into the goo seconds after that shot. Now the goop itself is in a pretty distinctive shape, but it wasn't until I looked at it with these trees unloaded that I could tell what it was. That's Petey Piranha. You can even see the X of his belly button. I think this may be Bowser Jr.'s best work. When approaching Peach at this point of the game, she'll give you this cutscene of the square, and it's completely possible to proc that cutscene after defeating the polluted Piranha. The cutscene where Gooey Mario reveals himself has a few odd quirks. Both the bells are clean in the background, and this blue in the jail cell will be present regardless of whether or not you've already collected it. Obviously, because this is a pre-rendered cutscene, but there appears to be a graffiti triangle on the side of the prison building. That's especially odd, since there are no graffiti triangles in the plaza in the finished game. This is my favorite detail. The ring of sunlight is pretty far from where it starts. This is about where it would be if we had 6 shines, which is way more than any new player would reasonably have by this point, but that's pretty validating for me personally. Now we've made it to episode 2, Shadow Mario Revealed. So, brand new map, brand new dialogue. These two are looking up at the fancy Grand Pianta statue, which I quite like. He's not really shaped like any Pianta we've seen. He looks like his father was a bodybuilder and his mother was a triangle. But I like his cape and the Shine Sprite medallion. Now this guy's the most plant. I'm going to choose to believe this isn't some Cortez figure heroically stealing this land from the Noki natives. Yellow Tourist is still asking where the cameras are. He may be a bit too into this. Otherwise, nothing too interesting in the dialogue department. It's the pollution map that's most intriguing. Despite Gooey Mario having one very small route and painting his symbol in very specific places, with belly slides we can spread it across nearly half the plaza, including to some highly unlikely places, like this area soaked by the fountains. The sailor boys here are standing on a mat which is layered above the goop layer, so unfortunately they're safe. From being submerged anyway. We can get the crate guy though, as well as literally anyone on the market street. I also found out that while fruit despawns on slime, it can still respawn on it, but turns into smoke as soon as it's moved. Yeah, I'm really not beating those vandalism allegations, am I? Once you down Gooey Mario, this is the 3rd unique model of Peach we've seen. Once again, she doesn't have her parasol, because Shadow Mario atomized it when he picked her up, but now her hands are locked into fists, since obviously animating her fingers individually wasn't really in the cards. Before we chase Gooey Mario to Bianco Hills, the loading zone to Sirena Beach now exists, so that's 2 areas it's possible to reach before Bianco Hills. Though again, if you choose to do Sirena early, you're performing a glitch to get in there for for every mission. Now, we have to chase our rival to the statue and get this cutscene of him escaping into the graffiti, but rather than pursue him, we can get any shine, or save and reload, or whatever, and that'll put us into Episode 3, A Pair of Polluted Piranhas. This is essentially the end of the tutorial, and the start of what you might consider Mario Sunshine's first act. Our only real objective being get a bunch of shines and see what happens. A lot of dialogue is the same here, but there are a few outliers. This green toad is a member of that exclusive club of characters that calls Flood by name. This one makes sense, at least he was there when Flood introduced themselves. These sailor boys have broken out into quite an argument.
That's hogwash! Your ancestors were all hairdressers, you liar! I'm not lying! I even saw the plans for it!
No idea what they're talking about, but we should probably keep tabs on them just in case. There are 4 new Piantas in the plaza. These ladies in matching hats standing by baskets, who will ask you to deliver them different kinds of fruit. We'll keep them in mind for later. Though we've gained the Fruit Sisters, Ukulele Guy is now nowhere to be found. Everyone else is accounted for though, including our favorite yellow tourist.
When are we gonna have another scandalous incident? I'm so bored, nothing fun happens here.
There is one other character missing, though he's only relocated inside this building. Break all the crates within 30 seconds. Yep, no questions asked, I'm on it. There's not much to this. You can break multiple with a single ground pound for style points more than anything. This time limit is no issue. Break them all and you get a shine sprite. This shine is weird. It and one other shine we'll get to in a second are the only shines we can outright despawn just by walking out and in again. After getting that shine, come back and he's got a slightly tougher challenge for you. Same time limit, new configuration. You know, I have to wonder what this room is. It looks like it might see some more legitimate use as a restaurant, maybe only at nighttime? I suppose with the boats not running outside, you probably don't get a lot of customers on this side of the river. Ooh, so close. Yep, just barely didn't make it, my bad. Again, this is far from a strict time limit. In fact, this may even be an easier configuration of boxes than the first, and beating 30 seconds gives us another shine. Most of you already know, that's all the shines he's got for us, but if you do come back a third time, he does have an even slightly or tougher bunch of crates for you to try your hand at. There's no real reward for it, just there if you're a true crate crashing enthusiast. Don't get too clever. You can't just smash them all and then talk to him. He just materializes them all again. Wait, what happens if... Hello? Hello? I don't get a lot of opportunities to do this. Window continuity is on point in this building. I've brought it up before, but we aren't literally inside this door. Instead, we're floating like 200 feet above the plaza, which is why this room is slightly bigger on the inside. So I'm impressed that the windows on every wall match up perfectly. Another new character in the plaza is this guy on the roof, who offers to throw us in exchange for a coin. I'm sorry, we're how far through the game and this is the first instance of being able to spend a gold coin? Well, he's as good as his word and hurls us straight through this rickety window on the bridge building, which will net us the shine locked in here. But this room's a little odd, with a fixed camera similar to the King Boo arena. Along with that, this ceiling is actually clingable. Combine those two elements and we can get a really close look at Mario. Before we move on, the ability to spend coins comes with a couple unique quirks. Let's get up to 50 coins, which of course grants us a 1-up, and then have him toss us over. With a precise enough jump, it's possible to escape this room through the newly broken window, and now that we're out here again, we can collect another coin and get another 1-up. We can do this as many times as we like, and though it's far from the fastest way to farm lives, it's interesting in what it reveals about the coding. Back in Pinna Park, when I maxed out my coin counter and observed that I was still gaining 1-ups every 50 coins for 1,000 and beyond, I theorized that the game's internal coin counter maximum may be significantly higher than what's displayed. A few of you guys theorized right back that it may just be that the game's display coin counter and 1-up coin counter could operate on 2 separate internal values. I really like where your minds are at, and I especially enjoy having people who will theorize back at me. But I'm right and I can prove it. If I work my way up to that coin maximum, get that 1,000th coin with the 1-up, and then pay the man to throw me, we're still at 999. But if I turn around and immediately do it again... 998. Take that, max score hunters. Your real maximum is still out there somewhere. Another fun little interaction we can force is with the 100 coin shine. Since we can spend a coin after spawning it, we can see what happens if we get 100 coins again. Nothing too exciting, it just erases and replaces the one that was already there, but it is a little neat. Also, I swear I have a distinct memory of my first time playing this game. I paid this guy, and he somehow missed the window with his throw, causing me to bounce off this building and think this guy was useless. Since he's sitting instead of standing, there's no way to affect the trajectory of his throw, so I've tried holding every direction I know of on the analog stick, and I haven't been able to replicate that. Wait, coming at you from slightly less in the past, I got it to happen somehow. I wasn't even going for it, I was just trying to see if the 100 coin shine would spawn upon going from 101 to 100 coins, but there it is. No idea what caused it, but at least I know I'm not crazy. I really do like this little room though. Just makes me feel like I've got this little space of my own in the plaza, and there's only one other building like it where you can see into the windows. Let's try to get inside. Maybe we'll have a room of our own without the This banana wasn't here before we got access to Bianco Hills. It took a couple tricky jumps, but we made it. Unfortunately, though perhaps predictably, no collision in here, so not exactly hospitable. Alright, that's basically everything you can possibly do by this point without hunting down the shines in the levels themselves, so let's get over to the entrance of Bianco Hills. I never mentioned before, but these M graffiti warps have got some nice imagery of the level they lead to displayed when you get close enough, and these got a major glow up in the Switch remaster, look at that. Nothing too interesting about this pan around the windmill, though it does still look like this after you've cleared out these vines and gotten that graffiti M. But what's especially interesting is that some of these previews are different in the original Japanese version. This one has got these massive red blocks, which I assume are placeholder objects that would later be replaced by the vines, but I can't say for sure. I also noticed that if you save your game directly in front of one of these warps, it causes the video to zoom way in before restarting when you resume. Now this episode gives me a nice opportunity to do a bit of revisionism and share some things about these levels that fell through the cracks in my earlier videos. These will all be things I've either learned after the fact, just straight up forgot to mention, or things you guys taught me. Starting right away with a super cool one. This GUI Mario parked in the opening shot of the road to the big windmill is actually a Boo model that we'd otherwise only see in Sirena Beach. You can tell, the color's a bit off and the pattern only animates as the camera shifts. No idea why they would have done that, but it's a juicy little tidbit for sure. In the opening cutscene of the game, when we're watching the Isle Delfino promo, the shot of Bianco Hills features Mario. Charitably, I might posit that this is one of Bowser Jr.'s tricks, and not a comical oversight on behalf of whoever's job it was to put this video together. Normally, if there's something incongruous about a reflection, it's something not being rendered in that reflection, like the thorny vines on the windmill. But thanks to Christmas95 for pointing out that this lake has a floating piranha bon in it that isn't there on our side of reality. It'd probably be spooky if it weren't a piranha bon. I wasn't sure how I missed this one at first, but Rosachu pointed out that in the scene where Petey and Mario stand off, the cracks in the roof spread from both of their feet, which is another great visual gag to add to this cutscene's multitude, but the reason I didn't catch it is because the scene I'm showing you is the GameCube versions, and in the re-release, the top and bottom got cut off as they zoomed in the cutscene to reach the edges of the widescreen. That's basically all for Bianco Hills stuff, though I do feel the need to clarify that yes, I do know you can rotate these platforms by spraying the windmills. It's just really slow, so I usually avoid it, but I probably should have at least shown it because it is a fairly neat mechanic that combines spraying and platforming, which I praised in Noki Bay. With Shadow Mario's shine obtained, we've gotten enough to unlock both Ricco Harbor and Gelato Beach, which means more goo shapes to take a better look at. Lloyd2226 was kind enough to point out that this shape is representative of Gooper Blooper's tentacle hanging out of the crate in episode 1. And then of course, if we follow the pattern of each goo shape being the boss of its level, the one covering the lighthouse could be Wiggler's little head flower. With the boathouse rescued, we can add the 2 Tanuki inside to our head count, and then head on into Ricco Harbor. Now you guys had a lot of cool things to share about this level. In episode 1, after releasing Gooper Blooper, an invisible object can be found near the entrance of the level. Well, I don't know if can be found is the right turn of phrase, but it's definitely here. It's a water barrel that has no visible model and only has collision on the top, not the sides. We can destroy it and even hear the water inside when we do, but that's about the only thing we can do with it. A fascinating little loose thread. Thank you Mario Muncher 44 for letting me know about it. Here's a fun one. You can enter Ricco Harbor from under the dock. In episode 3, this Pianta makes an oblique reference to a movie where a manhole cover was blocked and trapping someone beneath. Trackr3501 told me that movie could be He Walked by Night, and yeah, that certainly fits the bill. Melty Metroid in my Discord told me about this one. In episode 7, there's a Pianta with a Noki's voice line. Surprised I didn't catch that one, to be honest. For some reason, this was the only level where I straight up just forgot to cover the brochure, and I almost forgot to do it again for this episode. Sorry, Ricco Harbor, I don't know why this keeps happening. It's probably got the most text we can actually make out of any of the pages. Oidamase nandemo, Ricco Harbor. This place is known to the people of Dalpik for delicious fish. You can eat the fish with your lovely partner, so she will be glad. No, we were so close! What's this last line? with a partial smiling face. This blooper down here also wishes it to be known that they are delicious. That's everything for Ricco Harbor. Some of the plaza dialogue will change after you've cleared away the boathouse, but not yet the lighthouse. Toadsworth draws your attention to Debs, and I interpret this line from Peach as sort of a sixth sense for knowing when she's about to be kidnapped. I think Yellow Tourist might have the same intuition. We can also get the next chapter in the Sailor Boys argument.
So the model for the Grand Pianta was your ancestor? That's ridiculous. Seriously, come on, you're such a liar. It's because of liars like you that the Shine Sprites left us. I'm not lying. I saw the plans for the statue. Why don't you use your ears and start listening to me? It's because of squid brains like you that it got dark.
Oh, this is getting juicy now. Over at the Gelato entrance, the beach Shine spawns just close enough to the polluted piranha that it's possible to beat him and then grab the Shine before his death animation, interrupting the Shine collection. And when we're back in control, the Shine becomes intangible. The footage you're seeing for this is from the GameCube version on Dolphin, because I realized I would need save states to accomplish this within my lifetime. Gelato's preview is a little off. The mirrors are all tilted out of whack, and the top of the tower has a slightly different design too. I don't know how I overlooked this. The Dunebud secret level has the sun present in it, despite its skybox otherwise not being unique. During episode 2, I noticed that if you look through this mirror at just the right angle, you can see an extra plungelo just chilling on the hill. It's probably some kind of enemy spawner or object handler, but maybe it's a vengeful ghost, who can say? Here's one I'd heard about, but it didn't sound all that interesting to me, so I didn't end up trying it. But then I got about a dozen comments about it after the video went up, so here we go. If you open your map immediately after laying the final blow to Wiggler, the boss music, which normally will slow down and then transition back to the Gelato Beach theme, will instead keep slowing down, and you'll get to hear this extremely rareware sounding version of the song. Close the map and open it again, and you'll get to hear an even faster version than what plays during his final phase. Alright, that one was fun. Thanks to everyone for getting me to try it. Credit to Frozone for telling me that this cash register contains another secret besides this one. If you jump into it from beneath, a ring of 7 coins will pop out. That's not just a cool obscure detail, that's pretty damn useful considering Gelato's probably the toughest 100 coin shine. A bunch of you suggested that the bird the ornithologist mentions in episode 7 could be referring to the blue cataquack in the tree. I like that as a headcanon, but I'm also not too sure about it. Since this guy's been around since before he even mentioned getting a small bird, it doesn't seem any more likely he's talking about the duck than any of the other birds around here. Don't worry, this is still Delfino Plaza's episode. If we open both Ricco and Gelato without reaching 10 shines, we get a bit more unique dialogue. Peach mentions the boats, which have begun to run again, and thanks to Debs, we can even learn what they're called.
The Fruit Freighter.
With the boats finally running again, this means this is the point of the game at which you're meant to get the pachinko shine. These boats are a little odd, too. Their collision goes all the way down to the ocean floor, making it impossible to swim under them. The Sailor Boys are still going at it, of course. Seems they tried to settle it in Smash, but that only made things worse.
You know, you have a pretty suspicious mustache there. I bet we're in this fix because of a mustache like that.
Mushroom Guy managed to get himself caught on fire. Of course, he'll give us a blue coin if we douse him, but then he says,
I still wish the sun would return, but who needs a tan? When you can be
burnt to a crisp.
Once we've collected 10 shines from this point, we've reached episode 4, The Princess in Peril. I like that the toads are positioned so no matter which level you did before getting to this point, there's one right nearby to give you the lowdown. Only the toads are at all worried, of course. Let's check in on the Piantas. The Sailor Boys have moved on to insulting each other's swimming skills. Alright, come on boys, I want more lore. Step it up next time. Other than a few Piantas relocating though, that's about all there is to this version of the map. Trigger the cutscene at the Turtle Mobile and move on to our next episode. Episode 5, everything else. This will basically be the state of the plaza until we've tracked down Gooey Mario in all 7 levels. Most of the dialogue hasn't changed much, but I bet you can guess whose has. The Sailor Boys have now gotten into a heated debate about whose tree is bigger. The double entendre here is almost certainly deliberate. Chances are, if you've ever talked to these two, this is the dialogue you found them saying, but it's fun to watch how they got to this point, going from just being worried about the darkness like everyone else, to debating family history, to competing with each other, to blaming the darkness on each other, to measuring wood and bushiness. There is one new shine in this version of the plaza. A golden bird is hanging out on the water near the Castaway Island. I remember joking as a kid that if this guy could manage to splash enough water on the bird, he could grab the shine and warp to shore, but then the shine flies way over here anyway. Our next progress gate is unlocking Yoshi, so of course it's on to Pinna Park. There are no level previews for any of the levels to come, but Pinna Park is the area visible from the most other areas in the game, all but Noki Bay and the Airstrip. There are quite a few incongruities to it though. Delfino Plaza, the area you probably spend the most time in, is the only version where the Ferris wheel isn't spinning. The scale of the island between Ricco Harbor and Gelato Beach is completely off, the island looking way closer from the harbor. In the park's first episode, Mecha Bowser's theme is actually a remix of the Shine Get theme. Thanks Hyper to Hedgehog for that one. Didn't catch it myself. Everyone keeps telling me the bullet bill launchers are a deliberate reference to the GameCube controller ports. Nah, I don't see it. Another one from Christmas '95, maybe they should have been making these videos. At the start of episode 1, when you're looking in at Shadow Mario from outside the gate, you can see he's standing on an itty-bitty block from a secret level. This is because there's no collision over here until we get into the park, so they just gave him a little stand. Around the Shell Ride, I pointed out this trio of Noki sisters called the Buckies. I only drew attention to them because named NPCs are really rare in this game, but I didn't have anything more to share about them. Then Raven Winter in my Discord server showed me that these three are quite the cameo stars. You can have them as teammates in the Mario baseball games, and they also show up in the closing ceremonies of Mario Kart Double Dash. That's so random, I love it. Sorry. Two things in the wilted sunflowers. If you try to water one, they'll get a little of their color back and try and straighten up, but then falter and wilt again. And you can lure these Snoozy-Koopas pretty far from their posts. If you bring them over behind this wall, you can even get them to fall asleep in the water. With the swiping stews on the beach and us long since having enough shines to get the sunglasses, I wanted to try this out.
Mamma mia.
Yep, he just pops a pair of sunglasses on your corpse. Nice. Another voice line mix-up, courtesy of Melty Metroid. This Pianta rocks a Noki's voice line. Though given the location, maybe he's just doing an impression. That's all for Pinna Park. Of course, we got Yoshi into the plaza by doing that, which gives us access to a few things. Firstly, we can now get the prison bell tower shine, as it does spawn pretty high, but not so high we can't reach it with a bit of fancy footwork. Something interesting on the note of Yoshi, the international releases of this game have way more fruit than the original Japanese version. All the offerings in the fountains, porches, rooftops, it makes both opening Yoshi's egg and playing around with him far easier, but it is kind of odd there's just random fruit everywhere in this version, isn't it? And that's all the noteworthy things about Yoshi. That's it. No more shines to get, we can move on now. I'm telling you, move on. No, ignore that pipe, Mario, please, I'm begging you. Yes, it's time to tackle hands down the most infamous shine in this game. Our objective? Get our highly soluble Yoshi across the ocean to that island. It's a light bit of puzzle solving, but our only path is with the fruit freighters, these tiny, slightly slippery moving platforms. One goes from the central canal to the opposite island. Now we're going to be spending a lot of time on these boats, so we may as well admire them. These crates with the insignias on them are unique, sporting this odd logo. At first glance, I thought it was just a stylized Pianta, but then Mr. Penguin B in my Discord server pointed out to me its lack of a head tree. My next best guess then is that it's meant to be Olimar, or possibly the Hocotate Freight president. It wouldn't be a totally unprecedented reference, I think. The front of the boats also seem to resemble faces with 2 eyes, a big nose, and a little mustache. Maybe it's a bit of a stretch. I was hoping this text would look like the Hocotate Freight logo, but it's completely garbled and unreadable. This cardboard box over here is also kind of interesting. It bears resemblance to a bit of cut content within the game's code. A cardboard box Mario could kick a soccer ball into to make it react to the goal he'd scored. On this first island, there are some coconuts in this tree we can use to keep Yoshi topped off, which is going to be important. Our next boat ride will ferry us all the way over to the platform where the 100 coin shine spawns, and that answers the question of what this banana was doing here, giving us another chance to refuel. Now, this is downright nerve-wracking. Yoshi's jumps aren't nearly as precise as Mario's hover nozzle. One slip up and it's back to the beginning of the process. Multiple minutes of waiting in between jumps. They're not that precise, but with the mounting pressure, they sure feel like they are. On this last leg of our journey, it's entirely possible to eat the golden bird. but we made it. Clear away the pipe and we'll head in. Oh, you thought that was the hard part? No. Welcome to the lily pad secret. You remember lily pads, they were kind of necessary in one level. I know you mastered control over them back then, and because I know you mastered them, we're gonna throw in a curveball of controlling them on a current. This water is instant death, so don't take too long reaching the end or your lily pad will wilt. But don't go too quick or you'll drift straight past one of these red coins, and then where will you be? Don't worry, we've provided this extremely friendly looking pipe. It'll take you right back to the beginning and you can try again. Oh, did you think I meant the beginning of the river? No. I meant the beginning of the whole process with Yoshi. Yeah, no, I recovered the pipe in orange goo, so enjoy the boat ride. What's wrong? Wait, no, where are you going? It can't be that bad. The GameCube really was Nintendo's era of outwardly trolling its players, huh? What a massive middle finger. You almost have to admire it. Don't worry, there's a ton you can do to make this easier on yourself. For one, this first island is connected to the mainland via a sewer tunnel, so you can absolutely feel free to skip that first boat ride. Also, you may notice that Yoshi launches out of the sewers with downright ludicrous height. Whoa! That gives me an idea. What if we can jump from this sewer entrance to the mooring platform? It takes a bit of work. You need to get a running start, then start spinning near the apex of your jump to slow your descent. Activate Yoshi's flutter just before you drop too low, and not bad. 2 boats skipped. Not good enough? That's fair. Head on over to the stall selling durians and coconuts. It takes some finagling, but it's entirely possible to squish between the collisions of the wall and the support to fall out of bounds. From here, make some small jumps to stay off the death barrier but keep below the sewers, and then make a big jump to pop out on the ocean floor. Now we can head straight to the island. Just to be safe, I cleared the sludge from below the waterline, but Yoshi can just jump out of the water no problem. And we're back. Now there are also a couple tricks to the level itself. First and foremost, everyone tries taking this way too fast, sacrificing all their control and sliding straight past coins because they let the wilting lily pads psych them out. Secondly, if you are extremely low on lives and don't want a game over to make you do any part of the Yoshi segment again, some people will recommend running all the way back to the top along these walls if you miss a coin, because the lily pad does respawn up there. Frankly, the precision necessary to do that is way higher than the precision necessary to just get the coins, so that's a big ask. Rather, I'd recommend just running back and getting the 1-up here before starting back at the beginning. So, here's the tactic. Just give yourself enough of a push to get going, and then from here, most of the spraying we're going to be doing is going to be facing forward. That way we can affect our direction while also giving us more control over the speed. After drifting straight into these first 3, push yourself so you bounce off the right wall. That should slow you down and line you up with this 4th coin. It's relatively straightforward from there, with the last coin being the only real hurdle. Since it's so high up, you want your lily pad to either be stopped or moving slow enough that you can catch up to it after jumping for the coin. If you do miss, it is the easiest coin to go back and get from the wall, but do yourself a favor and make sure to save the coin on solid ground until after you've done that, because otherwise... What I always did was just get the first 6 normally, and then, rather than risk landing back on the lily pad, just jump from it to the wall. But you know what? If the hardest part of this shine is controlling the lily pad, I say why use the lily pad? Yeah, now who wants to guess how many tries that took me? 10? I thought it was going to be way more than 10. That might genuinely be a viable way to do this level if you hate the lily pad. I don't know. I see you, Gooey Mario. I'll get to you. We're going to do Sirena Beach first, though. Apparently, I actually did my job this level, because I barely got any comments about something I missed. Glad to know I was so thorough with my favorite level. One small correction, though. Thanks to I'm a farmer in Malaysia! That's how it's pronounced. Unfortunately, that's not optional. For letting me know that King Boo can only spit out coins a few times per attempt, and in order to get 999 coins from him, you have to farm the Electric Koopas. So that's worse. Oh, and it's worth noting, in Japanese, this guy isn't called King Boo. He's called Boss Boo, whereas King Boo from Luigi's Mansion is still called King Boo in Japanese, which most people take as confirmation that these ain't the same guy. I also happened to find another attack the big guy can boo, that being if you kick a stew into him. Back in the plaza, let's cover the things we can do after unlocking the turbo nozzle, such as getting into the pachinko level and reaching the top of the return ramp. I know you guys wanted to see the top of the return ramp. Okay, there are 2 shines we can get, thanks to a mechanic that we haven't seen used in any other level. Turbo doors. Crash through it, and this shine beneath the radio tower is ours. That might have been the least legal thing we've ever done to get a shine. Better head on over to the courthouse and turn ourselves in. No wonder this island's law is so loosey-goosey. Their legal center is literally a giant slip and slide. I do love this level. It's literally just a turbo nozzle playground, and I love that thing. But there's a whole lot of not a lot to this one. Just for fun, let's see if we can open up the door without getting inside. Then we can try our hand at it with the hover nozzle instead. There we go, not too bad. Unlike beating this level without the turbo nozzle. Nah, I'm only joking, this is genuinely easier. I brought this thing in so I could show that these slots on the side of the course have the proper collision it looks like they should have, which is fascinating. Feels almost like they could have hidden something here, but like almost all the other Delfino secrets, no coins and no 100 coin shine. Next up is Noki Bay, and a couple of you asked what would happen if you collected your 100th coin after activating the warp into the level. This is my bad. I wasn't clear enough about how this works. When you activate the warp, it drains any coins you currently have. The reason you can start this level with any coins at all is because in the sequence of events, you can activate the warp, lose all your coins, then gain a coin. So there'd have to be 100 coins on this spot to find out. Both things I've got for Noki Bay are to do with Eelimouth. This first one is something I noticed literally minutes after the Noki Bay video was uploaded. Eelimouth's eyes have 2 unique sets of designs, one distinctly masculine, the other distinctly feminine. This is certainly unusual, and many people posit that Eelimouth may be both male and female. There are even more distinguishing details too. Eelimouth will make a different sound when you dislodge a tooth depending on which side of the mouth the tooth came from. And the male's eyes seem to produce way more tears. Speaking of their eyes, this is probably the most insane detail I'll show in this whole video, which I was made aware of by Uvan04V1. If you look into their eyes at just the right angle, you can see what appears to be Ricco Harbor reflected in them. And not just Ricco Harbor, but a pre-release version of it. Best guess, Eelimouth was originally planned to be a Ricco Harbor boss, but that still leaves a lot of questions. With Noki Bay down and a rocket nozzle obtained from Shadow Mario, we can now obtain every shine in the plaza. Apart from getting the bell towers and the tall grass shine the intended way, there are 2 more within our reach. One is the lighthouse. This black disc on top can only be broken by a ground pound from great height, the kind that gets this cool comet effect on it. Just to make double sure you do have the rocket nozzle, the shine spawns way up here. And of course we have the shine gate. It's kind of interesting that it spins as you clean it, because once it is clean, it'll slowly and steadily get back into its front-facing position, and we won't be able to turn it anymore. If you get the camera angle just right, you can see the pole it's spinning on up here too. But what makes this interesting is that during one of the game's opening cutscenes, we got this shot of the plaza, and you can see the shine is facing backwards here, and you can see its shine hanging out way up there. So whoever got this shot wanted the shine cleaned, but didn't wait for it to stop spinning before taking this picture. Now finally, Pianta Village. I did end up finding one more route through the Goopy Inferno. Reveal the tree in the spring, then you can jump from this mushroom to the tree, then to this shelf mushroom, and on to the mayor's house. In Chain Jump's bath, I made a point of there being no way to refill your water in this level once the bath was occupied, but Squid Token let me know that wasn't the case. There's an obscure technique in the game where you can use FLUDD during a ground pound to refill your tank from a water barrel. The barrels in this level respawn too, so they are technically still an infinite source of water. Funnily enough, I did think to try this with the watermelon cubes over here, but when that didn't work, I just assumed the barrels wouldn't either. No sense in not being thorough now. I tried it out on the invisible barrel in Ricco Harbor, but to no avail, and I also gave it a shot with the gelato watermelons, also with no effect. What, FLUDD, too good for watermelon juice and invisible water, but you'll suck up this just fine? I stumbled upon this odd Yoshi interaction with these Pokies. He can take them out with his juice before they emerge, and when he does, their flower just remains as a regular flower. Admittedly, I didn't do a very good job showing off the Chuckster Secret 100 coin shine, cause it literally pops up right next to the red coin shine. It's kinda silly, so here it is a lot more clearly. During the Shadow Mario chase, I tried and failed to get his shine to spawn on top of a blue coin, but Matt Barker 97 drew my attention to the fact that that's way easier in other levels, like right here in Gelato Episode 2. I don't know what I was expecting the interaction would be like, but it's nice to have my curiosity satisfied. For now. That catches us up to our main file, with Episode 6, The Flood.
Flood, which honestly may even deserve its own episode of Game Breakdown. There's a lot to this. Maybe I'm just a sucker, but raising an area's water level to alter how you interact with it is one of Nintendo's favorite tricks, and it gets me every time. It doesn't necessarily serve a practical purpose, it's just here to raise the stakes as the entrance to the final area opens up. Like Bowser Jr. said, "Fine, you like water so much? I'll give you water!" And you can ignore it all and head inside if you really want, but you'd miss out on some of the game's coolest details. Where do I even start? Well, just for fun, let's see what shines we can and can't get while the plaza's in this form. The entrances to Bianco, Ricco, Gelato, Pinna, and Noki Bay are all out of the question, so the only levels we can still reach are Sirena Beach and Pianta Village. We can still reach a number of Delfino Plaza's secret areas too. The pachinko machine, the slide, and the tall grass secret are all still attainable. In fact, this is probably the easiest it'll ever be to reach them. There is, however, no way to get into the turbo nozzle secret or the lily pad secret. Well, I'm sure there's some glitch or other. We can clean both bell towers, and thanks to Yoshi's presence here, it is still possible to reach the prison towers shine, but the radio towers is impossible. Any of the plaza's sewer system now beneath the waterline just doesn't exist, so the only two entrances we can reach take us to a tiny circle. Aw, it's like a little top hat. Here's a really specific detail regarding the radio tower. This bit of roof on the corner only looks like this in the flooded version of the plaza, and in all other instances looks incorrect. This has nothing to do with anything, but this nearby rope positioned just above the water is an extremely fun time. For this fellow on the roof, everything's still business as usual, and he'll still toss us into the shine room for a coin. The golden bird is still present by the castaway island, though if you can't find it, it's because the longer you spend in the flooded plaza, the further it drifts over here. The last shine we can obtain without glitches is the 100 coin shine, though without the sewers accessible, the coins available to us are extremely few and far between. The most we can get, again without glitches, are from all these green birds on the rooftops, but of course, glitches are always an option to expedite matters. The most famous glitch in this area, possibly one of the most famous in this game, is to do with trying to swim into the bottom of these floating logs. Give it a moment and you'll warp straight down to the ocean floor. Down here we can roam the city streets as normal. Finding many of the coins can still be obtained by spraying things like the wanted posters and swinging signs. We can also get a close look at a few odd design differences, like this shine symbol at the center of the plaza, the manhole covers, which of course we can't ground pound, and this door to the left of the Pianta statue. In fact, we can't see or even hear the shine that's usually inside. All the bouncy surfaces down here no longer do, and I've saved the best for last. The shine we'd normally get from spraying this section of the beach is gone, but the shine image still exists, and can be sprayed over here by the umbrellas. Doing so spawns what I'm confident in labeling the single best hidden coin in this entire game. This whole series has been worth it for this frickin' coin. Wait, that reminds me, we were trying to spawn the 100 coin shine. In total, between all the coins above and below the water, there can't be more than 40 coins around here, so we're gonna have to grab a shine and rinse and repeat a few times. But if we do get all the way up to 100, the shine's usual spawn location is submerged, so instead it lands on top of the Grand Pianta statue. I think that's the most unique 100 coin shine we've ever spawned. We can also spawn 2 more shines, though we can't collect them. The one above the shine gate, of course, and though it'll take a bit of finesse, the one above the lighthouse as well. That only leaves the box breaker minigame unaccounted for, so let's start exploring this place's dialogue. Debs gives us a bit of a rundown as to what happened, describing it as a waterfall-like deluge of rain. Nearly every NPC has taken refuge on a rooftop. The sole exception is the exhaust port guy, who's joined the illustrious Duck Ring Riders. Purple Toad also describes the sudden rainfall like a tidal wave from the sky. And I mentioned it before, but likely as an oversight, he's somehow found himself wearing a blue vest. Him and the repairman are really expanding my horizons. I wasn't aware anyone on this island was allowed to change clothes. All the other toads give similar accounts, but I love how the police look like they're protecting the blue toad over here. We got you, little buddy. Us boys in blue gotta stick together. You can also find Sunglasses Bro hanging out on the east of town. He's also all business as usual. The Sailor Boys have this cute moment here. They're still talking like they're completely fed up with each other, but they've literally got each other's backs here. What a pair of bros. This tourist mentions that the water came from Corona Mountain, as though it erupted with water or something. Worth keeping in mind. And then we got the castaway, who despite not being able to swim, somehow used the rising water to his advantage and got back to the mainland. Good for him. Yellow Tourist is having the time of his life, but one last time asks where the cameras are. He seems to be convinced he's on some kind of hidden camera reality TV show, and I may as well mention, there is a relatively popular fan theory that
he's right. That this whole game is some kind of elaborate ad campaign for Isle Delfino, which could explain the utterly kangaroo court we went through where Mario's sovereign monarch gets no say in his defense, the fact that a lot of characters have been totally unfazed in the face of danger, and even the use of episodes as a notation of the levels. The idea that Mario games have actually been dramatizations rather than a literal procession of events has been a popular theory ever since Mario Bros. 3 opened with a rising curtain, but I personally don't subscribe to this one. It is fun to think about though. Toadsworth mentions that the water that poured down seems hot, another little tidbit to tuck away for later. How this guy managed to remain on fire through what by all accounts was like having a giant water bucket overturned on the city is beyond me. You can find the pair of Tanuki hanging out on top of the boathouse, which gives us a few things of note. 1, this is a father and son pairing. 2, the young one uses a Pianta voice line when spoken to. And 3, this design with the life ring is identical to the one from Noki Bay. And finally, we got the Council of Fruit Vendors, who worked together to save all their wares as best they could. That's adorable. And practical, as it's just a hop, 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 skip and a jump to get one over to Yoshi. I think the last things worth covering for now are blue coins. Of course, I'm saving them for last, but there are a few interesting ones amid the flood. Bring Yoshi up to the top of the police station, clear away the gunk, and you can see some odd textures in this crevice. These are the same as they are in a non-flooded map, just lit differently, but they're just miniature building facades. The blue coin in the jail is also very strange. You can see it, but the back entrance is barred. Even stranger, you can see a sewer entrance inside that isn't normally there. Let's finish the flood with a bang, and pull the camera out to see how exactly they did this. For some bizarre reason I cannot comprehend, this was not accomplished by raising the y-coordinates of the water's surface. No, but by sinking all of Delfino Plaza down below the water level. It's easiest to tell by comparing the seafloor's slope towards Ricco Harbor between the two maps, but also every other area, including Delfino Airstrip, appears to be perfectly undrenched. Now all that's left is to give chase to Shadow Mario and enter Corona Mountain, the ultimate gauntlet, the final trial. That's next episode. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Exit the area and everything will be back to normal. Better than normal, in fact. That brings us to episode 7, The Shine's Return. The game basically uniformly updates your progress here. If you haven't gotten 60 shines yet, the Ring of Darkness will be gone anyway. If you hadn't chased down Shadow Mario with the turbo nozzle or rocket nozzles before the flood, they'll still be unlocked by the statue. A clever bit of continuity considering Bowser Jr.'s hiding out in the volcano now. Most dialogue changes in this episode are in regards to the brightness, with many of the Piantas who had been complaining about the darkness up till now remarking on how sunny things are. And a lot of the ones who had given us the hardest time are finally singing a new tune. Mushroom Guy, dude, you've got issues. Have you been lighting yourself on fire because you miss having sunburns? The only characters still distressed are the Toads, since we kind of left something in that volcano. Oh, and Castaway Guy, who we can find staring longingly at his island.
I just want to get back to that island.
Near him on the beach, the Sailor Boys look to have finally squashed their beef. I knew their bond was stronger than some silly argument. There's one new character to the plaza this episode. Over here on the docks, this fellow in the purple shirt. Crazily enough, this isn't the first place you can find him. If you wandered over to the other side of the airstrip way back in the tutorial, you could have found this guy manning the ferry over here. And wouldn't you know it, for 10 coins he's offering to take us back. Let's take him up on it. Don't expect any shanties from this captain, mate. This is 100% a reference to Captain from Animal Crossing, right? We're all on the same page here? The only complaint I have about this is that we're hearing the Delfino Plaza music here. The airstrip music from the tutorial was definitely a bit low-key, but I certainly miss it now. As long as we're back at the site of the game's opening, I say it's time we look back with hindsight on the game's first cutscenes. In the first few shots of the game, we got this delightful map of the region. Here's something I didn't catch before. This map and this map are slightly different. The more zoomed out one portrays an earlier concept for Isle Delfino, the same one we noticed on that poster in Sirena Beach, with the airstrip attached to the plaza, and Pinna Park attached to the island. On this map, I drew attention to these islands shaped like other marine life, but I believed this island was meant to be the real-world Hawaii. A lot of people were quick to disagree with me, saying it's an angelfish or a sunfish, and listen, I feel I've been pretty good about admitting when I missed something or when I was wrong, but nuh-uh, not this time. That is just straight up the main island of Hawaii. The placement of the volcano is even identical. Following right along with that, the aerial view of Isle Delfino. It looks pretty good. You can make out almost every area we've been to. Pianta Village is a little tough, but you can at least see the tops of the giant palm tree. No Noki Bay though, another casualty in its development turnaround no doubt, and Pinna Park looks a little off. It's featuring the red Ferris wheel we've already noticed once or twice, but its whole layout looks completely different too. Significantly smaller, and lacking any other landmarks we might identify. One last cutscene detail to note, I knew about this, but I was still trying to figure out what kinds of details were and weren't noteworthy at the time. And I guess I made a bad bad call about this one, because like 20 people let me know. In the Japanese version of this game, the prosecutor's voice lines have him saying the word shrine instead of shine.
Expert shrine scholars have determined that this darkness has arisen because of all of our guardians. The shrine sprites have vanished from their gathering spot at the shrine gate.
Definitely odd no one caught it, or at least they didn't think it was important enough to change before localization. But we're here on Delfino Airstrip again, and there are a few things we can do. Namely, one, there's a turbo nozzle for us to suit up with, and a red button they accidentally gave a Pianta voice line to. There are 8 red coins scattered around the area, and all the gold coins will lead us straight to them. This is really satisfying. It's sort of our turbo nozzle's last hurrah, only being required for 3 shines and a small handful of blue coins, but it's a good last hurrah. This final stretch over here by all these stews is a joyful send-off, and if you haven't gotten the 100 coin shine for Delfino Plaza yet, this is easily the best place to get it as well. Even if you didn't get up to 100 coins on the path to all the red coins, there are plenty more from these stews and graffitis. And of course, grabbing the red coin shine doesn't reset your count, so you can just come right back and get it in seconds. Seems almost like a given at this point, but if not for the gates blocking the red coin in this building, the turbo nozzle would not be remotely necessary, as we're once again given an exorbitant amount of time to actually get the coins. We can also bring in the rocket nozzle by equipping one before setting sail, and with rocket storage, we can make our way back into the invisible room above the tower. Unlike in the tutorial with the bubble nozzle, there are a pair of Soren stews in here, so I imagine that maybe before this was a red coin romp, this may have been something of a pest control mission, tasking us with clearing out an infestation of stews. That's just speculation, though to my mind, something along those lines would explain why there's no one here. If we get extra clever and build up a stored rocket jump before collecting the turbo nozzle, we can even break one of this room's turbo doors, and see that these doors wholly respond to the ones down here. Last place worth investigation is the tower interior. These little bits and bobs on the floor seem like little shopwares, like local crafts, but one jar is designed to look like a Pianta, which is completely adorable. On the other side of the room is a block of ice containing our first blue coin of the bunch. There are only 20 in Delfino Plaza, including that one, but many of them take a bit more doing than any we've seen so far. Let's start with the graffiti. There are 2 corresponding X marks, one on the side of the Grand Pianta statue, and one over by the docks. Break this crate in the center of town to reveal an M, find another hidden on the back of this building near the cannon, and another behind another crate on the bridge building. There are a couple just out and about. The most obvious one is in the prison, but the other 3 are all within the sewers. Enter the system from the cover near the Pianta statue and head as far north as you can for 1, enter near the Shine Gate and again head as far north as you can, and then use this tunnel leading out towards the island to the west and venture down and to the left through this maze to find the last. Use the turbo nozzle on this gate in the pillar near the lighthouse to crash into a blue coin, and for this next batch we're gonna use Yoshi. There's a blue bird on the roof near the Sirena Beach pipe, and another on the roof of the box breaker building. There's a tall building near the cannon with some orange goop near its top, concealing a coin in its alcove. Same story on the roof of the police station, and the 5 remaining coins are all held by NPCs. This flaming mushroom fellow will of course be kind enough to give us one if we douse him, but this blue coin is very unique. Back in the plaza's first iteration with the sunken statue, this guy isn't on fire, but it is possible to sink him into the goop. Rescue and clean him off, and he'll give you the very same blue coin. From there, he has the same properties as his counterpart in Pianta Village, capable of giving you infinite gold coins if you continue to torment him. Next are the 4 ladies standing by baskets. Each one will task you to work for them for a bit, and request 3 of one kind of fruit. The banana lady is the simplest. All you have to do is rob this stall right around the corner, and there's nothing more to it. Though if you bring these ladies a fruit before they ask for it, the basket will animate its recipients, but it won't count. Pineapple Lady is almost as simple, but her basket is way off the ground. This is here to teach you about the different fruit physics. No, really. All 5 fruits you can carry have entirely different mechanics when thrown. Pineapples are thrown the highest and bounce the highest as well. Papayas are thrown the furthest. Coconuts roll when landing. Peppers slide further than the coconuts roll. And bananas are just a very stubborn fruit. I always like to see how far away I can make this basket from. Nailed it. Next simplest is the coconut lady on the far island. There's one on this rooftop right on the other end of the sewer tunnel, but it's a bit of a red herring. There are 3 growing on the tree right next to her. You can literally spray one directly from the tree into her basket. And last but not least, the durian lady. Her basket is turned on its side and significantly larger, and well it ought to be considering the task at hand. As a reminder, if you've bumped your head on the ceiling of any sewer tunnel since your last loading screen, durians will register Mario as permanently jumping, so you may want to reload before attempting this challenge. This is is also a challenge that was made significantly easier in the international release of the game, as these durians on the porch didn't exist in the Japanese version. It's not too difficult, it's really just a matter of getting them across the canal, and a solid dive into them should do the trick no problem. If you are playing the original Japanese version for whatever reason, I recommend taking all 3 of these durians out at a time, because odds are you're gonna lose at least one. But again, a good header is all it takes to clear the gap here. If we do decide to undertake any of their errands again, they will of course reward us with a 1-up. With that done, that's every shine and every blue coin we can get without heading into Corona Mountain. What a joyful hub area, truly. One of my favorite little things about this game is that the bells you cleaned will ring every time you return to the plaza. They worked incredibly hard at making your progress feel palpable. Flooding it, turning it into a total disaster zone is another one of those cool rug out from under you moments too. The water isn't treacherous by any means, but it does turn what is otherwise a safe and familiar environment completely on its head. But once it's cleared away, we've as good as done it. We've helped these people, individuals and communities alike. The atmosphere here is night and day compared to the start of the game, but we've got one area to go. One culprit we haven't fully pinned down.
GameCube スーパーマリオ最高の大冒険がゲームキューブでついに実現
And hold it right there. In this Japanese commercial for Mario Sunshine, we got this look at a pre-release Pinna Park. Sunshine's incredibly rushed development cycle puts parts of it in a unique position of being unrecognizable mere months before its release. And you can still find remnants of unused and cut content throughout the game. This version of Pinna Park with the tiny courtyard and the little Ferris wheel is still visible in the opening cutscene of the game, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. Honestly, I'd do an iceberg chart on all this stuff, but I find the format to be pretty arbitrary. So instead, I'm going over it here, alongside today's main focus, Corona Mountain. I think you'll find that unused content and Sunshine's final level are a surprisingly well-matched pair, as what we've actually got here seems to be only a fraction of what was intended. A quick forward, this episode would not be possible without the incredibly dedicated people who operate the cutting room floor. They've compiled so much information through everything from data mining to good old-fashioned internet sleuthing, and most of what I have to show you here today is thanks to them. We can find this texture buried in the game's code, a title card for Corona Mountain, indicating it may have been planned to be a full-fledged level with multiple shines alongside the other 7. Also evident by the fact that, along with entering those areas, entering here subtracts all our coins. More than that, there were plans for much more than 7 levels. It makes sense, considering Mario 64 had 15. An old debug menu accessed in a pre-release version of the game shows this level select menu. While most of the entries are already familiar to us, or otherwise test levels that would never have been used, these 4 stand out as completely unfamiliar. Hotel Lacrima, Erto Rock, Warship Island, and Fire Shrine. Erto is simply the Italian word for steep, and while we're translating, Corona Mountain is easily the most clever area name in this game. Corona is Italian for crown, and it's positioned right on the center of the dolphin's head. But in English, the corona is the outer atmosphere of a sun or star. Basically, it's what we might call sunshine. Lacrima is Italian for tear, which thematically doesn't really gel with the idea of a hotel, though it is also a type of Italian wine, so maybe this level could have been some kind of vineyard. Now, it's unclear what these levels might have been, though I think it's worth drawing comparisons to some of the Bowser levels in Mario 64. Perhaps if Sunshine was originally planned to mimic more of 64's structure, these would have been the boss levels where you unlocked further progress into the game. Now, there is one level listed here we haven't seen, but we still have access to. Test Level 1 is fully playable with the use of an action replay code. This is the sort of place where programmers will tweak Mario's movement and other mechanics until they feel just right, like these stairs at varying heights used to pin down just how high Mario should jump, or this ramp to determine what angle it feels right to start slipping on. When people say Mario 64 spent its first year in development with Mario in a room until they perfected his controls, this is basically the room. Of course, there are a lot of other goodies here too, some of which I'll leave to one side until later, like, oh god, what is that? It's a Noki without a shell, covered in unfinished goop. Hey, if we spray them, we can see how their models shrink down to fit inside their shells. This area has only 6 red coins, and even if I hack it to make each one increment the counter by more than 1, it still doesn't spawn a shine. There is a shine to collect here, though there's no way to exit this area, and there's no way to save, so no sneaky extra shine for us. Oddly enough, we're technically considered to be within Delfino Plaza right now. We can even follow our position within its map using the brochure, but this shine in here is not considered to be a shine of any level. But wait, since it does drop us right here, we can collect this gold coin, collect the shine, and work our way all the way up to 100 since our coin counter doesn't reset until we change areas. To my my immeasurable disappointment, there's no 100 coin shine here. But that's okay, because there's still a ton to appreciate here, like these barrels and these gratings. Two elements which never interact in the core game, and we can see that Mario has the strongest core strength of any creature known to man. The balance, the discipline, that barrel's gotta be 5 gallons minimum. Oh my god, fear this creature. Oh, but Mario doesn't even need physical strength to pull this off. All he really needs is the will. This oil barrel is one of many things unused in the main game. According to the cutting room floor, it's got this animation attached to it, but I can't figure out how to proc it. What I did figure out is that if you dive into it just right, it bursts with water and then gets attached to our camera? I know this looks suspiciously like I just turned it into a JPEG and stuck it on screen, but no, it's still fully modeled, it just matches our camera movements 1-to-1. I'm baffled. Other unused stuff in here are these crumbly ground pound blocks and this soccer ball, which I've already mentioned before, though I like that this one made it in spirit with the durians. None of the characters here are feeling too chatty, but I like this green Pianta down in the pit. He's got this super bright coloring we never see in game. There are also a few other unused Pianta colors. I'd guess the ones they chose to leave out were cut due to either standing out too much or not enough, depending on the lighting. Though some strongly suspect the pure black color went unused to avoid accusations of ethnic stereotypes. I could see that. This was only a couple years after Holiday Hijinks after all. Lastly, while this green stuff isn't goop we can clean, it does seem to have some sort of pollution map attached to it, with gaps forming a pattern sort of like a board game, or maybe a train track? That leads really neatly into our next point. Another planned structural difference was some form of public transit. Possibly to add to the realism or the feeling of being a tourist, it would seem they didn't originally plan to use level warps, but some kind of train system. We can read the file names for each of its stations, which include a couple more unused areas, Lighthouse Island, and evidence that Hotel Delfino had its own separate area from Sirena Beach. The fact that a train could go to Pinna Park may seem strange, but we've already seen in several places that Pinna Island wasn't always an island, and was connected to the mainland in early development. We can also find some unused dialogue pertaining to buying train tickets to new areas as they unlock using soul coins. We can see what these coins might have looked like in the very first Sunshine trailer we ever got. This is the Space World 2001 trailer, and for the sake of structure, let's just start here and make our way forward. There's almost too much to take in. This is clearly what would go on to be Delfino Plaza, but the resemblance is tenuous at best. This big guy just moseying through town is called Hinokuri, but has been fan-dubbed Trampling Stew. He's also present in the test level, but only for a moment. He has some bizarre behaviors like spawning goobles and stews, and being defeated seemingly at random. Some extremely dedicated people have found, I guess, a more complete iteration of his code within the game, and recreated him. He still spawns goobles and Strollin' Stews, and his outer shell pops when filled with enough water. He's confusing, but he's sort of become the mascot of Mario Sunshine's cut content. This little girl in one shot of the trailer is also a bit famous. We can still see Piantas around the plaza, so this idea of having proportional humans alongside the bobble-headed main cast may raise an eyebrow or two, but we've seen Nintendo come back to this idea since then, and it turns out it's not that big a deal. This little girl may also be a key player in this long string of dialogue pertaining to a chain of events involving a family vacationing on the island, getting separated, losing their ice cream to the hot sun, and an elaborate sequence of opening doors. We have what is presumably the model for the door being spoken of here in the test room. Though it's clearly unfinished, Mario's animation for going through it looks to be the same as it does with Hotel Delfino's doors. There may even have been quite a few side quests planned at one point, including things like escort missions or errands, but the fruit ladies in Delfino Plaza are the sole remnants of that kind of thing. One major side quest, also evident in unused dialogue, was Delfino's mayor asking you to help him raise the island's tourism rating. Yeah, the main plot of New Horizons was first conceived way back here, who'd have thought? Still, the most glaring differences in the trailer are structural ones. The original plan seems to have been for most of the major areas to be directly connected, open world style. Certainly ambitious for the time, but it seems like the decision was rolled back for the sake of the individual areas being larger and more complex, so I think that's a win. But you can also see early versions of Ricco Harbor and Bianco Hills in this trailer. This is the same version of Ricco Harbor we spotted in Elimouth's eyes, and look, there's the original airstrip attached directly to the plaza. If I had to guess, I'd say this tall structure at the center of town may have been the train station, or at least planned to be. And then we get some more shots of Bianco Hills overlooking the ocean. I'm a sucker for a nice pool. Okay, I like these vibes. In early 2002, we got these screenshots of Bianco Hills, and the more familiar things get, the more uncanny the obvious differences are. This early goop texture deserves special mention, I think, as this would seem to be the goop that they were referring to in that interview that just felt gross, leading them to design it to look more like candy. These screenshots of Ricco Harbor don't have tons of information either, but we do get our best look at early Flood. The more bulbous design we got definitely definitely feels like an upgrade. This early Gooper Blooper arena seems to be in the same spot the helipad is in the final game. Keep this in mind for later. Then comes E3 2002. Now this was in May, less than 2 months before Mario Sunshine shipped in Japan, and while a lot of elements we'll recognize are in place, let's just rapid fire these spot the differences real quick. The game's title screen. These ain't the right fruit. No wanted posters, different awnings, different mats, unfinished textures everywhere. Pinna Island's empty. Corona Mountain is quite a bit smaller and greener. The flag on top of this building. All the little islands by the lighthouse. Green pipe. Another flag. The Big Shine's texture. And the platform beneath it isn't there. Neither is the pipe on top. These are not the same palm trees there in the final version. This bell tower's a short king. This thing in the water. This goop pattern. And now we know we're in the beginning of the game, and I can call out there's no black ring, no pineapple, and most shines around the plaza for things like cleaning the shine gate and bells don't seem to be implemented. Ricco Harbor's looking pretty good here, though this is episode 3's harbor layout with episode 1's goop. There's a lot less to stand on up on the girders. This blooper's design is a bit less blue. This is definitely a different manhole cover design. That open window has no texture. That door over there looks more like it does during the flood. Gelato Beach has Sirena Beach's goo color, though it's plainly not electric yet. Ooh, Grand Pianta statue is looking tight, but this cutscene is completely different. A stack and stew in the plaza, no umbrellas, another unused manhole design, and this ice cream cart over here which we can still find in the test room. It's got a bouncy top. And hey, check it out, they've got lemon flavor. I'll take 12. Bianco Hills has all these tall birdhouses with like aspen tree trunks, these piranha bond designs, the fact they're coming out of the cave, all these platforms, these windmills, this Ricco Harbor level with these massive orange placeholder blocks, this riding blooper is white, Gooper Blooper is blue, you can still see the girder square back there, and no Yoshi's Fruit Adventure platforms. This early pier design on Gelato, this boat, which later is only found on Pinna Beach and the Airstrip. Hey, wait a minute, how does this boat change from here to there? Poinks in Gelato Beach, we got the early design of the Sandbird Tower we noticed in the level's preview, an unused boat design, black cannon, tiny Yoshi egg that doesn't need fruit to open, green Yoshi, this sign, unfinished beach design, white dune buds, everything about the hotel's interior, the background of secret levels, and a Pianta in the shell's secret. And there are buckets more shown on a Japanese demo disc released around the same time. Yeah, this footage doesn't represent the exact state the game was in May 2002, it was probably captured at least a month earlier, but man, can you imagine the crunch. But 2 months later, the game launches, and this really is a success story, isn't it? Sure, we can speculate on what might have been. The most insane amongst us might even try to recreate it with fan mods and level editing, but standing here, at the end of the road? I can't say I'm not satisfied. Mario Sunshine is janky, its difficulty curve is all over the place, and there are certainly times where you can feel the potential, the absence of what could have been if things had gone differently, but Isle Delfino is so much more than a product of its time and lack thereof. It's a brilliantly realized place that effortlessly drives the player forward with its utterly charming locales and sheer vibes. You might see the tears in its tapestry and think, what a shame, so rushed, so mishandled. But I see them as evidence of Sunshine's triumph, what it managed to overcome, pulling from all directions to create something cohesive. It's a testament to the artistry of everyone who worked on this game. Don't get me wrong, developers and artists of all stripes absolutely deserve to have all the time they need, and the ever-mounting public denouncement of crunch and unfair deadlines is exclusively positive in my eyes. But there is a special place in my heart for the creators out there that rose to the challenge and gave us something as delightful as Mario Sunshine. So, as one last celebration of everything this game went through to get where it is, let's lead into the final level with a victory lap, looking for all those peculiar little leftovers. Just off screen on the file select is a mysteriously unused dock model. Corona Mountain is in its beta form during Flood's introduction, and the polluted piranha is nowhere to be seen. If we use the same glitch we used to equip the bubble nozzle in order to get the turbo nozzle here, we can crash the game by breaking these doors. This is probably because it's trying and failing to load the building's interior, the invisible room above the tower in its visible form, which I can show you. Lots of cool details in here too, like this little letter station and these paper airplanes. There are also a few unused textures found in this area's texture sheet, including a female Pianta pot and an Animal Crossing gyroid. Of course, there's that black puck on the Shine Gate in the courtroom cutscene, but we can also see that earlier sign from the E3 trailer and the early version of this door. In Shadow Mario's intro, we caught this graffiti triangle on the prison, but I found its twin in another Japanese commercial for the game, right over here. That same commercial, incidentally, gives us our most interesting look at Beta Bianco Hills. From within Bianco, looking down at Ricco Harbor, Harbor, we can see that early Gooper Blooper arena, that square of girders instead of a helipad. Ricco Harbor's got that one pipe on the wrong island. Gelato Beach's level preview tells us a whole different story than the final game, with the sandbird egg sitting outside the tower, its upper area missing, and a rope connecting these structures, just to name some of the most prominent. Pinna Park, the lost hub world, remains a treasure trove for this kind of thing. When looking at it from Delfino Plaza, we can see this distinctly tall tree peeking over the hill, likely a remnant of when the Pianta tree was significantly taller. Of course, we've got the red Ferris wheel in this cutscene, but since we know from this commercial that this whole Mecha Bowser sequence was made for a completely different park, we can look for signs of its transposition and find them in the roller coaster. See how this section of the track crosses in front of Bowser in this shot, but is curiously layered behind him in the next one. Episode 5 is the runaway Ferris wheel, where the thing's doing 200 RPM, but look at the wheel from the beach in that episode and it's doing just fine. But then look at it from the beach in episode 3 and it's spinning like it should be in episode 5. Did some things get shuffled around a bit too hastily? Perhaps most remarkably of all, this was the only continuity error considered glaring enough to be fixed in the Switch version. Everything about Noki Bay. Though here's a strange tidbit, the shell secret would seem to be one of the first secret courses made, as we can see an early version of it in this alpha level select screen from Space World 2001. Pianta Village has that beta spawn location if you exit it early enough in the game, and this very strange shot in its brochure, long on hills and short on the ocean, along with this mysterious unused object hanging out in the background. Of course, an honorable mention to the many oddities of the flood, and that finally brings us to Corona Mountain. This gauntlet ahead of us is essentially the answer to the question, how hard can platforming be when you have a jetpack? After spending this whole game using FLUDD to absolutely bypass whatever challenge didn't take them away from us, this volcano finally delivers. Now you might look at this corridor of lava and think, well, there can't be too many small details to pick out in here. And yeah, it's nowhere near the fully fleshed out levels, but we do have a brochure page to look at. And with this being our last one, take a look at the area name. Every area has a unique colored text to it. We learn that these pools behind the Shine Gate are actually hot springs, and this text over here isn't terrible. We got spectacular! If you challenge to climb the Corona Mountain, you can enjoy seeing the beautiful isle, because the mountain is the Eye of Dolphin. I think this says limit permanently, but I'm at a loss for the rest. This route up the mountain may be a hint at what form this level may have taken earlier in development, but I don't think they would have missed their chance at making this a fire level. It's tradition. Speaking of, let's get up close and personal to this area's hazards. Apart from literally 5 safe platforms, everywhere we can touch down on is either a spike hazard or a fire trap. I like the dichotomy between them. These stone platforms look like this might once have been some kind of temple or shrine, while these metal ones definitely have that signature Bowser style. An interesting function of both varieties of metal platform is that when the hazard is active, the whole platform is a hitbox. This is most likely to prevent you from being able to hold on to the sides or even wall jump between them. They also do 3 damage, the only things we've seen with that property since bullet bills, though they may as well be instant death. There are very few situations where you'll take a hit and survive. The fire stuns you into a burning animation, and the spikes have the unique attribute of granting you absolutely nothing in the way of invincibility frames. This has got to be the most brutal death Mario can undergo in this game. I'm pretty sure this was done to make sure that if one knocks you into the lava is guaranteed to finish you off. It's functionally identical to the death water from the lily pad level. So basically, this all amounts to, we have to get through this whole thing perfectly. All the spike platforms are synchronized, and the fire platforms are temporarily disabled by water. Don't bother spraying them from afar. It's much smarter to simply hover over them. The fire then only stays out for about 2 spike platform cycles, so don't hesitate. With this being our most brutal challenge yet, there's a neat element to Mario's voice acting I'd like to touch on. Take your bets. Am I using every available opportunity to stretch out the shortest level in this game to fit a whole game breakdown video, or am I just finding devilishly clever opportunities to talk about all the things I wasn't able to find a good spot for in the previous levels? When Mario is at 2 health or less, nearly all of his voice lines change to reflect that he's at the end of his rope. Due to the multitude of coins available at every step, and just the general lack of threats that don't outright kill you, it's all too easy to go whole playthroughs without hearing a single one of these voice lines. By far the rarest of these are for entering an M portal at low health, since there's so little that might even damage you in the plaza to even hear it.
There's more? Aren't I done yet?
So obscure are these voice lines that I mistakenly claimed they were unused in the Sirena Beach video. And of course, he has a unique idle animation to cap it off. Bro looks like a Yoshi. There is one unique enemy in here, but it's such a non-issue I'm willing to bet most of you never even registered they were here. These are lava Cheep Cheeps, the most hardcore fish to ever do it. What's funny is there's not actually anything unique about them mechanically. They're basically just these guys from Noki Bay. In fact, if you somehow finagle the mud boat from the other side of this corridor over here, you can even catch them in the same way. If you do manage to take damage from one, it still only takes 1 bit of health, and the flames do nothing to stop you from stomping them should you accomplish that either. In other words, they're all flash. More expensive expensives than Cheep Cheeps. I do like this kinda Dia de los Muertos aesthetic they've got going on with their eyes though. We are gonna snag this blue coin as we make our way through, and from here it's just a matter of keeping our cool. This is unequivocally the most required the hover nozzle has ever been for a stage. This one's going confidently on our list here. This is our last area, so that's our total. 8 shines unless you count the bubble nozzle levels, and even then, that's not even a 10th of the shines in this game. It's fascinating. Perhaps in an earlier version of this game, these levels would have simply provided a hover nozzle you otherwise wouldn't have had access to. Some cut dialogue indicates that alternate nozzles would have broken upon taking damage, so while the platforming would be more lenient with it, there'd still be an added element of precision, basically how the power-ups in the 2D games work. Nintendo would revisit that idea later on in games like Galaxy, but I think the dev team just had so much fun hovering around with FLUDD that they made the snap decision to make it a core part of the moveset. This gives players the opportunity to really master it, to experiment with how far they can push the game's limits, and Nintendo is just watching and nodding along. We've spent this whole game talking about the Nintended routes through levels and how to bypass them, but the secret is, it's all been Nintended. Well, okay, maybe not all, but there is something to the layouts of these areas that feels incredibly deliberate. Take this level, for example. If we were to do something incredibly stupid, like try to take on this hover nozzle gauntlet without the hover nozzle, you might expect that I'd need to use some sort of exploit or glitch to pull it off. But these platforms are the perfect distance apart. It is exactly possible to foist this ludicrous challenge on yourself. This jump here, it seems unfeasible. The distance is just too great. So it sure is remarkably lucky Nintendo put this expensive exactly where we need it to make this jump, and by extension make this whole challenge possible. See what I mean? Could that really have been a coincidence? Or has someone designing these levels been a step ahead of us the whole time? But with our final test of the hover nozzle behind us, we've got one final test of our squirt nozzle to undertake here. You remember the mud boat. It was there in Noki Bay. Surely you used it and mastered its controls. Actually, no, this is a cruel joke, because even if you did do that, this isn't even the same boat. It's slightly longer, which means bigger hitbox, and in terms of controls, it picks up speed a bit faster and handles a little differently in ways that are really difficult to put into words. Of course, if it so much as grazes anything in this lava river, that'll just be it for you. But fret not, I come bearing a secret technique. The most difficult thing about this boat is getting it to go in a straight line once you've got it pointed where you want it, since it's too sensitive to your position and the angle in which you spray. However, for reasons far beyond human comprehension, if you use the sprinkler technique, the boat will float straight and true. Even more bizarre, this also works with the obscure spin hover technique. Also, I'd better mention before we move on, I'm reasonably sure these swirls around the rim of the boat aren't Delphic letters, as if they are, it just spells out AC backwards C backwards A. And while is a reasonable sentiment while trying to steer this thing, I doubt that's what they were going for. Now, let's say you simply can't abide by this boat, and you will take any alternative to it no matter how preposterous. Well, take our good friends the expensives. Unlike the spikes, taking damage from them still grants us invincibility. Allow them to teach you their ways, and you can fall through the lava barrier and embrace their hardcore lifestyle. Now it's just a matter of swimming down this corridor. One problem, we can no more breathe lava than we can water, but surfacing to breathe doesn't seem like an option. Not to worry, we got down here using invincibility frames. We're gonna get through this with them too. Whenever Mario loses a tick of health to the ever-mounting possibility of drowning, we can use the frankly generous amount of invincibility frames to take a quick gulp of air before diving back under. The timing might take a few tries to master, but this is surprisingly doable. Once we reach the end, simply use the same technique to pop out of the lava on this far island. Though without the boat, you might find collecting these blue coins over here a bit of a tall order. Here's an interesting mechanic that basically only comes into play right now. If this save screen pops up while you're hovering, and you release the hover button while the game is suspended, it'll cut the hover when it resumes. So you can either hold the R button or not press it until after you've obtained the coin. But either way, it's gonna be tough to pull yourself all the way back in order to grab multiple coins. It wouldn't feel right to grab these last 10 blue coins without one last map. We had the gimme over here, and then the other 9 all surround this final platform. 5 are close enough to jump to and hover back. The other 4 you're really gonna want the boat for. Take your time, and despite the situation, don't get too excited, and we can net ourselves all 240 blue coins. Not much left now. A rocket nozzle invites us to climb these clouds up to the volcano's summit. This little square here suggests to me that this is where the nozzle box was supposed to be, but maybe whoever's job that was didn't see it, I don't know. If you don't touch the camera here, it gives you this really cinematic angle of ascent, but it's awful for actually judging these jumps. Luckily, you are allowed to shift the camera around, but if you're feeling silly, you can shift it even lower. There's a 1-up on this tiny central cloud if you're feeling daring, and if we look up to the very top, we can see what looks like what would go on to become the shape of the Grand Star from Galaxy. Our goal is this red cloud beneath it, but one last time, let's do this our way.
The water's great, hey, Junior?
Sure is, Papa. Come on in, Mama Peach. I think not. Mario! You again? Don't you ever give up?
Mario! How dare you disturb my family vacation?
Yeah, so Bowser, the man, the turtle, the father of the year, just shows up with all but no ceremony. He's literally just chilling in the spa with his family, and Mario just pops up like, sup. This shot we get of the water, you can just barely see a shine sprite underneath it, which feels to me like a weird thing to set up, as though we didn't just come all the way up here for Peach. But boss fight time. There are a lot of weird properties to this one. Wouldn't be Sunshine's finale if there weren't. I think this skybox suggests we're at the summit of the volcano, with everything beneath us being concealed by clouds. This also may give us an answer as to what caused the flood in the plaza. Junior loses to Mario like 19 times in a row and finally goes back to Dad to say he can't beat him, and Bowser throws a big tantrum, sloshing all the water from the hot spring on the summit over the side of the mountain. You can see the crater is filled with water in a couple of the island's overhead shots, so there you go. I'm out here solving mysteries that weren't mysteries. Now, they really shouldn't have let me have the rocket nozzle for this fight. This gives me way too much power. We can bounce on this nasty green water like it's jello. We can even see the shine just chilling down inside it, but what we can't do is get close to Zelda. I wrote Zelda in the script. But what we can't do is get close to Peach. Her position in the tub stays fixed relative to Mario, and it's for good reason. Probably for visual clarity, they scaled her all the way up. She's like 5 times Mario's height right now. A little treat from me, I was not expecting this. Bowser will react if you lure bullet bills into crashing into him. This has nothing to do with how we win this fight, so this is just a crazy niche detail they thought to include. This green liquid is also truly remarkable. Yeah, it doesn't act anything like actual liquid, but these giant globs are shifting and acting individually based on the physics engine. For the time, this was incredibly ambitious, and if we assume it's not meant to be water but some kind of gelatinous goo, my suspension of disbelief can do the rest. Now, since it is constantly undulating, what I can't show you is that there's an image reflected in it that doesn't match our location. Extract that image from the code and we can see it's the Noki depths. That's definitely curious. These Bullet Bill's Junior fires are both new varieties, doing only 1 damage instead of 3. The black ones drop nothing, but the blue ones can drop water bottles and rarely even 1-ups. The first one you destroy in every attempt will always be a 1-up, so make sure to grab it if you're at risk of a game over. Unfortunately, Junior's little toy submarine is completely intangible, but we can spray him, and as long as he's freaking out we're rocking the boat, he won't fire any bills at us. Bowser himself has only 2 attacks. One is this fire breath nonsense, he'll sweep across the edges of the tub. The other is him splashing a wave of goo in your direction. Both are easy enough to avoid with the rocket nozzle, but you can also shut him down completely by spraying him. Like father, like son, I suppose. Oh my god, they made Bowser do the dad rub. So what are we trying to do here? Flood recommends we try tilting the tub, and short of any other plans, I mean, we may as well. The design on these spokes is identical to the black disc atop the lighthouse, which means we need a rocket height ground pound to do the trick. But if we try a normal one, Bowser just keeps freaking out at the power of Mario's mighty Italian buttocks. Yeah, that seems to be effective. Just do that 4 more times. Well, this is the main challenge of this fight. Getting back up while the platform is crumbling and the goo is splashing and the bullets are billing. There's a lot going on, but you also have a lot more time than it looks like you do. Wait out the splashes and then rocket on back and all should be good. Junior will step it up a notch now. These red-nosed bills aren't as homing as the purple ones, but their trajectories are curved instead of linear. So between that and the increased amount, they can be a bit trickier to avoid. 3 more times. If you're feeling extra stylish, you can use rocket storage to completely stunt on Bowser here. Flood stutters after you smash the 3rd, and is starting to sound pretty rough after number 4. If all these rocket launches are taking their toll, I have a lot to own up to. But only one to go. Let's do this, Flood. Hee-yah! We fell so long, it's daytime again. What is that Graffiti X doing there? That's the one from the side of the Grand Pianta statue. I'm sorry, I know this is an emotional moment with Flood and all, but the Ferris wheel is red again. This callback to Flood's intro screen is a great touch. All the text is replaced with errors, and the little footage section is displaying Mario 1's Game Over screen.
Mario, was I,
Oh, and now I'm really gonna steal the emotions from this scene here. Mario's neck? This isn't a part of his normal model. They added it specifically for this scene just so he could have this moment of looking down at Flood. But they didn't shade it right, so it just looks terrible.
Mario, look.
And we get this celebratory shot. Tons of familiar faces in this crowd. The 2 cops, the Noki Elder, Director Potato Head. Is that the judge and prosecutor over there? Why do they get such a prominent position in this shot? As far as I'm concerned, they're more of the main villain of this game than Bowser. There's also a lot of doubling up here. There's an extra prosecutor, an extra orange cop, an extra Noki Elder, another blue cop, and those are just the easy ones. I find it pretty interesting that the Noki Elder is even in this scene, since we can tell by the errant X mark that this was made a fair bit before the game was finished. They must have had his model locked and loaded for a while, especially since we don't see some other prominent figures in this crowd, like the hotel manager, or the Pianta mayor, or even the Ricco Harbor captain. The Koopas are hanging out here on what looks like a big orange shell. This is actually the overturned bathtub that our boss fight just took place on.
Junior, I've got something difficult to tell you about Princess Peach.
I know, she's not really my mama. Someday, when I'm bigger, I wanna fight that Mario again.
That's my boy. Well put, son. The Royal Koopa line is as strong as ever.
This is one of my favorite scenes in this game. It gets dunked on mostly because of Bowser's voice actor. Like, he really does just sound like a guy for a sec here.
But for now, let's just rest a while.
But again, this is the game that established Bowser Jr., and it did a great job. He's devious, smart enough to put together that the Peach thing was a lie, but he enjoyed the game so much it didn't matter. And look at this! That's a tear! He's such a proud dad, oh my god! And one last thing to love. The music playing here is sort of an awkward mirror to the Super Mario World ending theme.
As ever. But for now, let's just rest a while.
One more Ferris wheel error. We got the blue one and the red one together at last. Their love was not to be, but they found a way. And Flood is all fixed. Okay, I guess we better do this now. Obviously, I love Flood mechanically, but how do I feel about their character? I wish I had a hot take here, that I found some of their obscure dialogue to be funny, or that I've unearthed some personality beneath the robotic stoicism, but honestly, what character? Flood's dialogue is so bare bones for a tutorial giver, apart from those odd PSA moments. I don't dislike them, but that's mainly because there's nothing here to dislike. So when they tried to pull this emotional companion is dead moment, nothing stirred in my cold dead heart. Glad you're feeling better though, Flood, and this is, at the very least, a pretty iconic last line for them.
The vacation starts now.
We'll get a bunch of pictures throughout the credits of the gang enjoying their vacay now that Mario's prison sentence is carried out. My favorite is this one. One of the things Toadsworth was most excited for in the intro was riding the turtle coaster, and the old bean finally got to. But I'm gonna skip the rest of the credits for now because we're not completely done yet. For beating the game without 120 shines, we get this image at the end of the credits, Il Piantissimo next to the magic paintbrush. I'd love to tell you what this means, but if it is a setup to something, Nintendo has yet to pay it off. Some people theorize that this means Il Piantissimo was just another guise of Bowser Jr., but I don't think so. Now, there will be a different end screen if we attain 100% before rolling the credits, so let's head back into the plaza. There's one major change enacted upon beating the game. Sunglasses Bros will now hook you up with this adorable Hawaiian shirt festooned with a shine sprite pattern. Tell you what, I'd say that's actually worth the screen tint. And now that we're fully dressed for the part, let's finally turn in our hoard of blue coins. 240 for 24 shines. Sounds like a deal. Yes, I am quite sure. With that, can we talk about the shine sprites? They clearly have a degree of sentience to them. They choose to gather in Delfino Plaza only as long as the island is clean, and they may even like watermelon smoothies, hard to tell. So there's absolutely a story to this Tanuki holding a fifth of them hostage for cold hard coins. But honestly, the more you think about it, the more questions are raised. If shine sprites flee from filth, why are so many hanging out directly inside filthy things? Are they trapped? If so, why are the ones that aren't connected to anything dirty just chillin' until Mario comes to get them? I don't have these answers, but I do enjoy having these questions. With all 24 shines purchased, if we talk to the Tanuki again, "Oh, but it looks like we're all out now. Don't I feel silly? How am I gonna make a living now, Oh, he's definitely kidnapping more shines as soon as we leave. And that's everything. No more dialogue has changed, not even the Toad, since this is the sort of post-game where the clock is rolled back, which means all that's left is to take our 120 shines and go get our reward for 100% completion. That means disturbing Bowser's family vacation one last time, and while I do that, have a listen to this extremely underappreciated boss theme. And with that, we're finished. I can't overstate how happy I am that this last shine isn't a clear repeat. I think that would have been awkward. But that is Super Mario Sunshine officially broken down. I set out on this journey with a pretty lofty goal in mind. Create the definitively informative Sunshine playthrough. I learned so much about this game over the journey, but principally, how utterly unattainable that goal really was. Sunshine is an astronomically dense game. Every corner of every level is packed with some fascinating little detail. Even after finishing a video, I'd be goofing off in the area I just finished going over with a fine-tooth comb and uncover yet something more. I'm convinced at this point we will never stop peeling away this game's layers. Between its incredibly dedicated fanbase and the development team that showed up to play, this is the rabbit hole that never ends. Like, hey, did you know ringing these bells in Bianco Hills with the wheel gives you coins, but doing it with Flood gives you a 1-up? Or that you can outwit the Cheep Cheeps in Gelato Beach by simply swimming with a fruit? Or that you can store a red coin timer by opening your map the moment you hit the button, delaying the countdown start until you next touch solid ground? Or that there's a 1 in 32,000 chance that the code keeping Goobles from spawning near Gooper Blooper will mess up and spawn one anyway? I didn't know. And the more people this series reaches, the more of you will reach out and share even more details I'll always wish I could have shared before it was over. But I think the impossibility of this task is in itself something to be celebrated. That Mario Sunshine has this much to offer even coming off the tail end of a deep dive like this one, that's the coolest detail of all. And besides, if anything has been the moral of this deep dive, It's that this game is a vacation, and the pressure to see it all, to do it all, to postpone its inevitable conclusion, all that's going to do is keep you from really enjoying yourself in the moment. Eventually, we have to let it end. Both Mario's and my work here is done. So, until the next time, have a relaxing vacation.